Deep inside the Silver Dragon dungeon, armored guards stand watch outside a heavy prison gate. The guards snap to attention as they announce that Her Majesty has arrived. The queen dismisses the guards so she can speak with the prisoner alone. That is never a relaxing sentence in a dungeon. Roswaisa, the Silver Dragon Queen, steps forward with a cold, confident smile. Her graceful entrance makes the dungeon feel even more like her private throne room. She looks down at her battered captive and asks why a great dragon slayer became a prisoner of the Dragon Clan. The chained man, Leon Cosmode, gives her a blunt answer. He wants her to kill him. Roswise smirks at the request, clearly enjoying the fact that this tough guy is asking for a quick exit. Instead of granting mercy, she leans close and calls Leon handsome and resolute. The interrogation is already getting weird. Roswise studies Leon's wounds and says a few more scars would make him perfect. Leon glares through the pain and tells her to stop humiliating him and finish the job. She calmly says that someone as powerful as Leon would not have fallen so low without refusing the Silver Dragon Clan. Roswise asks the real question, is Leon actually worthy? Leon answers with action, suddenly forcing his chained body into motion. He lunges at the queen, kicking up dust and chain fragments in a desperate attack. Leon crashes down coughing, but the look in his eyes says he is nowhere near broken. Roswise taunts him as a rude prisoner, and Leon finally reveals his name as Leon Cosmode. The queen looms over him, treating his defiance like a challenge she is happy to accept. Roswise tells Leon to wake up from his anti-dragon fantasy, then hints he might have had glory if he had joined her. She says it is only a hypothesis, because a human like Leon will never get that chance now. Leon spits out her name, Roswes, and rejects her claim that humans are beneath dragons. Before he can finish, a pale dragon coils tightly around Leon's neck and cuts off his breath. Roswise at him struggle while the summoned serpent tightens its grip. Leon claws at the scales around his throat, fighting for air while calling out to Her Majesty. Roswise asks if he is finally ready to beg for mercy. Leon says she made two mistakes from the very beginning. The queen pauses, genuinely thrown off by the prisoner's sudden confidence. Leon says her first mistake was leaving him alone with a newly trained dragon slayer. His eyes flare red as he orders her to taste his blood. A blood curse erupts, and Roswise's eyes turn red in shock. The serpent recoils from Leon as the curse breaks the queen's control of the situation. Roswise staggers back, suddenly burning up from the curse she never saw coming. Her confident expression collapses into confusion as she realizes something is wrong with her body. The queen drops to the floor, overwhelmed by the curse's strange effect. Roswise tries to steady herself, but the heat and confusion keep rising. Leon tells her she will live in pain for the rest of her life, while she warns him that his turn is coming soon. Then Roswise suddenly lunges at Leon, catching him completely off guard. The cursed queen presses close, her red eyes intense as Leon struggles to understand what is happening. Leon stares up in disbelief as the blood curse takes this confrontation in a very unexpected direction. Roswise loses control under the curse's influence, and the dungeon encounter fades into a seriously awkward blur. Leon can only stare as the queen's expression shifts from fury to stunned embarrassment. An hour later, broken restraints and discarded clothing show that the dungeon is very much not back to normal. Roswise pulls herself together and stares at Leon in horrified disbelief. She demands to know what he did to her, furious that the curse had such an effect. Elaine explains that blood curse is a forbidden technique that creates a soul connection if its victim tastes his blood. Roswise calls it impossible, insisting that a spell cannot override her hatred this completely. Leon cuts her off and says the curse's side effect is to make her monogamous. That explains a lot, unfortunately for her. Leon reminds her that the Silver Dragon Queen cannot produce an heir without a male partner. Roswise realizes the curse has created a disaster far bigger than simple pain or humiliation. Leon delivers the second mistake. Without him, the Dragon Queen will have no successor. Roswise erupts in rage and gathers power, calling Leon a bastard. Leon dares her to kill him herself if she wants to prove he is wrong. He curses her to live with hatred and pain for the rest of her life, even as she tries to hold on to her pride. Roswise falls silent, arms crossed, with no clean answer to Leon's trap. The queen calls Leon a miserable human and asks if he truly thinks revenge will save him. Roswise finally blurts out the question that has been haunting her. How can this curse be so unfair? Leon sits battered but composed as the curse mark glows on his chest, turning a doomed prisoner into the one holding all the leverage. Leon Kuzmode was already famous as a 15-year-old dragon slayer, but that reputation came with a brutal price. At 17, Leon joins the Imperial Academy, certain his military achievements will carry him even higher. He cuts down dragons in blazing battles and earns the title of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer. Leon looks unstoppable in full armor, the kind of hero who seems built for victory. But even the strongest slayer can be swallowed by a dragon's revenge. Leon becomes a captive of the Dragon Clan, and 2 long years pass while he remains trapped. He suddenly jolts upright with a full-throated scream. Captivity has not exactly improved his sleep schedule. Breathing hard, Leon clutches his chest and tries to figure out where he has awakened. Instead of a dungeon, he finds himself in an elegant sunlit bedroom. A small figure peeks around the door, and Leon immediately watches her with wary confusion. A tiny dark-haired girl notices he is awake and greets him with bright, fearless curiosity. Wyan takes one look at her huge blue eyes and completely melts. The Dragon Slayer has met his natural enemy. Adorable. He convinces himself this little angel must be proof that he did something good in a past life. Leon calls her a legendary angel, while she stares up at him and sincerely asks what an angel is. Still smiling, Leon gently asks the girl for her name. She introduces herself as Muin, beaming like this is the happiest conversation of her life. Leon is charmed, but Muin is puzzled by his strange black hair. She has clearly never seen a human before. Muin says her mother told her black hair means the moon, then asks whether angels have mothers too. Leon corrects her name with a smile, but Muin happily decides Leon must mean lion instead. When Muin casually mentions her mother, Leon's smile fades and his attention snaps into focus. Leon asks who her mother is, and the name Rossways hits him like a sword through the floor. Muin innocently confirms it, while Leon freezes at the impossible connection. Leon stammers through the realization, and Muin watches him with total confusion. Then Muin announces it with pure joy. Leon is her father. Leon short-circuits on the spot. A dragon slayer can face monsters, but surprise fatherhood is apparently the final boss. Muin pats his head and calls for her mom, still delighted that dad is away. Leon realizes exactly who Muin is calling, and his face tightens with alarm. Rossweiss enters the room, a white-haired dragon queen with a cold stare, while Muin clings to her happily. Rossweiss tells Leon he is finally awake, and the silence between them is loaded with 2 years of bad history. Muin cheerfully explains that her mother visits Leon every day, convinced this reunion must make her parents happy. Rossweiss gives a knowing little smile, while Leon looks like he would rather fight a ghost. Rossweiss sends Muin away to play, promising she needs a private talk with Leon. The moment Muin leaves, Leon demands to know if she's really his biological daughter. Leon demands to know why Rossweiss gave birth to his child, and why she kept it from him. Rossweiss asks whether he truly thinks she could have done anything else after what he did to her 2 years ago. Leon insists he would never touch her willingly, his anger rising as he remembers their past. Rossweiss leans close and mocks him, asking if even her touch feels like torture. Leon's answer is an immediate yes. Before Leon can pull away, Rossweiss coils her dragon tail around him and flips him back onto the bed. Leon panics and demands to know what she is doing, but Rossweiss has already taken control of the room. She restrains him with ease, leaving Leon glaring up at her with nowhere to run. Rossweiss forms magic at her fingertips and says she wants to carve her dragon pattern onto Leon. The glowing mark flares to life as Rossweiss promises he will become her shame and never leave her. She reveals the cruel point of the mark. Other humans will see it and believe Leon surrendered to the Dragon Clan. Leon grimaces through the pain, demanding to know why she is taking her revenge this far. Rossweiss reminds him that dragon revenge is extreme, and her cold smile makes that warning feel very personal. She says she wants Leon humiliated for the rest of his life, then declares that they should get started. Leon feels the dragon mark spreading across his chest, while narration reveals Rossweiss once saw him as the greatest dragon slayer. Now, despite their impossible past and their daughter, Rossweiss's revenge on the Dragon Slayer is only beginning. Inside Silver Dragon Castle, the maids whisper that their queen is in a suspiciously good mood today. Leon hears the terrifying news. The female dragon has publicly announced he is her husband, and his face says he wants out immediately. The white-haired dragon queen laughs and orders Leon to move faster. She looks far too pleased with herself. Leon clenches his fist and swears he will escape this place instead of becoming her plaything. At the castle gate, Leon studies the guards and the open grounds, hunting for one tiny gap in their security. He notices there are strangely few guards today. Leon knows 4 dragons guard this side, so this easy opening feels suspicious. Leon spots a hole hidden in the grass and freezes for a second. This is either freedom or the world's least classy trap. He dives into the little tunnel anyway, determined to force his way out no matter what waits ahead. Leon crawls to the grass, desperate to leap before the Dragon Queen catches him. While squeezing through, Leon bitterly says goodbye to the perverted dragon mother and insists little Muin can only be his cute daughter for now. Muin peeks over the wall with huge blue eyes and excitedly tells her mom that dad is digging a dog hole. The queen lounges calmly while Moen watches Leon's escape attempt and declares that he is pretty awesome. Muin asks when mom will go fishing back, treating Leon's jailbreak like a family outing. Her mother gently corrects her. Leon is Morin's dad, so calling it fishing is apparently rude. Moen asks what she should do, and the answer is simple: catch him back. The queen smiles with quiet confidence. Leon has no idea how much trouble is flying after him. After some time, Leon sprints through the forest, pushing himself hard toward the human border. Leon starts to believe he has run far enough that the female dragon cannot catch him. Then Leon looks up, and his confident expression vanishes in an instant. A massive dragon drops from the sky with a roar, proving his escape route had a very large problem. The brown dragon calls Leon quite a runner, and Leon stares up in pure alarm. Leon curses as the dragon closes in. His clever little tunnel has become a very bad life choice. The dragon asks if it is fun to play with him like this. Leon is clearly not enjoying the game. The dragon towers over Leon and reminds him that he slipped past the guards through a hole he found. Leon protests that even if he knew it was a trap, he never expected them to catch him so quickly. The dragon asks why a famous dragon slayer would suddenly want to return to human territory. Leon says he wants an ordinary life again, one better than being tortured by dragons. The dragon snaps that Leon does not understand her kindness, then casually scoops him up in a claw. Leon is dumped into the dragon's grip and yells for her to let him go. The dragon takes flight and promises that if Leon wants to go back so badly, she will help him. 3 hours later, near the Empire border, Leon is still being carried high above the dark forest. Then the dragon lets go, and Leon plummets through the night screaming. Leon crashes to the trees, with every impact making the landing look worse. He lands upside down in the forest and groans that it hurts. Dazed and bruised, Leon looks around as he realizes the dragon may actually have brought him somewhere new. Leon stares through the trees, stunned by what he sees beyond the forest. It is a human town. For the first time, Leon sounds hopeful. The queen appears beside him and confirms it is the human empire, making Leon tense up all over again. She asks whether the sight of a human town makes Leon feel he can return to the human world just by stepping over. The queen tells Leon to go back if he wants, even though he can see she is keeping him painfully close. A purple glow flares across Leon's chest, and his startled face says this is definitely not part of the deal. The queen reveals that when people with the dragon mark get too close, it creates a powerful reaction. She notes that Leon is flushed and fighting the urge to get closer, while he glares through the embarrassment. The queen asks if Leon truly wants to be here, explaining that she brought him close to his hometown so he would understand. Leon grips his glowing chest and refuses to lose faith. He says he will wait patiently for his chance. Leon promises that when the chance comes, he will repay every humiliation double. The queen looks genuinely caught off guard. After a stunned pause, the queen simply says okay, smiling as if Leon just gave her exactly what she wanted. She leans close and tells Leon she will be waiting for him, dead or alive. Near the Empire border, the silver dragon looks completely satisfied after a very personal night under the trees, while Leon is left staring at the ceiling like he has made several questionable life choices. She sweetly asks if he can visit her hometown every month. Leon immediately realizes that this is not a casual invitation. Leon points out the obvious problem. Visiting a female dragon in the clouds sounds less like a trip and more like a death wish. He gets up with a sharp, fed-up glare, but she's already preparing to take him home. The dragon has decided this itinerary for him. Wrapped in purple magic, she confidently suggests they head for their daughter waiting at home. Leon is not remotely ready for that sentence. Leon stops her cold. As a dragon slayer, he insists he can travel alone, and the dragon's expression turns sharply unreadable. Our boy walks away with forced confidence. while she falls behind, quiet but clearly not willing to let him disappear. Leon says the Silver Dragon Castle is only 3 hours away by air or 10 days on foot. He picks the 10-day option. Pride is doing cardio tonight. The Silver Dragon watches him with a smug little smile and decides to see how long his stubbornness lasts. After a while, Leon is panting hard and visibly exhausted, but he keeps moving because admitting defeat would hurt even more. She offers help, and Leon snaps that he is not tired. His heaving chest strongly disagrees. Their bickering stops when Leon hears movement in the forest. He recognizes the approaching force as the Dragon Slayer army. Leon sees armed riders in the trees and his mood instantly flips from exhausted to alarmed. He thinks the soldiers might finally get this dragon off his back, but the Silver Dragon's face darkens with dangerous irritation. Her eyes narrow and Leon realizes calling for help could get every soldier here killed before anyone asks questions. Leon urgently tells her not to summon backup. He tries to keep the situation from turning into a massacre. A mounted knight calls out to the pair, looking confused rather than hostile and asking whether they are lost. Leon casually claims they are just hanging out, standing beside a stunning white-haired dragon woman. That excuse is doing very little work. He smiles nervously and thinks he cannot drag innocent people into his mess, even as a patrol captain moves closer. The captain warns that the forest is dangerous and offers them a ride, introducing himself as Walker from the Imperial Dragon Slayer army. Leon thanks Walker and claims they can protect themselves, but he quietly motions for the Silver Dragon not to come any closer. Leon tries to keep his body between the soldiers and the dragon, but Walker suddenly looks at her as if he recognizes her. Walker asks whether they have met before. The Silver Dragon's eye flashes red, and the mood drops straight through the forest floor. Leon senses trouble and turns just as purple power starts gathering behind him. Before she can attack, Leon grabs her hand and pulls her close, interrupting the spell with a desperate embrace. The Silver Dragon goes wide-eyed, then plays along. She tells Walker he must have mistaken her for someone else and asks Leon to take her away. Walker sees the embrace and laughs, deciding he has interrupted a couple. Leon's emergency cover story lands by pure luck. The patrol rides off, leaving Leon and the dragon leaning together in the quiet forest. For once, nobody gets vaporized. The Silver Dragon asks whether he is hubbed enough, and Leon jolts away in full panic. She admits Leon was clever to ask the soldiers for help, then adds that he still has one thing to learn. With a teasing smile, she tells Leon he needs to learn his proper place, even though she does not mean they need children. That clarification arrives suspiciously late. She cheerfully says they still have a long way to go, while Leon doubles over behind her, worn out and overwhelmed. Leon suddenly clutches his chest in pain and his hand comes away bloodied. His body has finally hit its limit. He collapses backward as the Silver Dragon reaches for him, startled despite all her earlier confidence. She looks down at the unconscious Leon and asks if he has fainted. Her irritation gives way to concern. Purple magic flares around her as she calls him a fragile human. She is done letting him struggle on foot. The Silver Dragon transforms into her huge true form, catches Leon, and carries him into the sky. Leon bounces helplessly onto the dragon's back, and she decides to treat his collapse as a plea for mercy. As dawn breaks over the mountains, the Silver Dragon flies onward with Leon safely in her grasp. Leon wakes up in a grand castle bedroom, looking groggy and completely out of place. The new one pops up beside the bed and happily announces that Dad is awake. Leon sits up with a hand to his head, trying to figure out how he got back here, while Mewan proudly says, "Mom brought him home." His memory snaps back to the moment Rosswise caught him in Leon's eye. Our boy looks like he just remembered a very bad dragon problem. Leon notices his injured hand has been carefully bandaged, and the tiny medic is already waiting for praise. Mewan beams and claims full credit for patching Dad up. She is absolutely taking the win. Leon studies her with quiet curiosity. Dragonologists say dragons are ferocious from childhood, but Mewan does not exactly fit the brochure. She has obvious dragon traits, yet no hostility toward him. Leon starts wondering if she is some kind of human-dragon hybrid. Instead of overthinking it, Leon pats her head and admits Mewan is pretty awesome. He tells her she is cute now, but warns her not to grow up like a mother. Smooth parenting. Leon. Rosswise suddenly appears in the doorway, and Leon freezes the second he realizes she heard that. He plays it cool and says it was nothing, but Rosswise gives him that flat, dangerous stare. Mewan quickly reports that she bandaged Dad's wound exactly as Mom instructed. Rossweiss gives a simple approval, and Muin instantly answers that she has passed the royal inspection. Leon watches their strict mother and daughter routine and quietly calls Rossweiss a strict mother. To give them some space, Leon asks Muin to play hide and seek in the garden while he counts. Muin lights up at the idea and races off, delighted that Dad wants to play with her. Leon starts counting with a cheerful grin, fully committing to this dad duty. Muin immediately complains that he is counting too fast, while Rossweiss watches the chaos from behind them. Rossweiss cuts in, annoyed that he is ignoring her. Leon has apparently failed the hide-and-seek rules and the conversation rules. Leon turns on Rossweiss and asks if she is not being too hard on the child. Rossweiss explains that dragons train children from a young age because only the strong can survive and become warriors. Leon fires back that Muin's not fully dragon, and that calling her a dragon is only a derogatory label in the human world. He softens the argument with a simple compliment, telling Rossweiss that she is pretty cute too. Rossweiss's eye narrows. That compliment lands less like romance and more like a lit match. She grabs him close and reminds Leon that he is only a slave or got ahead of himself. Leon can only stammer as Rossweiss coolly says it is good that Muin likes him. Rossweiss lays down her position. She's the queen of the Silver Dragon clan, and governing comes before childcare. With a small smile, Rossweiss tells him that Muin likes him, then leaves him holding the responsibility. Leon watches her walk away and grumbles that dragon slayers are somehow responsible for raising dragon children now. Out in the garden, Leon suddenly realizes the hide-and-seek game is still happening. Muin peeks from behind a column and asks whether Dad really thinks he can find her. Wyan spots her instantly and calls out that he found Wen. He points at her hiding place with total confidence, but Moin just stands there silently, looking deeply offended. Leon finally notices her pout and realizes this child is angry. He has found her, but not the correct answer. He awkwardly apologizes and says he kept looking because he wanted to. Muin suddenly runs off, leaving Leon startled and chasing after her. Leon calls after her, asking why she is running away from him. He tries to bluff that he only happened to be passing by, but his confused face gives the game away. Leon admits to himself that a child's mood is incredibly hard to predict. Then it clicks. Rossweiss had already told him to take care of the baby, and Muin was not trying to hide at all. Muin bursts back in laughing, and Leon scoops her up, happy to announce that Dad caught her. Still in his arms, Muin asks whether he did not just run past her. Leon realizes she came out looking for him. Leon stares at her in surprise, wondering if he misunderstood the whole game. Muin watches Dad run off with a thoughtful little frown, quietly agreeing as she follows the two of them. A strange streak of energy slits through the bright palace corridor, setting up a very unusual day. Muin happily draws at the table, while Leon watches her with a soft, relieved smile. Our boy is enjoying the dad life a little too much already. Leon thinks seeing his daughter laugh has healed his soul, while Muin keeps humming over her picture. Then Muin casually says she escaped her mother dragon's clutches, and Leon's peaceful mood starts cracking. Muin proudly presents a family portrait and calls for Dad to look at it. Leon sees the drawing and freezes. There are clearly more people in this family than he expected. He points at the extra child and asks why there are two kids. Muin innocently answers, "It's my sister." Leon gets hit by the revelation like lightning. Surprise fatherhood now comes in a double pack. Muin explains that the girl Leon met before was not the same child. He really did miss the obvious. Leon realizes the angry child from the garden must have been his other daughter, Noah. Muin gently defends Noah, saying her sister was only upset because she saw Dad. Leon tries to process it all. He and Rossweiss have not met in 50 years, so two daughters feels impossible. He blames the dragon's strange abilities and wonders if he should ask their mother the truth. Leon heads into Rossweiss's study, where the white-haired dragon queen is quietly reading beside her small red dragon. Rossweiss looks up without much warmth. She already knows why Leon came. Leon bursts in and calls for Rossweiss's, ready to demand answers. Rossweiss simply tells him that Noah went to play with her sister. Leon presses her about hiding an older daughter. Rossweiss's calm posture says this argument will not go his way. Rossweiss smiles and tells him he should have known by now. Leon jokes that having two daughters means Rossweiss worked very hard. He is flirting while standing in a minefield. Rossweiss shuts him down, warning that someday she will write his name into the family's tree. She asks whether Leon even knows why he did not learn about Noah's existence earlier. Leon argues that she had no right to keep him from meeting his own daughter. Rolls-Royce asks if he is really so anxious to meet Noah now. Leon insists he wants a good relationship with his daughter, no matter how cold she is to him. Rolls-Royce gives him one warning: do not regret this. Leon heads straight for the kitchen, because apparently his first fatherly strategy is food. He grins at Rolls-Royce while holding a knife. It looks dramatic, but dinner is the real target. Leon starts chopping ingredients and declares he will make an open-heart meal for his eldest daughter. He cooks the stew he once made for his old team, convinced it is perfect comfort food for children. Leon tastes the stew and decides his cooking skills are still solid. The confidence is doing heavy lifting here. Muin eagerly hypes up her dad's cooking while the palace staff watch the kitchen scene unfold. The maids marvel that the prince is recovered and is cooking for his family. Nobody expected domestic Leon. Rolls-Royce rise with both girls, and the household immediately gives her a respectful welcome. Rolls-Royce tells the maids to rest, while she takes charge of the family meal. Leon brings the food to the table just as Rolls-Royce and both daughters arrive. Muin runs toward the meal, saying it smells wonderful. Leon says he made stew and steak especially for the girls. Leon looks pleased as he asks Noah how she feels about her father. Noah just gives him a chilly humph, and Leon immediately wonders why his daughter feels so different. Leon realizes Rolls-Royce expected this awkward moment and did not let him meet Noah earlier for a reason. Rolls-Royce makes it formal and asks everyone to introduce themselves. Noah introduces herself as Noah K. Melkve, Rolls-Royce's eldest daughter, and says she is 1 year and 2 months old. Dragons grow up fast, clearly. Leon introduces himself and tries to leave a good first impression with his eldest daughter. Noah stares at him with clear suspicion, wondering why this man keeps acting like he is related to her. Muin whispers that Noah should talk more so she does not embarrass Dad. But Noah is not convinced. Noah bluntly asks whether this weak-looking man is really their father. Leon takes that one straight to the chest. Noah may be tiny, but her judgment hits like a wrecking ball. Leon clutches his chest as his brand-new career as a father faces its first brutal crisis. At family dinner, Leon watches the two sisters and notices they look alike, but their personalities could not be more different. Little Noah sweetly asks her dad to cut her food, completely at ease with him. Meanwhile, Muin loudly calls him out of the table, and Leon gets hit with the emotional damage before dessert. Rolls-Royce covers her smile, clearly enjoying every second of Leon getting roasted by his daughter. Noah asks why her mother looks so happy. Rolls-Royce says seeing their father finally share a meal with the family makes her genuinely glad. Muin admits he is happy too. The Rolls-Royce looks at him like she is waiting for the punchline. Noah lights up and asks if Dad can have dinner with them every day. Muin instantly votes no. She has no intention of eating with this female dragon every day. Muin explains that she wants to study at St. Heath's Young Dragon Department Academy. Rolls-Royce says the academy is packed with dragons around 4 or 5 years old, and Muin is eager to enroll. Then one drops the real reason. She wants to defeat more dragon slayers. Leon realizes this kid takes after her father. That is not exactly the family trait he wanted passed down. Leon tries the reasonable approach and says she is still too young. Muin immediately throws the same insult right back at him. Muin sits there with arms crossed, completely unimpressed by her dad's lecture. Rolls-Royce supports Muin's plan. She says the sooner the girl learns the skills, the sooner she can handle dragon slayers. Leon asks Rolls-Royce if she cannot stop Noah from going to school, but he is already worried the younger girl will hate him for opposing it. Our boy stares ahead in dread, convinced he is losing this family argument before it even starts. Maid shuts him down again, and Leon can only mutter that he cannot take much more. Leon decides Rolls-Royce is using the dinner to mentally attack him. He is taking this domestic meal like it is a battlefield. In Leon's imagination, Rolls-Royce looms over him like an overwhelming dragon. Subtle family dining, apparently. Leon fires back that Rolls-Royce will regret this, but she calmly shifts the discussion to Muin's entrance test. St. Heath's Academy opens in a month, and Rolls-Royce says Leon will help Muin prepare. Dinner ends with the sisters happily chatting, while Noah points out that Muin's belly has gotten round. Leon calls out to Rolls-Royce as the family meal finally wraps up. Leon points at the dirty dishes. They have not been cleaned yet, and he is clearly not planning to let that slide. Rolls-Royce suggests letting the servants handle it, but Leon has another idea. Leon says a couple cleaning up after dinner is the proper way to end a family meal. He wants the harmonious family routine, even if he will not admit it. Roseweiss glances at the girls and gives a small smile. She is quietly looking forward to this. Roseweiss agrees, and Noah immediately decides she wants to help too. Noah beams with both hands raised, thrilled to join the grown-up core squad. Mewin grabs Noah and tells her to come along, leaving the little one protesting as she gets dragged away. With the girls gone, Roseweiss asks Leon when he's finally going to help with the dishes. Leon folds his arms and asks Roseweiss if she has forgotten what he told her 2 years ago. Roseweiss looks startled as Leon reminds her that she should never be left alone with a highly trained dragon slayer. Roseweiss backs away and demands to know what Leon thinks he is doing. Leon says he used to be exhausted after long travel, so Roseweiss could toy with him. Now, he says, things are different. Roseweiss tries to flee with a sudden dragon move, but Leon sees right through the trick. Leon catches her tail before she can get away. Leon smirks and says he never planned to run away. He planned to win. Roseweiss cries out as Leon finds the one place she absolutely did not want him grabbing. Leon asks if Her Majesty cannot do anything now, explaining that a dragon's tail is extremely sensitive. He says that one pinch leaves Roseweiss powerless. Our boy has apparently studied the dragon manual very carefully. Roseweiss stares at him in shocked embarrassment, wondering if he has finally conquered her. Leon holds Rosweiss's tail as the white-haired dragon queen struggles for breath and demands that he let go. Roseweiss glares at him with years of anger, accusing Leon of trampling her dignity and treating her like a toy. Her cheeks burn with fury as she throws out a wildly direct proposal, asking if they should switch things up tonight. Leon looks stunned, but Roseweiss steps closer with a fierce little smile. This argument is heading straight for a fade to black. Outside the room, the maids hear the commotion and immediately wonder whether the usually proud queen has lost the battle. The maids find the room suspiciously spotless, which somehow makes them even more certain the prince was involved. One maid happily hugs a pillow, while Leon watches from the doorway in total silence. He knows exactly why that bedding looks so clean. Leon pulls Roseweiss close and warns her to stay quiet. The queen looks flustered, furious, and very aware that the maids are outside. The door shuts, and the room falls quiet as Roseweiss realizes this private fight might not stay private. Leon cups Rosweiss's face and tells his dear wife that it is time to get started. Her glare says she refuses to give him the satisfaction. They trade stubborn little humps, both blushing hard and both pretending they are completely in control. 3 days later, the castle gets a new crisis. Dad has not woken up, and the girls wonder if he is dead. Leon lies unconscious in bed while the 2 little girls hover over him, waiting for any sign their dad is still alive. The purple-dressed girl solves the mystery by pinching Leon's cheek hard enough to make him yelp. Subtle medical care is not her specialty. She stands on Leon's face and insists he is not dead yet, sounding less worried than personally offended by his nap. Leon finally opens his eyes, and the blue-dressed girl lights up with a joyful shout. The girls celebrate that Dad is awake again, while Leon sits up in confusion and tries to remember when he fainted. Roseweiss appears beside the bed in a calmer white outfit and politely asks whether Leon needs help recalling what happened. Leon remembers that the Dragon Queen's strength hit him far harder than expected, and his face says the lesson was unforgettable. As Leon stares at Roseweiss, he privately admits that this female dragon is brutally strong. The man is conducting dangerous research from his own bed. Roseweiss stands in the sunlight looking almost unreal, and Leon realizes she's clearly far more than an ordinary woman. The girls notice Leon stop moving and bluntly explain that he is just stunned by their mother's beauty. Roseweiss pauses at a vanity and spots a pale purple flower accessory, her eyes widening at the thoughtful gift. Leon gently places the flower in Rosweiss's hair and tells her it suits her perfectly. Her anger softens into shy surprise. Roseweiss smiles with genuine warmth and admits she did not expect Leon to be considerate enough to buy gifts for other women. Leon smugly says he learned flower arranging as a kid from his master's donkey. That sentence somehow only gets stranger. The blue-dressed girl asks what a donkey is, and Leon braces himself to explain the comparison. Leon says donkeys are like dragons with 2 ears and a tail, very stubborn and prone to humming when unhappy. Roseweiss instantly recognizes the insult and launches herself at Leon in a furious fit. He learns that dragon comparisons have limits. Leon doubles over after the attack, but reassures the worried girls that he is fine. His expression is less convincing than his words. Roseweiss assigns the girls a new task. learn to write their names, with Leon serving as their teacher. The girls cheer at the idea of Dad teaching them to write, and their excitement finally cuts through the household tension. One girl proudly says she can write, then grabs her sister to find a purple pen. Academic priorities are crystal clear. Frostweiss reveals that her sister will visit today and she does not want Leon appearing in front of her. Leon narrows his eyes and asks why he is not allowed to meet his own family. The mood turns sharp again immediately. Frostweiss reminds Leon that he is a male dragon married into the Silver Dragon clan and he has only recently recovered from a long illness. Leon agrees to play along with the identity Frostweiss has created if necessary, but his guarded stare shows he has his own plan. Frostweiss dismisses him with an order, and Leon silently refuses to be pushed around by a female dragon. Leon smirks and decides he will embarrass Frostweiss in front of her sister. The family visit is already doomed. Inside Silver Dragon Castle, Leon patiently teaches his two daughters how to write their names. Our boy is trying very hard to look like a responsible dad. The girls proudly copy the names on the paper, but one quickly decides her handwriting is still nowhere near Mom's level. Leon gets called out for his own messy writing, and his stunned face tells you this attack came from the smallest possible critic. When the girls ask what Dad is doing, Leon says he forgot to deliver something to their mother and jumps up to take care of it. He promises to come right back, while the older girl watches him leave with a flat, unimpressed stare. She's not buying the quick errand story. The younger daughter is cheerful because Dad seems happy, but her sister stays quiet and suspicious over the paper. The older girl silently decides he is not allowed to leave without finishing their lesson first. Tiny face, enormous authority. Outside the Silver Dragon Castle gate, a striking red-haired woman arrives, and the guards make way for her immediately. The visitor is Isha Melkve, the Red Dragon Queen. Her calm smile makes it clear she did not come for a casual tour. Isha warmly greets Frostweiss as her sister and pulls her into a close reunion. Frostweiss notices Isha looks fuller and healthier after a year apart, while Isha awkwardly denies anything has changed. Isha asks about Frostweiss's husband, because she cannot see him anywhere around the castle. Frostweiss says Leon is being difficult and cannot meet her right now, then casually mentions that the Dragon King who kidnapped her sister resembles him. Isha teases Frostweiss about marrying, having children, and becoming a far more approachable sister. Frostweiss looks one joke away from evaporating. Frostweiss insists marriage and children have not made her soft, and she is definitely not going to be like this in the future. Isha smiles at her flustered sister and says she is still as tough as ever. The two women head into the garden together, happy to catch up after so long apart. Elsewhere, Leon watches them through his spyglass and recognizes Isha as Frostweiss's sister. Leon decides to test how far his dragon pattern can reach, looking far too pleased with himself. In the garden, Isha reports that the Dragon Clan has become unstable, especially after the Red Flame Dragon King started moving again. Frostweiss reacts sharply at the name Constantine, wondering why he has appeared after being unseen for years. Isha suspects the hot-tempered dragon may be using the chaos to expand his territory. Frostweiss suddenly stiffens as something reaches her. Her eyes go wide and the political conversation is instantly forgotten. A close look at Frostweiss's eye shows she has realized exactly what Leon is doing from afar. She asks what is wrong, but Frostweiss forces herself to smile and tells her sister to continue. Frostweiss internally curses the Dragon Slayer, while Leon lounges nearby like he has absolutely no connection to the chaos. Trying to keep control, Frostweiss talks about strengthening border defenses and sending aid, but the dragon pattern keeps getting stronger. Frostweiss trembles and clutches herself, desperately trying not to show Isha how badly the pattern is affecting her. Isha notices Frostweiss's flushed face and asks if her little sister is really okay. Frostweiss blurts out that she suddenly remembered urgent business and needs to leave for a few minutes. She rushes away, leaving Isha behind. Frostweiss clearly has one very specific dragon to confront. Isha thinks at Oberon and realizes the dragon pattern must be tied to young people. She's getting very close to the answer. Leon relaxes in his room and wonders how long Frostweiss can endure his little test. Famous last thoughts, our boy. Frostweiss storms in shouting Leon's name and he snaps upright in pure surprise. She accuses him of deliberately making the dragon pattern resonate just to embarrass her in front of Isha. Leon puts on his most innocent face and asks if it is really wrong for him to want her. That one bold question knocks Frostweiss completely off balance. Her blush arrives before her comeback does. Frostweiss was wide-eyed and overwhelmed, while Leon quietly decides his tactic worked. Leon watches her retreat and smugly thinks she is scared of him now. He's enjoying this victory far too much. Weiss finally snaps back, calling him shameless and ordering him to stop filling his head with dirty thoughts. She wonders why a few words from Leon shook her so badly, while he stands behind her looking much too satisfied. Weiss threatens to let him go only if he never scares her like that again, but the threat is undermined by how flustered she still is. Leon realizes a single suggestive thought can make her blush this hard, which means the dragon pattern is much stronger than he expected. Then Leon surprises himself by admitting that seeing Weiss's face makes his heart race. Leon shakes himself out of it and tells Cosmo to stop thinking nonsense. Unfortunately, the girls are still waiting for Dad at home. Back at the study, the daughters keep practicing, with one of them wondering why their father has not returned yet. At Silver Dragon Castle, the white-haired Dragon Queen calmly announces that she is leaving today. She gives her sister a polite goodbye, but the sister is clearly worried about what may happen on the road. The sister insists they can talk next time, and the red dragon takes off in a burst of magic. The queen watches her go with a hard stare, already looking annoyed enough to start a war over it. Left behind, she fumes that the dragon slayer taught the departing dragon a lesson tonight. Inside, Leon reads a book about young dragons and suddenly wonders if that female dragon was scolding him. He finds the two little girls fast asleep together, and his expression softens as he checks on them. The girls sleep peacefully under their carrot and bunny blanket, while Leon quietly tells them not to catch a cold. Leon heads for the door, moving carefully through the dark hallway. The door suddenly slams open, and Leon freezes in pure surprise. The Dragon Queen blocks his path and asks where he thinks he is going. Leon looks instantly guilty. When Leon asks about her sister, she snaps that they still have work to do today. She grabs Leon and orders him to follow. Our boy objects, but he is getting dragged anyway. Our destination is the Queen's luxurious bedroom, which is never a reassuring sentence for Leon. Steaming basin is waiting on the floor, and Leon stares at it like he has walked into a trap. Leon asks why there is hot water, and the Queen answers with the most exhausted look imaginable. She says she is tired after walking all day and simply wants him to wash her feet. Leon can only stare back and say, "Ha!" The Queen sharply reminds him that this is punishment for what he did earlier, then proudly adds that she is a dragon. Leon accepts the order with grim resignation, telling himself he has become a foot-washing servant for a female dragon. As he starts, Leon remembers the Queen has stepped on plenty of dragon slayers before. That thought does not help. The Queen notices Leon staring and gets suspicious, her cheeks starting to color. She assumes he has some disgusting habit, looking both furious and deeply embarrassed. Leon gets to work with a grin, and the Queen immediately realizes she may have underestimated his nerve. He carefully lowers her feet into the hot water, keeping the mood awkwardly formal for about half a second. The Queen yelps that it is too hot, and knocks Leon flat with a furious kick. Leon protests from the floor that she is taking revenge on purpose. The Queen stands over him with an icy smile, clearly enjoying the sudden advantage. Leon smirks back and points out that nobody actually asked him to wash her feet. She presses a foot against him and warns that he never expected this day would come. Then she asks if he will be stepped on by a dragon, and Leon's answer is a very strained groan. Leon tells her to stop, but his blushing face betrays how confusing this humiliation has become. The Queen decides she wants to see how long Leon can endure, wearing the smug expression of someone having far too much fun. Leon tries to hold on to his pride and vows that he will not surrender to the Dragon Queen's tyranny. He catches her foot and flips the pressure back on her. Bold move considering who has the claws. Leon reveals his counterattack. He has eaten every kind of animal trotter, but never a dragon's. The Queen finally panics as Leon leans in, demanding to know what he is doing. Leon calls it tonight's snack, raw dragon claws, and the Queen's threat echoes through the castle. By the end, the Queen is screaming that Leon Cosmo is going to pay for this. The next day, one of the girls finds the adults looking suspiciously worn out. She asks why Mom did not even walk last night, while the Queen quickly claims it was nothing. The other girl notices bruises on Dad's face. Leon folds his arms and insists it is nothing too. The little girl pauses, clearly trying to solve a mystery the adults desperately want buried. Then she decides Mom must have had fun games without them, and says Mewin wants to join next time. The adults have absolutely no answer. Outside the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon and Rosways take a quiet walk through the garden, looking almost like an actual couple. Roswise walks ahead with a guarded expression, while Leon follows, and neither of them looks comfortable with how natural this setup appears. The maids spot them from afar and immediately decide the queen and prince are dating. Their gossip starts before the flowers can mind their business. One maid cannot shake the feeling that Rosways and Leon already know each other far too well. Rosways kiss silent, and Leon's weary stare shows he feels the strange tension too. Leon wonders why this fake stroll suddenly feels so real, while Roswise keeps walking just ahead of him. A quick flashback reveals Roswise asked him to walk with her because keeping up the family act is apparently part of his job now. Roswise insists that performance matters, even if Leon clearly has no idea what kind of family script he agreed to. Roswise notices Leon acting unusually cooperative and quietly wonders what he is planning. Two little girls peek from behind a tree, thrilled that Dad and Mom are finally holding hands. Muen decides she has seen enough and charges in to help her parents. Tiny Matchmaker mode is fully activated. Muen runs straight toward them while her sister watches, realizing this little plan is getting out of hand. Muen calls for Mom and Dad, and both adults turn toward her with matching surprise. The child takes both their hands and physically links them together, leaving no room for either adult to escape. Muen orders them to hold hands during their walk, and Leon looks like he's been handed a very confusing royal decree. Muen happily runs off to play with her sister, while Leon can only wonder where she learned this much relationship strategy. Her sister complains that Moyen dragged her into this again, but Moyen is far too pleased with the result to apologize. Leon stiffly accepts the handhold, while Roswise blushes and tries to act like this is completely normal. Roswise admits she is uncomfortable because Leon has been too cooperative today, but she also notes he is no longer avoiding her. Leon realizes Roswise is normally distant in public, so this small moment of closeness catches him completely off guard. Roswise points out that Muen and Noah always call her mom in front of Leon, making their little family act feel less fake by the second. Leon explains that Muen calling him dad is normal, but Roswise challenges him to let the child call her mom too. Roswise says that would make them closer than they are now, and Leon agrees with an easy smile that catches her off guard. Roswise freezes, cheeks burning, because Leon's agreement landed much harder than she expected. Leon suddenly pulls Roswise along, saying he has something that might finally help her homesickness. As they hurry across the castle grounds, Roswise asks why Leon is even home, and he tells her he has a surprise waiting. Leon brings her to the castle warehouse, a huge locked storage room hidden inside the palace. When Roswise asks what this place is, Leon casually admits he never bothered giving it a proper name. Roswise opens the massive doors, and Leon calls it a warehouse or utility room. The dragon scale level of understatement is impressive. Inside, Roswise discovers Leon's treasure trove, packed with valuables in a grand chamber. Leon digs through the stash, and says even the emerald bracelet his grandmother gave him would sell for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Roswise says there are also meaningful personal items here, not just piles of wealth. Leon explains that he never knew his parents, while he and his sister were raised by their grandmother. Roswise relates, saying she also grew up in an orphanage, before being adopted by her master and his wife. Leon gives Roswise a knowing look and asks why she really brought him here. Roswise opens another chest and says she found something that might make Leon forget his troubles. Leon recognizes the black gold armor at once, stunned to see the armor he has always wanted sitting in front of him. Roswise offers him the armor, and Leon can barely believe she's really giving it to him. Roswise smiles with a mischievous look, and that expression makes it clear this gift has a catch. She activates an enchanted dragon mark on the armor, and blue energy surges through the treasure room. The black gold armor reacts to Leon, and Roswise teases that he has finally fallen into her trap. Leon grits his teeth as the magical trap closes in, while Roswise watches from behind with a dangerous, satisfied smile. Leon touches the enchanted armor, and purple energy immediately locks around him. Our boy has stepped into a trap with both feet. The white-haired dragon woman grins as she explains the armor reacts to its wearer. She clearly enjoys watching Leon realize what that means. Leon strains against the magic, furious at the smug dragon standing over him. His glare says he knows exactly who set him up. She casually reveals the dragon pattern doubles the armor's effect. Leon's confidence just got a very expensive software update. Leon tries to push through it, but the armor is crushing his movement. He calls her a female dragon like that is somehow a devastating insult. She sends him flat onto the bed with one sharp shove. Leon is pinned and completely outmatched. Leon clenches his teeth, admitting his body will not move while hers is stronger than ever. The armor has turned his grudge match into a losing battle. The dragon woman leans in and asks if he thinks she has forgotten her grudge. Her smile makes it clear this is payback. Leon remembers how she seemed calmer lately, and now he realizes that patience was just an act. He looks trapped and deeply annoyed. She proudly asks whether her acting was convincing. The smug little smile tells you she already knows the answer. Leon protests that everything she said today was real, from meeting his parents to calling him husband. She calmly says it was all true, just not completely innocent. She asks Leon what she said before, then moves closer with a cool, deliberate stare. He is starting to understand the direction of this conversation. The dragon woman reminds him that she wondered whether she liked conquering him. Her expression is playful, but Leon knows this is not a joke. She gives herself the answer with a bright, shameless laugh. The room fills with soft light as she decides she absolutely does. She asks if her dear husband is ready. Leon has the exact face of a man who has lost every appeal. Leon can only groan as the dragon woman takes control of the moment. The recap politely fades to black here. Outside the grand estate, time passes while the private showdown continues off-screen. After a while, Leon lies exhausted and declares that it is finally over. He sounds less victorious than medically defeated. The dragon woman looks down at him with a satisfied, almost gentle expression. Leon is still catching his breath. She studies his face and says he looks more haggard than 2 years ago, though more mature too. Leon is not ready for this review. Leon snaps back that this is not the time for compliments and says he will get even someday. Even his tiny imagined self is still arguing. She agrees that Leon has grown smarter, then pauses with a teasing look. There is one more observation coming. She gently points out that Leon's health is not as good as before. Our boy immediately knows this is about to become humiliating. Leon stares in blank disbelief as her criticism finally lands. She bluntly says he is not as fit as he used to be. Leon takes emotional damage from a single sentence. The joke repeats in Leon's head until he cries out in horror. That one definitely left a mark. The next day, morning light settles over the castle, and Leon faces a fresh start after a very long night. Leon cautiously peeks through the door before coming inside. He looks like he expects another ambush. Inside, the white-haired dragon woman waits with a small black-haired girl holding a large book. She cheerfully greets Leon like nothing unusual happened. She notes that Leon did not sleep well. He looks exhausted enough to make the answer obvious. Leon blames her for it, while she smiles and claims she does not remember. That denial is delivered far too sweetly. The little girl brings the conversation back to business, saying it starts again. Leon turns toward her, suddenly alert. Leon explains that Noah's entrance exam for St. Heath Academy is coming soon, so he will start teaching her dragon knowledge today. The dragon woman says people can only show their worth in the areas meant for them. Leon listens, taking the lesson seriously. Leon flares up, insisting that yesterday was just a bad day and not proof he is weak. He is still fighting for his dignity. Leon makes his own proposal. He will help Noah prepare, but he wants something of equal value in return. She agrees to his request, but warns him not to ask for too much. Her calm expression says she is already setting the boundaries. Leon accepts the condition and says a promise is a promise, is a promise. The dragon woman is pleased by his determination. She tells him to study hard, dear, and Leon instantly recoils at the affectionate title. The little girl watches this chaos without blinking. Noah innocently asks why he quarreled with Mom. Leon freezes at the word Mom because that changes the whole conversation. Leon asks what Noah just called her, and the girl answers plainly, Mom. Noah keeps holding her book, while Leon processes the unexpected family title with wide-eyed confusion. Leon asks whether she made Noah change from her old name to the current one. Noah gives the shortest possible answer, current. Leon breaks into a released smile when he realizes they both care about him. For once, the dragon wife's teasing lands like a reward. Noah asks when they can start studying, then runs ahead with her enormous book. Leon hurries after her as the new lesson begins. Late at night in the Silver Dragon Castle study room, Noah is still buried in books while the little creature watches him work. Oh, Rasmussen finds him still awake and gently asks why he has not gone to bed. Noah admits his daughter learns fast, but she is not ready to pass the school test yet. Our boy has a plan. Organize the important lessons and keep teaching until she is ready. Roseway smiles with total confidence, saying Noah follows her. That is a very dangerous level of faith. Noah gives her a smug look and points out that he used to be a dragon-slaying prodigy. He stands up proudly, reminding her that he once earned top marks in every written and practical exam. Noah asks what champion Roswisi used to be, and her startled pause tells him this question hit a nerve. Rosweiss remembers thinking Noah was reckless, until she learned even his academics were absurdly good. With a proud little huff, she asks how he became her prisoner. Noah immediately remembers the embarrassing answer. One bad mistake led to Rosweiss teasing him for years, and now the Dragon Slayer is still getting bullied by a dragon. Rosweiss spots a plate of small golden peppers on the table and asks what they are. Noah casually says they are lime chili peppers he brought back from the kitchen to refresh himself. He takes a bite with a smile, completely unaware that Rosweiss is about to panic. Rosweiss blurts out that it is dragon chili pepper and a human absolutely should not eat it. The heat hits Noah all at once. His face turns red as the tiny pepper declares war on his entire body. Noah starts scrambling for water while Rosweiss watches the study room explode into pure spicy chaos. Rosweiss moves close and cups Noah's face, catching him completely off guard. Noah freezes, blushing hard as her cool touch starts calming the burning sensation. Rosweiss softly tells him her cool hands will make him more comfortable. Noah realizes her fingertips are icy, but surprisingly gentle and comforting. The sharp pain fades into a mild coolness, and Noah relaxes under her careful touch. Rosweiss finally lets go, and Noah thanks her with a shy little nod. Both of them stand there blushing in awkward silence. The pepper somehow turned into a romance trap. Noah tells Rosweiss to rest early and avoid spicy food, then says he can teach their daughter sign language tomorrow. As Rosweiss walks away, Noah admits to himself that he wanted her to keep touching his face. Noah snaps himself out of it, calling his own thoughts perverted. At least he knows the problem. He refocuses on recovering his strength and searches the books for something that can help. The usual remedies are useless to him. Red dragon fruit and blood work for healing, while lotus grass does not. Then Noah finds the answer in an old recipe book, dragon bone tofu. Noah lights up, convinced this recipe is exactly what he needs to help his body recover. The next day, Noah checks on his daughter's test and asks how much she scored out of 100. She quietly answers 50, but Noah sees the paper and tells her it is actually 62. His daughter goes silent, staring at the result with serious little eyes. Noah realizes she has high standards for herself. She should be carefree, but she is already grading life like a final exam. He remembers that she chose to go to school and study on her own, so he takes her efforts seriously. Noah pats her head and tells her 62 points on a first try is genuinely impressive. His daughter blushes and thanks him, still trying hard to look composed. Noah points out the mistakes, then suddenly coughs from the peppers he ate to cheer himself up last night. He apologizes, explaining that the Dragon Clan's extra spicy pepper left his throat itching. His daughter remembers that her dad had been studying late for her, even though he acted unreliable as usual. She notices his throat got better after falling asleep, and quietly decides to do something for him. The little girl places a green patterned item on the table and says it is for Noah. Noah is surprised by the gift, and she explains that her mother gave it to her. Noah smiles and asks her to thank her mother for him. Touched by the small gesture, they return to studying together, and the distance between father and daughter grows just a little smaller. In the Silver Dragon Castle kitchen, Leon has every herb the maids could find laid out before him. He looks focused, but the job is clearly bigger than a normal recipe. He remembers that dragon medicine needs rare ingredients and absurdly precise steps. Her boy is trying to cure a dragon with a kitchen full of problems. Leon wonders how anyone is supposed to refine something meant for a dragon great force. Even the potion book is acting like it knows more than he does. He grinds the herbs and refuses to rush the process. His face is calm, but he is testing every detail in his head. Leia mixes the herbs into a boiling potion, following the recipe as closely as he can. This is already far beyond tea making. A few hours later, he has failed again. Leon throws his hands up in frustration because dragon medicine refuses to play nice. He studies the instructions and realizes the last step is purification and separation. The potion has to be refined, not just mixed. The book warns that temperature control decides whether the drug works. One bad fluctuation could ruin the whole batch. Leon admits he cannot achieve that level of control manually. He needs a smarter method, not stronger wrists. Then thunder rolls outside, and Leon freezes. The storm just gave him an idea. He watches the lightning through the window, quietly connecting the storm to the potion problem. Leon repeats lightning as the plan clicks into place. His eyes are wide now, and the failure mood is gone. He recalls that lightning magic can refine alchemy materials better than ordinary heating. Suddenly, the storm looks less like weather and more like free equipment. Leon decides to use his lightning element to refine the potion. He is confident he can at least recover a little of his old power. Blue lightning crackles around the potion as Leon channels magic into the process. The mixture finally starts responding. Half an hour later, Leon holds up a tiny dark pill with a grin. Against all odds, the refining worked. Leon proudly calls the Dragon Clan medicine simple to make. That confidence lasts exactly until Moon walks in. Moon peeks over the table and asks what her dad is making. She is curious and completely unaware she has interrupted a major breakthrough. Leon hesitates, then calls it good stuff. Moon immediately locks onto the mysterious candy-sized pill. Moon reaches up toward the table, and Leon panics. He knows exactly how this looks from a child's point of view. Leon quickly says it is nothing, but Moon spots the pill in his hand anyway. Children have radar for anything adults say they cannot have. He tells her it is medicine for her mom. Moon instantly worries that her mother is sick. Leon reassures Moon that Roseways is only busy, then admits the medicine is really for himself. He is trying to get well enough to care for them. Moon points at him with total seriousness and orders her dad to take good care of her mom. Leon agrees with an awkward smile, then wonders if he can really look after Roseways once he recovers. The tiny supervisor has issued her decree. Outside, the storm keeps hammering the castle as Leon's thoughts turn serious again. Later, Leon lies in bed wondering why Dragon Great Force has been cultivated by the Dragon Clan when humans can use its elements too. His quiet pinking ends when someone enters the room. Leon jolts upright, caught completely off guard. Rosewise stands at his bedside, and Leon blurts out, "Your Majesty, why are you here?" He is suddenly much less brave than he was with the lightning. Rosewise says Moon told her Leon made medicine that tastes like chocolate. Her calm expression makes the question feel dangerously casual. Leon gives a nervous little laugh while Rosewise calls Moon a leaky little cotton ball. The kid reported his secret at record speed. Rosewise tells him not to be nervous and says she only wants to see how he made medicine in such a simple setting. Leon does not look convinced. She asks to see what he refined. Leon knows that saying no to a dragon queen is more of a suggestion than a real option. Leon jokes that she would take it by force anyway, so he hands over the pill. Rosewise accepts it with a faintly amused smile. Rosewise praises him for refining Dragon Great Force under such harsh conditions. Leon is stunned because she is not mocking him. Leon cannot believe the queen is actually complimenting him. For once, she is looking at his effort instead of laughing at it. Rosewise returns the pill and tells him to keep it, because he cannot take that medicine yet. Leon stares at her in confusion, clutching the pill. He thought this was exactly what he needed. Rosewise explains that the tonic is far too potent for a human body. Her concern is real, even if she delivers it like a warning label with legs. She firmly reminds Leon that he is human and cannot withstand its power. Her face is serious now, and the room gets quiet. Leon pushes back, saying he has defeated kings and should handle one small pill. His pride is doing the talking again. The moment he tries it, pain hits hard. Leon's confidence vanishes fast. Leon clutches his chest as Rosewise leans in, alarmed. Whatever is happening inside him is not a normal reaction. Blue energy surges around Leon as he snaps that he has barely used any of the medicine. The small pill is proving the queen right. Rosewise immediately uses healing magic while Leon doubles over on the bed. Her teasing disappears the second he is truly in danger. Leon tries to break down the pill's effects himself, refusing to give up even while the power overwhelms him. Rosewise tells him not to move as she supports him through the surge. Leon is trapped between stubborn pride and a dragon-sized dose. Lightning flares around Leon as he forces himself to endure. He calls it humanity's courage and determination because apparently subtlety has left the building. Leon suddenly blasts himself with lightning, screaming as blue energy tears through the room. Melvin freezes in shock. She cannot believe he's using lightning magic on his own body. The lightning hits hard, and Leon clutches his chest while trying to endure it. He collapses onto the bed, and Melvin rushes in, calling Leon's name in alarm. Leon is still alive. but he is unconscious. Melvin can only stare at him and mutter that he is a complete madman. Melvin decides to fetch the court physician, leaving Leon to recover in bed. Before she can leave, Leon suddenly grabs her hand. His eyes are open now. Melvin turns back startled, while Leon refuses to let go. Tears well in Melvin's eyes as she asks how Leon woke up so quickly. Leon wakes with a huge grin and immediately asks where his wife is going. The medicine has clearly done something weird. Melvin goes bright red and snaps back that she's not his wife. Leon clings to her anyway, whining that he does not want his wife to leave. He is acting like a spoiled husband already. Melvin realizes the lightning may have changed the medicine. A dragon's body should not be knocked out this easily. Even while embarrassed, Melvin notices Leon no longer looks dangerous. He just looks foolishly lovesick. Leon keeps calling for his wife until Melvin finally asks what is wrong. With a shameless smile, Leon announces that he wants a second child. Melvin is stunned speechless. That request came out of nowhere. She shuts him down immediately, reminding Leon that he has not even cared properly for their first child during the pregnancy. Melvin decides the safest move is simple. Follow his strange words for now and avoid making the situation worse. Leon starts negotiating. If they want more children, he says, she has to return with him to his hometown. Melvin agrees only after they settle down, and Leon instantly celebrates like he just won a war. Leon leans in to praise his wife, but Melvin quickly stops him from taking advantage of her. Melvin wonders when the medicine will finally wear off, while Leon keeps getting closer. Her patience runs out, and Melvin punches him. Leon walks straight into the consequences. Leon drops onto the bed, and Melvin admits she could not hold herself back. Melvin checks on him, worried despite herself. The hit was meant to cool him down, not hurt him. Leon suddenly looks uncomfortable and grips his shirt. Something is changing again. A glowing dragon pattern appears across Melvin's chest, and she demands to know why it activated now. Leon sees the mark react and reaches toward it, while Melvin becomes even more flustered. Melvin pushes him away and demands an explanation. Leon's lightning experiment has made this much worse. Leon says he feels hot all over and that his chest itches, while Melvin struggles to keep him at a distance. Melvin realizes the dragon pattern mixed with the lightning and made Leon's urge to reproduce even stronger. Leon gets distracted by Melvin's tail and declares that he likes it most. Smooth talk has never looked this medically suspicious. Melvin's tail is dragging across the bed and she demands that Leon get off her now. Melvin suddenly pauses as Leon calls her beautiful tonight. His words catch her completely off guard. Leon looks at her softly, still overwhelmed by the medicine and the dragon bond. Melvin knows his behavior is not normal, but the raw need in his voice is getting harder for her to reject. Leon asks if his wife can help him. Melvin blushes hard, caught between annoyance and concern. Melvin finally gives in, but only for tonight. That is the closest thing to permission Leon is getting. The chapter fades out on their private moment, leaving the aftermath to everyone's imagination. Morning light fills the castle, but Leon wakes up looking like he lost a fight with the mattress. He opens his eyes and finds the white-haired dragon woman right beside him. Leon's face goes from confused to instantly terrified. Leon jerks upright and demands to know why she is here, while she stays far too calm for this awkward situation. His whole body aches, and the scattered marks make his fragmented memory feel even more suspicious. When she asks if he remembers anything, Leon realizes he does not. She gives him a knowing smile and calls him a dragon slayer. Leon freezes as the clues pile up. His expression says he has just remembered enough to regret it. And it hits him all at once, and our boy completely short-circuits. That is never a comforting sign after a missing memory night. Leon panics under the sheets while flashes from the previous night race through his head. He clutches his head in horror, but she calmly asks whether he remembers begging her for one last time. Her smug little smile tells Leon the answer is yes. His dignity has already left the castle. Leon tries to plead his case, but the woman pushes the joke just long enough to make him squirm. He finally begs her to stop because he remembers everything, and she looks delighted that her medicine worked so well. Leon explains that he refined the dragon's great force medicine to repair her body and teach her a lesson. He clearly underestimated the dosage. She softly asks if he was hurt, and Leon relaxes when she reassures him that she is fine. Leon grins and says she needs to keep getting better so he can make a proper dose next time. He really should have stopped talking there. Her eyes sharpen immediately, and Leon realizes his confident little speech has backfired. She says she enjoyed his performance and wants him to keep doing this in the future. Leon looks like he wants to vanish. Then Leon spots the real consequence of all this. He is apparently in the service industry now. She gives him an easy way out, telling him to think about what he wants to make. Leon immediately remembers an unfinished family matter. Leon asks her to send someone to the Empire and check on his son and daughter-in-law. She says a silver dragon slipping in to visit someone will be no problem, and Leon visibly brightens. Leon starts to thank her, but suddenly breaks into a cough. His body is still collecting payment for last night. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Castle garden, where a much smaller problem is waiting for Dad. In the garden, Leon sits with his little black-haired daughter while she plays with colorful blocks. She asks whether Dad is sick, repeating what Mom told her after he stayed home all day. Leon gets flustered and tells her not to ask. The kid has accidentally walked straight into adult business. Leon fumes that the female dragon told such a thing to a child, while his daughter watches him with bright, innocent eyes. The girl worries that Dad might die because the medicine did not work, and Leon tries to shut down the questions before they get worse. She tearfully insists she cannot live without her dad. Leon's annoyance disappears the second he sees her fear. He reassures her that he's fine and hugs her close, admitting to himself that he's completely helpless against this little girl. Leon changes the subject fast and offers to make her a new toy. Her mood recovers instantly. He lifts a colorful cube and explains that it can be twisted and turned at will. The girl cheers for the toy, and Leon is happy to put his simple mechanical alchemy lessons to use. Watching her grin at the cube, Leon realizes he might actually enjoy looking after his baby. Then Leon suddenly looks over his shoulder, feeling a dragon's gaze pointed directly at him. His daughter notices the change and asks what is wrong, but Leon brushes it off while he keeps thinking. Leon wonders whether that gaze means someone is training nearby, while his daughter keeps playing. He decides the child will not grow up on toys alone, so he promises to make another one for her. That night, the little girl sneaks into a bedroom with a secret mission on her mind. She finds the cube and a note that reads like an invitation to solve it, then starts studying the clues around Dad's room. She says she has no interest in children's toys, then immediately gets absorbed trying to solve the cube. Sure, detective. Her little hands keep twisting the puzzle until she finally cracks it and happily thanks Dad. The solved cube joins Noah's treasure box, but the young detective is not done snooping yet. She says her sister has been acting strange lately, hiding things in bed without telling her. Detective Moen declares that she will inspect what good things her sister is hiding while she is away. Inside, she finds the cube, a cap, and papers marked Noah K. Melvey. The clues all seem connected to Dad. She tells herself her sister is good to Dad, then commands the hidden girl not to peek. The investigation is only getting started. At St. Heath Academy, dragons and humans live together, and Leon is arriving with one seriously unusual family. Their outing begins in Sky City, a gleaming place where dragons casually own the skyline. Dragons sweep overhead while the family heads down below. Normal school trip energy if your school has wings. One of the little girls gets carried through the air, thrilled while Leon reaches out like a dad already regretting everything. The girl innocently asks why her dad cannot turn into a dragon too, and Leon has absolutely no comeback ready. Leon laughs nervously and admits he forgot one tiny detail about being a dragon dad. He cannot transform. The Silver Dragon Queen watches him with a calm little smile while the girls wait for an explanation. She explains that Leon's body still is not recovered, so his dragon form is temporarily out of service. The little girl tells her dad to get well soon, and Leon promises he will try his best, despite looking embarrassed. With that settled, the family walks into town for a day of sightseeing. The girls are wide-eyed at all the dragons around them, while Leon tries to keep them from sprinting ahead. Leon is visibly shaking, and the queen notices immediately. He has clearly never had this many dragons staring at him. When she asks if he is scared, Leon insists he is excited. His face is selling a very different story. Leon suddenly brightens at the thought of earning merits, so our boy finds a goal he can actually chase. He spots merit rewards all over the streets and points them out like he has found buried treasure. The queen quietly wonders how many merits she needs to bring them all back, and Leon remains blissfully unaware. The family stops outside a photo shop, where a bell announces their arrival. The shopkeeper respectfully welcomes the Silver Dragon Queen and her family, clearly stunned by the royal customers. The girls marvel at the dragon photographs while Leon and the queen take in the cozy shot. Leon asks why the queen came in person for photos, then learns dragon royalty can command the local dragons. Leon bluntly says her status as queen seems a little low. That is one way to start a royal conversation. The queen gives him a painful little hit, then smugly reminds him that she is still taller than him. The shopkeeper says it is an honor to photograph the silver dragon queen, and the queen is genuinely pleased. The photographer says Leon needs a tailless suit because he dislikes showing his tail, which is apparently a full wardrobe crisis. The queen refuses to wear anything connected to dragon dignity, flashing back to Leon trying to cut a tail decoration. The family heads to the changing area because the girls want pretty dresses for the picture. The girls emerge in matching blue and purple dresses, beaming proudly at their new looks. Leon appears in a crisp white suit, and one little girl instantly declares that Dad is handsome. The photographer praises the suit, while Leon admits the last time he wore one was at his school graduation ceremony. One girl shyly agrees that Leon looks handsome, and his smile tells you that compliment landed perfectly. Leon crouches beside the girls and praises both of their skirts, turning the photo shoot into a proud dad moment. Then the curtain opens, and the silver dragon queen steps out in a dramatic black dress. The girls call their mom beautiful, while Leon freezes completely at the sight of her. Leon stares with his face glowing red. The man has been defeated by formal wear. When she asks what is wrong, Leon quickly says nothing, but admits the outfit really suits her. The queen says she would never wear a tail in her life, while the girls impatiently call both parents over for the photo. The photographer gathers the family, and Leon looks reluctant only because he is trying not to blush again. The parents stand side by side as the photographer tells everyone to smile for the camera. The girls pose in front, the adults stand behind them, and the family portrait finally comes together. The finished snapshots catch the sisters cuddling and the adults looking suspiciously like an actual couple. Even the photographer cannot help saying it. These two really do look like a couple. The story jumps to Leon's graduation ceremony, where admirers crowd around him asking for photos and dinner. Leon politely refuses the gift, saying he has to return to his hometown and deal with his master's donkey. As Leon walks away with hearts breaking behind him, an old man wonders if the boy got kicked in the head by that donkey. Leon gets warned that the family photo session will take hours, so the white-haired woman suggests they relax with a stroll through town first. The two little girls immediately drag everyone toward the street stalls, practically vibrating with excitement. Leon admits he has never had a normal day out shopping with them. The white-haired woman stays composed, but she clearly wants this family image to work. At a carnival stall, the girls lock onto the prizes while the old vendor waits for the inevitable spending spree. Leon and the white-haired woman both stare up as the game starts. Something about this simple outing has caught them off guard. The older girl bluntly judges her sister's aim, while the younger one silently absorbs the criticism. Sibling support is thriving. The younger girl calls Leon dad and asks about the shooting game, her eyes bright with hope. Her sister pouts that she cannot hit anything, and Leon casually tells her this game only rewards shots that actually land. Leon recognizes the toy blaster as a magically powered game. He looks intrigued, while the girls watch him like he has just found a new battlefield. The vendor offers the girls 2 bears if they clear every balloon, clearly expecting an easy sale. The vendor privately admits he set the kids up to miss, then tries to tempt Leon with the teddy bears instead. Both girls reject the offer, but Leon understands exactly what they wanted. He steps in with a confident grin. Leon buys 10 shots for the older girl's challenge, and the vendor happily takes the bait. With the toy blaster raised, Leon remembers his Dragon Slayer Academy days. His face settles into calm focus. The shots start tearing across the target board, and those balloons are suddenly in serious trouble. The vendor realizes Leon has adjusted the gun's aim himself. His smug little setup is falling apart in real time. The vendor recoils as Leon keeps landing shot after shot, his confidence disappearing with every pop. Leon admits he only tried the sights once before, but he is smiling now. Lucky practice has turned into a complete sweep. The girls beam at their dad, and even the white-haired woman gives him a quiet look of approval. The vendor shoves the prizes into Leon's hands and tells them to leave quickly, a truly graceful defeat. The girls thank Leon and cling to their new bears, while he softens at how happy they are. The white-haired woman watches Leon with a faint blush. She calls him goofy, but the charm is clearly working. Leon catches her staring and turns toward her. She freezes, suddenly unsure how to handle that look. One of the girls asks her mom for a teddy bear too, bringing the moment to an adorably awkward halt. The white-haired woman holds the bear in stiff silence while Leon laughs that the vendor has another 10 shots waiting. Leon jokes that they should not waste time on childish games. He says it with the smugness of a man who just won one. He says they came out to have fun, but the white-haired woman is still hugging that bear like it might betray her. Leon teases her for liking it. She denies saying that, yet her bright red face gives the whole game away. She insists bears are not edible, then quietly admits they are cute. That is about as close to surrender as she gets. As they part ways, the white-haired woman tells Leon to come to her room after dinner. Leon is left staring after her in total confusion. Night falls over the estate, and Leon heads toward her room with the kind of dread that does not come from dragons. Leon tells himself something bad is bound to happen if he enters alone. His imagination is already doing laps. He knows he will regret either choice, so our boy decides to face the danger head-on. Leon storms to the door, promising himself he's going to confront her. The door's unlocked. Leon pauses, suddenly very aware that the room beyond is quiet. Inside, Leon finds no one at first. He notices the bathroom and realizes she is still in the shower. Leon worries that he really has to face this tonight, while her silhouette remains just beyond the frosted glass. Leon tries to calm himself down, but his clenched hands and panicked eyes show he is losing that battle fast. The door opens, and Leon can only stare as she steps out and tells him he's here early. The white-haired woman appears in a robe, and Leon's brain briefly leaves the building. The recap respectfully fades to blush mode. Leon fears he is about to be squeezed dry again, but his expression shows he is mostly terrified of what she means. The girls bring over a photo they attach to a card, and Leon studies it with growing confusion. The card wishes that her silver eyes always shine for the one she loves. Leon and the white-haired woman both go completely still. The children innocently ask who is in love, and the two adults instantly insist the photo must be wrong. Sure, that is definitely the problem. The silver-haired woman casually asks Leon where he wants to do it, and our boy immediately looks like his brain has left the room. She says the location does not matter. Leon quickly votes for the balcony, because apparently embarrassment is his emergency exit. Leon tries to sound decisive, but he is blushing hard while she keeps the pressure on. Instead of going anywhere romantic, she pulls out a stack of papers. Leon's dramatic collapse was for an entrance exam study session. Leon stares up at her, flustered and confused, while she asks if he did not want that after all. She explains that they need to prepare for St. Heath Academy's entrance assessment together. Leon coughs through the surprise and finally focuses on the papers in front of him. The test judges more than academics. Their partnership, personalities, and experience will all be examined. She warns that they need matching answers if they want to avoid failing the admission test. Leon sees the questions as a boring couples game, but it is clearly a trap designed to expose how little they know about each other. They begin with easy questions. Leon knows her favorite color is silver, and she knows his is black. Their first matching answer gets dismissed as a coincidence, even though neither of them looks very convincing. She suggests they use the quiz to learn each other properly, and Leon gives a simple okay. Leon gets another answer right, and proudly declares that he knows her better. The confidence arrives before the consequences. Then the papers reveal that she knew tiny details about Leon that he never expected her to notice. Her expression turns serious as she realizes every mistake came from her own guesses. She has always struggled to understand other people, so guessing wrong feels normal to her. Leon notices she has been watching him since the score was revealed, still holding that paper like it might save her. Leon laughs gently and tells her that spending time together is normal, so they can get to know each other little by little. Leon asks her to understand him a little better, and his calm smile hits her far harder than the test did. Her heart starts pounding. She stares at him, completely caught off guard by his kindness. She snaps out of it by slamming the table and demanding that Leon write his answers correctly. Romance is postponed for paperwork. Leon admits he thought they were only studying for the entrance exam, while she is already looking forward to something much more personal. Leon learns the test has a brutal rule. Score under 80 points and they will have to repeat the assessment. That night before the entrance exam, Leon tries to leave, but she quietly tells him to come back after taking a bath. She catches Leon by the waist before he can escape, and he has no idea what she is planning. She points him toward the bathroom and insists that he freshen up before returning. Leon repeats the instruction in disbelief. A bath in his room sounds suspiciously specific. Leon gets marched off to wash up while she watches from behind, and his confusion only gets worse. Alone in the bathroom, Leon wonders why she wanted him to shower there. He is trying very hard not to jump to conclusions. He reminds himself that she has been nervous because of the exam, then decides to enjoy the bath first. Leon relaxes in hot water with a blissful grin, completely unaware that his night is about to become much less peaceful. The bathroom door opens, and Leon is stunned when the silver-haired woman steps in wrapped in a towel. She faces him with a small confident smile. This was clearly not just a study break. She admits she has felt a lot of pressure lately, and what she has been thinking about has finally come to her. Leon protests that she should not dump her pressure on him, but his panicked face says he already knows where this is going. She says sharing the pressure with him will make her feel better, and gives him a wink that leaves zero room for confusion. She reminds Leon that he lectured her about this mentality just days ago. His own advice has come back to haunt him. Leon looks overwhelmed, but she tells him he cannot run away and asks him to surrender. The two end up close in the steaming bath, and the chapter fades out on their very charged moment. Our boy Leon arrives at St. Heath Academy with Melkva and little Noah, looking ready for a very unusual school visit. Leon goes quiet as the academy looms ahead, while Melkva stays cool and composed beside him. Leon remembers Melkva yelling at him after he asked why decompression magic wore off so fast. He definitely picked a wrong moment. He awkwardly laughs it off and leads the family inside, while Melkva gives him the kind of smile that keeps a man humble. At reception, the staff confirm Noah is only 1 year and 3 months old, and everyone pauses at that tiny detail. Noah peeks over the desk with huge blue eyes, looking far too tiny for a formal academy interview. Leon asks what the problem is, already bracing himself for the answer. The receptionist explains that the academy normally takes children from age 4 to 6, then gently asks if their little princess might be too young. Nelka calmly insists Noah is brilliant for her age and deserves to be assessed on her own abilities. The staff make an exception and send the family to a 4th-floor meeting room for an assessment. Several academy officials wait in the grand room, making this feel less like preschool and more like a royal hearing. Melkva quietly asks Leon whether these 3 elders will be easy to deal with. Leon immediately knows this is a trap. He thinks he could beat all 3 in a fight, but wisely keeps that thought to himself. Barely. Melkva promises to meet them with a sword if Noah is rejected, and the officials instantly understand the parenting dynamic. Vice Principal Walter Wilson introduces himself and invites the couple to relax while the questions begin. Leon and Melkva sit shoulder to shoulder, both smiling like they have absolutely nothing suspicious to hide. Walter asks if they remember their wedding anniversary, and both parents suddenly look alarmed. That question hits a nerve. Their matching stares say this interview just became dangerous. Melkva remembers the day that changed everything, when she and Leon were still unmarried and expecting Noah. The flashback reveals the date was May 25th, the day their romance began and their family started to take shape. They insert May 25th together, both beaming as they remember the beginning of their bond. Walter notes that their marriage moved faster than normal, with a baby already involved, that is putting it politely. The next question asks whether they have discovered any bad habits in each other during their 2 years of marriage. Leon and Melkva answer at the same time, one saying yes and the other saying no. The honesty is already in trouble. Leon starts dramatically, saying he sometimes feels like he does not exist in the household. Then he praises Melkva as a capable wife who handles family affairs and keeps the home perfectly organized. Leon admits Melkva bottles up stress and rarely asks for help, so he wants to support her more. An examiner asks Melkva what she finds most attractive about her husband, and she is caught completely off guard. Blushing hard, Melkva lists Leon's good looks, focus, kindness, responsibility, and his love for children. Leon says he is not perfect, but Melkva always finds medicine to take care of him. He cannot tell if that was praise or a warning. Melkva grabs his hands in flustered embarrassment, and Leon's smug little grin vanishes instantly. The others watch the couple bicker with amused faces and quietly decide they are disgustingly loving. The vice principal explains that each parent may ask one question, and the other must answer honestly. Melkva says she has no question, because she already knows everything about Leon, smiling with quiet confidence. Leon thinks carefully, then asks whether Milkva likes the teddy bear he gave her. His simple question catches Milkva by surprise and her cheeks turn bright red. The elders wonder why he chose such a trivial question, while Leon watches her answer with a grin. Milkva softly admits that she likes the teddy bear very much, looking sweeter than she probably intended. Leon clasps his hands and declares himself fine, clearly delighted by that tiny victory. The interview ends and the Academy says the results will be sent to the Silver Dragon Castle in a few days. A few days later, a red dragon delivers the Academy letter straight to the castle. Noah excitedly announces that the dragon letter has arrived, and a whole family gathers around the table. Leon and Milkva open the letter with nervous faces as the Academy's verdict comes into view. Noah gets the answer she wanted. She passed, and she proudly cheers that her parents are awesome too. Leon thanks Milkva and says Noah deserves to be his daughter, his face full of relieved pride. Milkva laughs that Leon will have to learn patience because their family does not do grudges. The cozy celebration is officially on. At St. Heath Academy's entrance ceremony, the headmaster welcomes the freshmen and their families to the grand opening event. The hall is packed with students and proud relatives, while the academy prepares to call its top newcomer to the stage. The headmaster announces that the highest-ranked freshman will speak, and that honor goes to Noah's daughter, Muin. Little Muin lights up when she hears her mom, dad, and sister will all be watching. She is ready for her big moment. Noah, Leon, and Muin arrive together, drawing plenty of attention before they even reach the stage. Noah freezes at the announcement. His daughter got the highest score, and he clearly did not see this coming. Muin stands between her parents at the microphone, looking tiny but determined as the whole academy waits for her speech. The headmaster invites Muin to share her experience, and she looks up at her family with bright, trusting eyes. Muin proudly says her mother is a powerful dragon who encouraged her dream of becoming just as strong. She also thanks her big sister One, who has always been there for her. This family is laying it on thick, and the crowd loves it. Noah waits for his turn in the praise parade, wearing the exact face of a dad who has been left off the group chat. Then Muin finally thanks her father. She explains that he helped her study every day and stayed up late preparing exam material. Muin finishes with a sincere thank you, and Noah's expression softens as her words finally land. The headmaster praises Noah's parenting and casually asks why he cannot give Muin a kiss like a proper loving father. Noah panics. He remembers Muin refusing to kiss him in public only a month ago, so he tries to dodge the whole ceremony. Muin glares at him while Noah blurts out that he can kiss her now. He has gone from awkward dad to full public negotiator. Noah opens his arms and asks for a hug instead, trying to make the moment feel less embarrassing. Muin calls his bluff and tells him to finish the kiss properly. She is not letting him escape that easily. Noah leans down, suddenly serious, and tells Muin that now she has said it. He gives his daughter a gentle kiss, and Muin stares up at him in stunned surprise. Muin's sister immediately demands a kiss too, while the maid tries to keep the excited child from charging the stage. Leon watches the chaos with a quiet, relieved look. At least nobody asked her to join this family affection contest. The headmaster praises the dragons as the model of a happy family, while Noah stands proudly beside Leon and Muin. Lion is horrified by the praise. Noah kissed their daughter in public, and now the old man is calling them a model family. Noah snaps at the headmaster for praising him so much, reminding the old dragon that he once tried to kill him. Still, Noah sees how important the ceremony is to Muin, and his expression turns protective as he stays by her side. Noah takes Leon's hand and declares that they are the happiest, most harmonious family. Leon looks like she might combust. Muin happily whispers that mom and dad are watching her together, while the spectators wonder how this family got so embarrassing. Leon remembers that just 2 years ago, she and Noah were enemies. Now he is oddly calm, while she is the one losing her nerve. Leon gives in and kisses Noah back. The audience gets an unexpected romantic finale to the academy ceremony. Leon immediately realizes what she just did and pulls back, blushing furiously as Noah holds her steady. Leon tries to end the madness, but the crowd loudly demands another kiss. Public events are dangerous when the audience gets invested. Noah admits the kiss actually relieves stress, which only makes Leon glare harder. He is enjoying this far too much. Leon clenches her fist in rage, ready to pin Noah down as they were not standing in front of half the academy. The headmaster finally thanks the crowd and closes the ceremony, letting the dragon family leave before Leon explodes. As the next student is called, the family slips away from the stage and leaves the ceremony behind. Outside, the maid says they will pick Muon up next weekend. Muon quietly agrees, still soaking in the day. Muon hugs her sister goodbye and says she will miss her. The two girls cling to each other with matching sad little faces. Noah gives Muon practical advice about food, health, and asking for help, then admits he is not treating her like a little kid anymore. He says Leon made him rehearse that speech because she was too embarrassed to say it herself. Leon's glare says he may not survive the ride home. Noah tells Muon to fight back if classmates bully her, promising that her dad will support her no matter what. Muon asks if Noah did this kind of thing in school too, and he answers with a grin that every fight made him stronger. Noah boasts that his father would beat him up over something small, but Muon takes the lesson very seriously. Muon promises she will remember it, clenching her tiny fists with the confidence of someone ready to handle academy life. Inside the Silver Dragon Castle study, the white-haired queen studies a forbidden blood curse, calm but clearly intrigued by its strange potential. She decides the curse might be useful if she can turn it into something good. That is a very dangerous kind of optimism. Her trusted maid Shirley arrives, and the queen immediately asks whether the missing couple has returned. Shirley drops to one knee, serious and apologetic as she gives her report. There is still no trace of Tiger Lawrence or his wife, and their disappearance is starting to look deliberate. The queen repeats the word missing, her suspicion rising as Shirley explains that every lead was cleanly erased. Even Leon thought the man was only an ordinary farmer, but the queen knows he was never that simple. She tells Shirley to keep investigating and report back the second anything changes. Later, Leon is outside at sunset, swinging a wooden branch with all the determination of a man trying to defeat the air. He proudly tells the little girl to swing harder while she watches him like she is about to copy every bad habit he has. She charges in with a tiny practice sword and gives the lesson everything she has. Leon is caught completely off guard by her enthusiasm. A familiar figure approaches from behind, and the training pair both notice the queen has come to watch. The little girl lights up and calls out for her mom, while the queen stands there with a soft, pleased smile. Leon recognizes that the queen is back from her rounds, and the mood instantly shifts from training to family time. She hugs the excited child and asks whether she listened to her dad today. Leon gets promoted to dad duty without a meeting. The queen says dinner is coming soon and tells the girl to change first, but the child only hears one important word: steak. Her sparkling eyes say it all. Steak has apparently become the true ruler of this household. As the child runs off singing about steak, the queen asks Leon to stay behind for a moment. Leon freezes when the queen suddenly flicks a branch toward him. He was not expecting a private spar after dinner talk. With a sly look, she challenges him to attack and says he can strike the Silver Dragon Castle Queen if he dares. Leon stares at the branch in disbelief. To him, it is just a branch, not the legendary weapon she is making it sound like. The queen reminds him that this very branch was once her weapon when she was the strongest dragon slayer around. Leon lets out a relieved breath, looking less afraid of the branch and more confused by the woman holding it. He jokes that if she wants praise, she should just ask for it. The queen is not impressed, but she is listening. She says she only wants to scare him a little, while Leon casually points out that she cannot use all her strength in her current state. Their sparring ends as the sunset settles over the training grounds, leaving the two of them alone with a much deeper conversation ahead. They sit together on a bench, and Leon asks what she really wants to talk about. Leon admits he took the initiative to write to her because he wanted her to know she was safe, and he calls her simplicity a kind of respect. He says her stern face is easier to understand than a smiling mask, and that he genuinely finds it pleasant to be around her. The queen laughs at herself, saying she has the rough mentality of a typical dragon and now lives under pressure as a top academy student. Leon had assumed the powerful queen was just a weak nerd at heart. Her offended little fool proves he may have hit a nerve. She says Noah slept better after Leon's letter, and adds that the girl has started making excuses whenever she wants to see him. The queen explains that the children used to cry and cling to her, but they calm down quickly whenever Leon appears. She wonders if the blood ties binding them all together could be the reason the children trust him so easily. Leon goes quiet at the mention of blood relations. Family is not a simple subject for him. He remembers being alone at 5 years old, wrapped up in a painful loneliness he could barely name. His master and his master's wife were not related to him by blood, but they treated the lost boy exactly like their son. For the first time, Leon understood what home meant, even though a deep sense of loss still stayed with him. Young Leon wished with all his heart that his master and his wife had truly become his parents. His master's wife gently tells him that Leon will become someone else's father one day, someone who will love and protect him. Back in the present, Leon watches the queen and children together and realizes they may already be the closest thing to family he has. He quietly accepts that they are his most cherished family members now, and the thought leaves him unusually serious. The queen notices his distant look and asks what he is daydreaming about. Her concern pulls him back to the moment. Leon quickly says it is nothing and suggests they head back, trying to hide the feelings he almost let slip. The queen suddenly lifts her leg and points out her shoes, turning the emotional moment into a very direct request. With a teasing stare, she tells Leon that since he wants to thank her, he can help put her shoes on. Leon can only blink in confusion. The queen has decided subtlety is optional tonight. The white-haired dragon woman calmly holds out her shoes, while Noah stares at them like this is somehow a battlefield. Noah protests that washing her feet was humiliating enough. Helping her put shoes on is where our boy draws the line. She gives him a sharp kick to the face, and he instantly realizes this argument is not going his way. The dragon woman glares down at him, furious that he complained about helping her with something so simple. Noah finally gives in and takes hold of her leg. Pride has officially lost his survival. She notices his hands are moving far more eagerly than his mouth was. The shoe problem is getting dangerously personal. Her face snaps from smug to furious, and Noah barely dodges the next attack. Noah tumbles away upside down as the dragon woman lunges after him, clearly done playing nice. Noah runs for it with both arms in the air, convinced that speed is his only defense. She promises he will regret that plan tonight. A few days later, the bickering pair stand outside with a small black-haired girl as something enormous approaches. A massive dragon descends from the sky, and the little girl eagerly calls for someone to come home. The creature is Dragon Leviathan, a giant dragon far larger than its transformed form. The dragon woman explains that Leviathan is not especially powerful, but serves as transportation for the dragon clan. Noah looks deeply unconvinced. Leviathan opens a beam of light and carries its passenger down, like the clan has its own very dramatic elevator. A second black-haired girl arrives in the light and happily announces that she's back. The white-haired woman welcomes Noah home as the returning girl rushes toward her sister, full of affection. Noah awkwardly starts to greet the newcomer, but she immediately thinks he is not old enough to call himself her father. They head into the academy together, and the girl warmly says she is glad her mother and father are back. Inside, the white-haired woman proudly shows academic reports. The returning daughter has topped several subjects, including magic and dragon history. The girl admits she only came second in special fitness. She is visibly disappointed, even with excellent marks everywhere else. Her younger sister jumps in to defend her, while Noah and the dragon woman praise the report as already impressive. Noah realizes he is surrounded by people who barely show emotion, so apparently he has been promoted to the family feelings department. He studies her fitness report and explains that running, pull-ups, and basic training still leave her behind other young dragons. Noah points out the good news. She won 9 of 10 combat matches and has the highest score in class. The girl remembers that Noah was top of every subject in school. He gently admits he struggled at first and improved through hard work. Noah tells her she has time to improve and says he believes she can do better. Her tense expression finally softens. The little girl suddenly asks the real question. If Dad is so powerful, who would win between him and Mom? Both adults immediately point at themselves. The children have accidentally started a household war. Noah boasts that nobody ever beat him in combat training, whether they use weapons or magic. The dragon woman fires back that she only lost because he failed to beat her in the dungeon where their daughters were captured. They get face to face and challenge each other to settle it with a fight. Neither one is backing down an inch. The children watch their parents march outside, thrilled that the argument is becoming a real duel. The sisters decide to follow and watch, their eyes practically sparkling at the thought of a master-level fight. The two girls settle in with popcorn, convinced that watching powerful adults fight is excellent combat training. One sister wonders whether Dad or Mom is stronger. The other is just happy to have front row seats. The dragon woman points out that Noah has not fully recovered yet, but he still steps forward without hesitation. Noah says he has no better chance to fight the Silver Dragon Queen. He wants to see what she can really do. Instead of attacking, she proposes a gamble. If Noah wins, she will not touch him for a month, but if he loses, he must grant one request. Noah knows she is plotting something perverted, but he decides a month of peace is worth the risk. He confidently accepts, already celebrating that month-long prize in his head. That confidence may be doing some heavy lifting. Noah points at her and formally accepts the bet, while the dragon woman watches with a very knowing smile. They square up at last, both smiling like they have been waiting for this excuse all day. The chapter closes on a dramatic vision of the family, with the wager and their coming clash hanging in the air. Out in the open, Leon watches the white-haired woman step forward while the two girls settle in with snacks. This is apparently family entertainment now. The younger girl gets so excited she fumbles her pineapple drink, and the spill can instantly steals focus from the upcoming fight. Leon and the white-haired woman both freeze at the cry for the pineapple juice, looking equally stunned by the tiny emergency. The drink is forgotten as the two adults burst into motion, turning a casual moment into a full-speed chase. Leon lunges in with a confident kick, and the white-haired woman meets him head-on without the slightest hesitation. Blue energy flares around Leon's strike, but she twists away with sharp, controlled movement. Leon grits his teeth as her long white hair whips past him. He is already realizing this will not be an easy win. She spins through the attack in a low, agile dodge, keeping her eyes locked on Leon. Her heel bites into the ground as she changes direction, setting up a brutal counter. The counter sends Leon flying, and he hits the dirt hard while she lands cleanly. That confidence took a direct hit too. The white-haired woman holds her stance, calm and ready, while dust swirls around the impact zone. Leon studies her with a serious look. He knows he cannot match her physically, so he decides to keep his distance. She smirks and calls him fast enough, then tells him to come at her. She clearly enjoys making this difficult. Purple dragon flame rolls across the ground toward Leon, forcing him to keep moving. The violent blast erupts behind him, but Leon narrowly escapes the impact. On the sidelines, the younger girl worries that Dad keeps running away. The older girl calmly explains that he is using speed to dodge and wait for an opening. The younger girl listens with wide-eyed disbelief, still convinced that close combat should settle everything. The younger girl proudly declares that her sister knows a lot, while the older girl says it is what the teacher taught them in class. The white-haired woman throws out another wave of dragon flame, smiling as she keeps Leon under pressure. Leon charges through the purple haze and insists he's not only fast, but also tough. She answers with a cool challenge, basically asking what he plans to do about it. Leon sprints through another wall of flame as the attack closes in from both sides. The dragon flame crashes down in a huge purple explosion, swallowing the space where Leon was running. Leon slides out of the smoke at the last second and taunts her for being too slow. Blue lightning suddenly races over Leon's body as he shifts from pure dodging into a real counterattack. The white-haired woman is visibly caught off guard. Thunder magic is strengthening Leon's body, and the boost is far beyond what she expected. Leon storms forward in crackling blue energy and complains that she stole his 1-month vacation. He has clearly been saving that grievance. His lightning-charged punches finally reach her, driving her back with a rapid chain of heavy hits. She admits his magic is not fully formed yet, but even this incomplete thunder boost is absurdly strong. Still, she tells herself to finish the fight. Leon spots his opening and lunges in, his expression shifting from strain to a confident grin. She stumbles as Leon slips past her guard. For the first time, her composure cracks with a frustrated groan. Leon raises his electrified fist and declares victory, looking far too pleased with himself. He closes in while she reaches toward him, and the momentum suddenly turns into a much more personal collision. Instead of another strike, Leon catches her hand. The fight pauses as both of them are left staring at each other. They end up close enough for an awkwardly charged moment, and both look embarrassed by how suddenly the sparring changed tone. The white-haired woman blushes as Leon holds her close. For a second, neither of them seemed interested in continuing the match. She softly says Leon's name, and the two share a flustered look that says, "This spar has gone completely off script." Leon suddenly says dragon flame, and the romantic tension gets replaced by a suspicious purple glow. A flame pops onto Leon's chest, and he yells that he is on fire. The white-haired woman looks almost offended by his reaction. She calmly tells him it is not very hot, while Leon stares back in stunned disbelief. The girls run over and ask who won. The older girl points out that the battle is not over yet, while the younger one wants the answer immediately. Leon admits he was careless at the end and lost this round. He also admits she is very strong even without armor or weapons. Leon insists that with all his strength he could definitely defeat her next time. She reminds him that a loss means he still owes her a bet. Leon suddenly remembers the bet, and the realization hits him so hard he coughs up blood. That is one way to lose twice. The younger girl asks if Dad is dead, but the white-haired woman reassures her that he only exhausted himself by overusing magic and will recover soon. In the Silver Dragon Castle nursery, Leon gives the twins some serious big brother advice. He looks worried, especially about Noah growing up without a mother around. Leon rubs his forehead as he imagines the chaos ahead. Our boy is already bracing for parenthood, and he is not even the parent. Myun stares him down and asks whether he wants them to sleep in their mother's room for one night. The little kid has the confidence of a courtroom lawyer. Leon tries to explain that beheading is quicker than torture, which is somehow his version of a bedtime lesson. Myun immediately decides that means Dad wants to eat people. Leon's face says he has lost control of the entire conversation. She cites a book about female mantises eating their mates, then cheerfully asks why Leon is unhappy. He looks like he regrets literacy. Leon tells the twins to stop saying terrifying things, but Roseweiss is already nearby and amused by the mess. Roseweiss gently sends the children to bed, saying she and Leon have adult matters to discuss. The twins wisely decide not to ask too many questions. The twins keep whispering about life's biggest mysteries, from the universe to the human body. Roseweiss was pleased that bedtime has become an education seminar. Roseweiss finally pulls Leon away from the interrogation, but he protests that he still has important last words. He is dramatically overmatched. As the lights go out, the twins wonder what their parents are planning. Then they shrug and let the adults be adults. In a queen's bedroom, Roseweiss has wine waiting. Leon is clearly suspicious before the first glass even moves. Roseweiss offers him a drink, and Leon answers with a flat no. Her expression hardens at that instant. Roseweiss' voice reminds him that he promised to satisfy her request after losing a bet. She looks calm, but this is very clearly not a casual invitation. Leon says he does not feel like drinking. Sweat on his face makes it obvious he knows exactly where this is going. Roseweiss says she will not let him leave tonight and hopes he can win. That last part lands like a dare, not encouragement. Leon asks what she means. While Roseweiss promises a prize if he wins, he is trying to find the trap before it closes. Roseweiss smiles like she is about to have fun. Leon folds his arms and tells her to just admit defeat instead. Leon stands firm, but Roseweiss has already chosen a different way to play the game. She tips the wine across herself instead of into his glass. Leon's confidence evaporates faster than the drink. Roseweiss says the thing she likes most is making him admit defeat after he loses. She is enjoying every second of his discomfort. With wine staining her clothes, Roseweiss flashes a provocative smile. The challenge has stopped being subtle if it ever was. Leon panics and asks what she is doing. Roseweiss simply tells him to drink it up, and our boy is visibly losing the argument. Roseweiss keeps smiling, completely in control. Leon cannot look away even though every instinct tells him this is a bad idea. Leon realizes Roseweiss' scent mixed with the wine is too much to resist. His restraint is hanging by a thread. He gives in, and Roseweiss watches with a startled breath. The room suddenly gets much more dangerous. Leon moves in close, while Roseweiss holds him against her. Her smug game is getting a reaction she did not fully expect. Roseweiss blushes and asks if this is okay. Leon is dazed, but the tension between them is impossible to miss. Leon looks overwhelmed as Roseweiss leans in. The bet has turned into a very personal power struggle. Roseweiss murmurs that is not enough, her eyes bright with mischief. Leon has absolutely no comeback left. She tells Leon to open his mouth, and he obeys in a daze. At this point, the forbidden game has its own rules. Roseweiss smiles with blood at her lips, while Leon suddenly notices it too. His expression snaps from dazed to alarmed. Leon blurts out, "Blood," and pulls back. For 1 second, the mood breaks under a very real warning sign. Leon demands to know what Roseweiss has done. He is no longer playing along, and she knows it. Leon recognizes the feeling at last. Roseweiss has used his own forbidden technique against him. Roseweiss confirms it is the blood curse. Her calm smile makes the reveal even more unsettling. Leon's eyes flare red as the curse takes hold. The playful challenge is now a fight for control. Leon doubles over in pain and asks why. Rose wisely watches closely as the old technique floods back through him. Leon asks whether she knows the price of using that forbidden technique. His anger is real, but the curse is already clouding his thoughts. Rose explains that she altered the spell so it only affects Leon and keeps its enchanting effect. She sounds far too pleased with her workaround. Leon struggles to breathe as his body burns and his mind goes blank. He's fighting the curse with everything he has. Rose says she has always been the one forcing him, while he acted reluctant. Now she wants him to take the lead. Rose lets out a breathy groan, still wearing that confident smile. The queen has turned the whole situation into her favorite kind of gamble. Leon ends up pressed close to Rose as she calls him her delicious captive. The chapter fades out right when this cursed game gets serious. Rose watches Leon lose control, looking far too calm for someone cornering an exhausted man. She casually summons a glowing magic mirror, as if this awkward moment needs evidence. Rose explains that the mirror can record a short stretch of time, then demands Leon say what he wants. Leon is red-faced and cornered, but he finally blurts out that he wants to kiss her. Rose immediately rejects that answer. Apparently the exam had a very specific answer key. With a sly smile, she tells Leon to repeat himself louder. Leon tries to correct himself, saying he only meant it was possible. Rose is clearly not buying that retreat. She points out how pathetic he looks, begging the enemy for a kiss. Leon has absolutely no counterattack. Leon stubbornly says he will not give her a kiss, even while his expression gives away every bit of panic. For a second, Leon freezes, and Rose suddenly looks genuinely surprised. Rose calls him by name in shock, as Leon moves before either of them can think it through. Leon flips the situation and pins her down, finally taking the initiative. Rose teases that impatience does not suit him, but her flushed smile says she's enjoying this. Leon admits what he really wants, a kiss and a hug. He goes from flustered prisoner to direct confession in one breath. The tension finally turns tender, and Rose lets him close the distance. Rose grumbles that Leon never learned patience, then admits he is the one who asked for this. The argument gives way to a heated embrace, and the chapter wisely lets the curtains do the rest. Morning arrives over the castle, and the mood has changed completely from the night before. Outside, the enormous silver dragon castle stands peaceful while its residents sleep through the aftermath. Rose lies still beneath the sheets, her long white hair spilling across the bed. Leon wakes up beside her and immediately realizes last night was not a dream. He complains that he fell asleep again, which is not exactly the heroic recovery he planned. Leon blames the blood curse. It pushed him into a desperate lie, and that made him lose himself again. He calls it another shameful mistake and stares at Rose like the guilty party, who somehow got rewarded too. Rose remains asleep and completely unguarded, making Leon hesitate. He sees her defenseless expression and fights the urge to reach for her. Leon catches himself touching her face and instantly knows he has crossed a line. He jerks back, insisting he only wanted to wake her. His hands are telling a less convincing story. Leon is baffled that she did not react at all, because Rose normally notices everything. Looking closer, he realizes she was not pretending. Something is seriously wrong with her sleep. Leon tells himself to stop bothering a sleeping woman, then tries to retreat with what little dignity remains. Rose still will not wake up, and Leon wonders if the blood curse is affecting her too. The more he watches her, the more worried he becomes. This is not normal sleep. Leon remembers that the last time he cast the blood curse, he survived, but spent 2 years in a coma. That gives Leon an opening. With Rose down, he sees a chance to escape. Leon heads for supplies, calculating exactly what he needs to get out of the dragon castle. He finds a stamina recovery potion, and figures 1 full week of running could get him back to the human realm. Leon remembers the potion was missing when he woke up, so he is delighted to find it now. He laughs at his good luck, right before reality catches up with him. 2 years have passed since he left the Empire, and Leon has no idea what happened while he was gone. The potion sits within reach, a tiny bottle carrying a very big promise of freedom. Leon remembers outsiders who captured him and decides they should be cautious when he returns. Before leaving, he wants answers about the situation. Revenge is much better when you know who deserves it. Then Leon remembers the most important complication waiting outside this room. 3 dark-haired, blue-eyed girls race around the castle, and one calls for her sister to grab on. Leon sees the girls and admits he cannot abandon them now. He accepts that he may have to stay in the Silver Dragon Castle after all. His escape plan lasted about 5 minutes. Leon looks back at Rosweiss and reminds himself that he still has not taken revenge. He calls her name with a serious look, trying to hold on to his reason for being here. Rosweiss sleeps peacefully, leaving Leon caught between revenge, escape, and the family he cannot simply leave behind. The morning starts with Rosweiss still asleep in bed, while her 2 daughters anxiously ask if their mom is okay. Noah scratches his head when the girls ask what happened last night. He is already looking suspiciously guilty. The older girl explains that she and Rosweiss were chatting on the balcony, then Mom may have caught a cold wind. The maid reassures Noah that Rosweiss' condition has been checked, but he still looks concerned. She is only a little weak and otherwise fine, so Noah agrees to let the maid handle the castle while he stays close. Noah promises to take care of Rosweiss himself. The maid gives him a knowing look and leaves him to it. One daughter gently asks Mommy to get better soon, worried that she will make her angry again. The children stare at Noah with matching suspicion. They clearly think their dad knows more than he admits. The older daughter asks flat out if Noah is planning something while Mom is unconscious. That stare could interrogate a kingdom. Noah tells her she worries too much, and says he simply wants to take care of her mother. The younger girl happily accepts it and announces that she will visit Mommy again tomorrow. The girls say goodnight to Daddy and head out, leaving Noah alone with Rosweiss. Noah looks at the sleeping Rosweiss and decides to fetch a basin of water. He carefully wrings out a cloth, determined to cool her down before the fever gets worse. As Noah wipes her down, he notices how unusually weak Rosweiss looks and starts thinking about her dragon traits. Noah remembers her big tail is normally impossible to hide, so he starts wondering if a different outfit might help. Rosweiss weakly agrees that changing her clothes after being wiped down would be better. Noah opens a wardrobe and finds far too many choices. His confidence rises for exactly 1 second. He starts listing options: off-shoulder, low-cut, bow tie, black stockings. This man is treating a closet like a military briefing. Then Noah remembers the real problem: what outfit can cover Rosweiss' crucial dragon ears? He decides he can braid her long white hair to help keep those ears hidden. Noah finishes the makeover with a proud little grin, clearly pleased with himself. His final choice is a limited edition bunny girl costume. Subtle was never invited to this room. Noah looks stunned by how well the outfit suits Rosweiss, even though she is barely awake. Then a glowing dragon pattern suddenly flares across Noah's chest and his smile disappears. Noah panics. Why would the dragon pattern light up at a time like this? He remembers the Dragon Seal's humiliating rule: when one partner wants intimacy, the other person's mark reacts. Noah instantly rejects that conclusion with every ounce of strength he has. The denial is almost loud enough to wake the castle. Instead, he starts reciting a noble dragon slayer code to calm himself down and salvage his dignity. Noah regains control and tells himself it would be a shame to waste such a rare occasion. Looking at Rosweiss in the costume, Noah suddenly remembered that she once seemed to own a camera. An idea hits Noah, and he races off to find it. He finds the camera and looks way too pleased at this discovery. Noah starts snapping photos while the girls crowd around Rosweiss. Apparently this is now a family portrait session. Rosweiss gives a faint smile as Noah encourages her to smile for the camera. Noah vows to preserve these dark history photos properly, proving that husbands can be deeply unserious under pressure. Rosweiss groans and begins to stir. Noah immediately realizes his photo session may have gone too far. Noah rushes to her side, but Rosweiss stays asleep. It was only a false alarm. Relieved, Noah decides to change her back into ordinary pajamas and continue the recovery plan tomorrow. Night settles over the castle, and the strange little crisis finally seems over. The next day, the younger daughter comes running through the hall, calling for her sister. Her sister asks what happened, and the little girl is visibly upset. Her Rubik's Cube broke, so she went looking for Dad to fix it, but she cannot find him anywhere. The oldest sister takes charge and promises they will search for Noah together. The 2 girls run through the castle calling, "Daddy, where are you?" Inside the grand bedroom, the little girl searches anxiously for her daddy, while her older sister watches with a guarded, serious look. The room is empty, and the child peeks around the doorway with wide, chilled, worried eyes. She is starting to think he has really vanished. She even checks inside a huge barrel, calling for him in total disbelief. Tiny detective, zero evidence. Her sister cannot understand how he could be hiding there, but the younger girl is clearly getting scared now. The younger twin admits she cannot find her daddy anywhere and worries that he might be lost. Her older sister tries to sound calm, saying people leave sooner or later. But her stiff expression shows she does not believe her own comfort. The little girl remembers this happened before, and her sister starts putting the pieces together. Meanwhile, Miwan is already gone, launching himself away from the castle with absolutely no warning. One daughter reflects on the strange family. It looks harmonious from the outside, but she knows there are too many hidden problems. As far back as she remembers, Mian slept in their home and their mother told them he was their father. But he had once tried to run away. Their mother brought him back without explanation, and he never seemed willing to stay. Later, Miwan deliberately got close to the girls, teaching them and acting like a proper father. The kid remembers those moments clearly. Still, she wonders if any of that love was real, or if he was only lowering their guard while looking for another escape. Her conclusion is painfully practical. When too many unknowns surround someone, trusting them completely can get you used. Watching his distant back, she decides he never truly belonged with them and will abandon them one day. The younger girl breaks down, terrified that both her mommy and daddy will stop wanting her. Her oldest sister pulls her close and promises she will protect her. She is small, but she is trying very hard to get the grown-up. The sister finally settles on a plan. They should hold a proper farewell ceremony for the man who keeps disappearing. At the back mountain of Silver Dragon Castle, spring petals drift over a peaceful road, setting the stage for Muon's next move. Muon studies his map and admits the scenery is beautiful. At least the maid was honest about the view. Back at the castle, he asks the maid where Her Majesty is, then says he wants to take a walk alone. When the maid offers an escort, Muon refuses and insists he can read a map by himself. Famous last words, usually. He knows the dragon's activity range is limited. Once she wakes, she will investigate the nearby territory and give him an opening. Muon clenches his fist and reveals the walk as part of his revenge plan, not a sightseeing trip. His plan is simple and ruthless. Exploit the female dragon's weakness, make her wake up, and leave the castle unguarded. He picks a thick tree, clearly satisfied with his choice. Muon is treating a revenge operation like furniture assembly. He carefully positions a sleeping white-haired dragon against the tree, checking that her posture is just right. He explains that the loose soil will turn into a bed of flower petals when the time comes, completing his little trap. Muon looks back towards Silver Dragon Castle and approves of the view. Everything is being arranged around a very specific awakening. He marks the route on his map and adds this spot to the selection. The trap is finally ready. Muon grins and says he cannot wait for Roswell to wake up. The female dragon is about to be in trouble this time. A close-up of her eye signals that the sleeping dragon may be waking sooner than Muon expected. That night in the Silver Dragon Castle courtyard, a huge bonfire is already blazing while Muon arrives to the sound of crying. Muon stares at the lively scene in confusion as the maids gather around him with suspiciously emotional faces. A maid explains that the two princesses asked everyone to prepare a bonfire. The household has apparently gone full ceremonial. The twins sit beside the fire and call for Muon to come back for steak. Their farewell party has somehow turned into a barbecue. The older sister says the person has already left, so they should let him go, while her younger sister quietly clings to the moment. Muon assumes the girls are playing a pretend game and decides to cooperate for a little while. He has no idea how serious they are. The maids suddenly panic and beg their prince to spare them, as Muon is pulled toward the strange ceremony. Muon asks if their grandfather taught them this game, then turns toward the blazing display and realizes it is for him. He spots his own portrait surrounded by flowers and calls it handsome. The man has discovered his #1 fan. Then his expression freezes as he starts to understand why everyone is acting so strangely. The younger girl beams and wishes everyone a happy Valentine's Day, with her sister blushing beside her. The white-haired woman softly returns the Valentine's greeting, ending the chapter on an unexpectedly sweet note. The black-haired father finally returns to his daughters, smiling nervously as he asks if it is too late for a hug. The little girl is already in tears. She only has one word for him: Daddy. The other girl lights up and announces that Daddy's back, while he braces for the incoming reunion. Muon clings to him and sobs that she thought he did not want her anymore. He holds her close and insists that he could never stop wanting his daughter. Muon admits she searched the castle and could not find him, while he realizes just how badly this looked. Her downcast eyes make it clear that his disappearance hurt more than she wants to say. He lifts Mewin into his arms and tells everyone they can head home. Mewin immediately checks on the important issue. Now that Daddy is back, can she eat his tribute? Priorities are priorities. He says yes, then privately decides Mewin is definitely not as greedy as her sister. Mewin gives him a stern little warning. If he leaves by himself again, he had better tell them first. Mewin's worried face tells him she has been carrying this spear the whole time. He apologizes to Mewin for making her worry, even though he's embarrassed to say it out loud. Mewin quietly admits that this is her fault too, because she did not trust him. He answers with a simple apology, still trying to bridge the distance between them. He wonders whether the farewell ceremony made her misunderstand, and whether she had been left without any real protection. He knows children take their parents' broken promises to heart, and he blames himself for failing to make her feel safe. He admits that Mewin longs for affection, but he has never been good at taking the first step. So he decides he will prove himself as her father through what he does, not just what he promises. He pats Mewin's head and promises that he will always be with her. The next day, Mewin finds her white-haired mother awake in bed. Her mother stirs painfully, looking exhausted as she opens her eyes. Mewin rushes in, thrilled that Mommy's awake at last. Mewin cries that she worried about her mother all the time she was asleep. The mother apologizes for making Mewin worry, her face softening at the sight of her daughter. She explains that her body cannot move properly yet, and even her magic is reacting badly. She says that when she was the Dragon Queen, she could resist the blood curse, but now she needs the man who saved her. Mewin sweetly figures he probably went out to catch food for her mother. When Mewin asks how long Mommy slept, the answer is 2 whole days. The mother goes silent, then worries that he cannot have gone far and sends Mewin's thoughts straight to dinner. Right on cue, the father comes back carrying an enormous fish from the back hills. Mewin proudly calls Daddy awesome, while her mother watches him with a very different kind of suspicion. He notices she is awake and greets her like this is the most normal entrance imaginable. He explains that he only went out for fresh fish to nourish his dear wife. Smooth recovery, our boy. The mother is instantly flustered by the words, dear wife, while Mewin cheers him on. He hands Mewin the fish and asks her to take it to the kitchen, giving the adults a moment alone. Mewin accepts the mission with total confidence and races off with the giant fish. With Mewin gone, he says there is something he needs to discuss with her mother after dinner. She thinks he is about to abandon their daughter and run away while she is still unconscious. He is baffled. He says there is so much between them that he would not ruin it now. She demands to know what exactly is between them, then asks if he remembers what happened when she woke up more than a month ago. He smiles and asks if she means what he did before, as if he already knows where this conversation is going. She freezes, suddenly realizing exactly what he means. He confirms it with a shameless grin, and the room is suddenly much hotter than the fish dinner. Leon dismisses Roswell's ace as weak, but his narrowed eyes show he is enjoying every second of pushing her buttons. He throws her old defeat back in her face and asks if she ever gave him the chance to refuse. Our boy is choosing chaos with a smile. Roswell glares straight back. She warns Leon that he will regret whatever he is trying to do. Leon leans in with absolute confidence and calls this the best decision of his life. Roswell looks shocked, angry, and very much not convinced. Leon scoops her up like he has already won, while Roswell stiffens in his arms and realizes this argument is going somewhere else. With that smug grin, Leon announces that this time Roswell is his prisoner of war. Under the moonlit cherry blossoms, Leon carries the furious silver dragon away from the castle. Roswell's flesh struggles and demands to be let go, but Leon holds her steady and warns that she will fall if she keeps fighting. Roswell clenches her teeth. She knows that if her strength had fully returned, she could have smashed him into the ground. Leon brings her to the cherry blossom forest behind the hill, and Roswell immediately demands to know why she is here. Still trapped in this awkward situation, Roswell gathers herself and watches Leon with open suspicion. Leon calmly explains that while she was unconscious, he inspected the grounds and found the perfect place for her to stay. Roswell snaps that he should stop first and tell her where he is taking her. Leon points toward the distant castle and says it will be her cradle, with a whole view from here. He presses the point. Other dragons are not allowed to stand in front of her homeland. Roswell's anger turns wary. A strange glowing mark flares across Roswell's chest, and her eyes widen as the ritual reacts. Rustwise drops to her knees, breathing hard. Leon admits he is human, but says he has a powerful sense for revenge rituals. Leon moves behind her with a dangerous smile and tells Rostwise to look carefully at the castle ahead. He says her castle, pride, and dignity all come from that place, making it the perfect target for his revenge. Rostwise wusses with humiliation as Leon tells her that now he can manipulate her. She tries to look defiant, but the ritual is clearly working. Leon reminds her that she once did this to him as a defeated dragon slayer. Now the tables are turned hard. Rostwise collapses against him, breathing heavily as the revenge ritual overwhelms her resistance. She admits that she wants to resist, but her body will not cooperate. The revenge ritual is doing the talking now. Rostwise suddenly senses something strange, and Leon is thrown off when he notices a tail appearing. Leon stares in disbelief. He cannot understand how Rostwise still has enough strength to transform. Rostwise turns around with her dragon power stirring and tells Leon that, while he still has control, he should make her feel ashamed and unwilling. Her fury returns in full force as she promises even greater revenge after this. Leon looks entertained instead of scared. Leon brushes off her threat and says he lives in the present. That is a brave attitude for a man sitting next to a dragon tail. The night rolls on beneath the blossoms, and the chapter makes one thing clear. Their carnival of revenge has only begun. By morning, the action has moved to the next morning inside the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom. Leon flops onto the bed, exhausted, while Rostwise lies beside him. The forest trip apparently required a very long debrief. Leon complains that he spent all night chasing her around different places, but he notices Rostwise sleeping far too peacefully. Rostwise finally looks calm, her anger replaced by deep sleep as she rests under the blanket. Leon suddenly remembers why he came in the first place. He came for revenge, not an accidental sleepover. He tries to reassure himself that his revenge was successful, even while looking completely worn out by it. Rostwise waits with a faint, tired look, and Leon decides he should head back to his own room before she gets up. Leon starts to leave, but he remembers that he can sleep in the same bed until dawn. Before he can get away, Rostwise reaches for him. Leon freezes at the sudden pull. Rostwise shivers and softly says she is cold. In sleep, she moves closer to the nearest warm thing, which happens to be Leon. Leon tells himself not to be fooled again, but his serious expression cannot hide that he is hesitating. Her hand catches his sleeve, and Leon finally gives in to the quiet moment. Leon lies back beside Rostwise, deciding it will be warmer to stay until morning. For now, revenge can wait. Muin wakes up sleepy and confused, wondering why her mummy is not awake yet. She climbs out of bed and heads straight toward her parents, determined to investigate. The little girl reaches her white-haired mother and notices the sun is already setting. Her mother sleepily tells Muin to go play with Daddy instead. Excellent parenting, apparently. Muin pokes Leon awake, but he only asks for a little more sleep. Leon looks completely worn out, still wrapped up in the warmth of the bed. Muin puffs up in frustration because her parents are hugging each other so tightly that nobody is playing with her. One glance at the cozy couple gives Muin a very innocent explanation for why they are so affectionate. Muin stares at them and notices all the red marks covering their bodies. She studies the marks seriously, trying to figure out what could have caused them. Muin decides they must be butt bites, and she immediately knows what to do. She races off to find medicine, proudly announcing that she has found it. Muin brings back a little jar of ointment and prepares to save the day. She declares herself fully capable and promises to take care of Mummy and Daddy. Muin starts applying even more medicine to Leon, while both exhausted parents are still trapped in bed. After a while, Leon finally wakes up with a groan, having no idea what happened to him. Leon peels something wet on his face, and the answer is far worse than he expects. Both parents are now covered in bright green medicine, and Leon cannot stop laughing at the disaster. Muin proudly explains that she treated their red marks. The parents just stare in stunned silence. Muin beams because she believes she helped them remove the medicine problem. Her mother coughs awkwardly and decides some things are better left unexplained to children. Muin asks if she is awesome, and she is absolutely waiting for praise. Leon pats her head and tells her she did a great job, making Muin glow with pride. Muin promises to help next time, and her mother quickly adds one very important rule: lock the door. Later, Leon brings over a bowl of fried rice for his white-haired wife. He offers her a spoonful, and she looks startled by the sudden attention. She asks what he is doing, flustered as Leon brings the food closer. Leon says she has barely eaten for days, so he will feed her until she feels better. She tries to refuse, insisting she can eat by herself, but she's clearly rattled. After tasting it, she quietly admits that the food is not bad. Leon proudly calls it fried rice made with love. He's laying it on thick, and he knows it. She asks why he ate it for her, but Leon grins and says he is only helping her finish it. Leon explains that she was weak for days, so taking care of her and feeding her was the least he could do. His wife snaps back that he tortured her in bed after the bath. The Fleur war is officially back on. She realizes the evening did not end with dinner, and her glare says she has not forgiven him. Lion smiles innocently and calls it the loving care of a husband. His wife vows that every cheap trick he used will come back as humiliation he will never forget. She clenches her fist, furious that Leon somehow knows exactly how to torment her. Her anger erupts into a blast of power that tears into the room. She peeks at the damage in surprise as cracks spread through the wall. Then she realizes her power is finally returning. Leon calmly scrubs the mess away and quietly hopes she does not recover too fast. Bold strategy, our boy. Leon still does not realize how serious this has become, while his wife watches with a dangerous little smile. Inside the palace at night, Rosweiss is still recovering while the household quietly watches over her. Rosweiss looks fragile but composed as she insists she is recovered enough to skip the medicine. The blonde maid freezes at the bedside, clearly worried that Her Majesty is pushing herself too soon. Rosweiss calmly says she will have someone deal with it tomorrow. That sounds less like a request and more like a future problem for Leon. The maid accepts the order, though her polite smile cannot hide how uneasy she is. Rosweiss narrows her eyes over her book and warns the maid not to tell Leon she is recovering yet. The maid gives a careful little nod. She understands exactly which secret is about to explode later. Rosweiss gives a smug little humph, already looking far less helpless than she wants anyone to believe. 2 days later, Moon runs up to Leon with a brand new request. She wants to learn the sparkly magic she saw at the training ground. Leon has to ask what sparkly magic even means, and Moon explains it with the confidence of a tiny commander. Leon realizes she means academy magic. He looks surprised, but he is already considering it. Moon admits she does not want to be left behind by her sister. Her determined little face makes the request hard to refuse. Leon smiles and asks if she wants to learn. Moon gives him an eager little yes. Leon thinks having 2 children may lead to competition, but he can see Moon genuinely admires her sister. He agrees to teach her simple magic first, and Moon instantly treats it like the greatest day of her life. After a while, Moon is pouting hard. The magic lesson is apparently not giving her the instant fireworks package. Leon is stunned when Moon succeeds after only a few tries. Her magical power is far beyond what he expected. Watching her focus, Leon wonders if Moon might be a genius who can awaken her original power. Moon innocently points out that Leon is hungry and has no strength left. She is learning fast, including the art of distraction. Leon laughs and calls it a day, promising food instead. Moon looks completely pleased with this revised training plan. Moon cheers that Daddy's the best as she trails behind him, full of energy after nearly draining her teacher. Back in Rosweiss's room, the maid brings the item Her Majesty asked her to find. Rosweiss tells her to put it aside. Leon bursts in calling for his wife, unaware that Rosweiss has been preparing something special for him. Leon starts talking about how Rosweiss should rest before he can torture her again. He is walking into this one with both eyes closed. Trying to be helpful, Leon offers her a massage as she feels uncomfortable. Rosweiss lets him keep talking. Rosweiss smiles coldly and asks why the Empire's strongest dragon slayer only visited for 2 days. The teasing has officially become a trap. Leon grins and calls her dragoness, still convinced he is the one in control here. He admits he wanted her to rest because she looked exhausted. Rosweiss is touched, but she has a very different response planned. Rosweiss makes her move, and Leon quickly realizes this is not a quiet bedside conversation anymore. Leon tries to joke that her body must be just as tough as her mouth. Rosweiss answers with a look that promises consequences. Rosweiss says she has never regretted it, while Leon suddenly finds himself in a very exposed position. Leon finally understands something is wrong, but the realization arrives several seconds too late. His shocked scream says it all. Rosweiss has turned the tables with zero mercy. Leon flails as Rosweiss sends him crashing back. The Dragon Slayer is having a deeply undignified afternoon. Rosweiss looks down at him with a satisfied hump. Revenge has excellent posture, apparently. Leon stares in disbelief as he realizes Rose Weiss has fully recovered her strength. Rose Weiss tells her captive to be quiet. The smug smile confirms she planned every second of this. Leon spots the cost and a strange tool waiting nearby, and his face goes from confused to horrified. He tries to pull away, but the cuffs snap around his wrists before he can escape. Leon ends up restrained on the floor, panicking as the whole situation sinks in. Rose Weiss tells him not to think about struggling. Her calm expression makes that warning much more alarming. Blindfolded and sweating, Leon asks if she is trying to force a confession. He is still looking for a logical explanation. Then comes the real twist. Leon braided Rose Weiss's hair while she was asleep, and she secretly kept the braid. Rose Weiss wakes beside Leon and asks what he is doing. The prank suddenly gives way to a softer little moment. Leon holds up a mirror and laughs about changing hairstyles once in a while. He is very proud of his handiwork. Rose Weiss studies the braid, admits it is not bad, and quietly decides to keep it. Rose Weiss casually teases Noah about their old anti-interrogation training, and our boy immediately looks like he knows exactly where this is going. She brings out a glowing memory orb, ready to replay one extremely embarrassing moment from their past. Noah panics as the memory starts, begging her not to show it. That is never a promising opening. Rose Weiss smirks at his reaction and asks who could possibly be begging her like this. The replay reduces Noah to a flustered mess, and he can barely get the words out. He insists he could not have said anything that ridiculous, even while the glowing orb keeps exposing him. Rose Weiss leans in and asks if she should show him even more closely. Noah has no escape route here. The old Noah blurts out that he wants to kiss her and become one with her, then instantly remembers every humiliating detail. Rose Weiss holds the memory orb with a pleased little laugh, clearly enjoying how hard he is squirming. She reminds Noah that he remembers it now and tells him to repeat what he said back then. Rose Weiss keeps pressing the point, teasing that he said it several times. She came prepared with receipts. When Noah still hesitates, she says she can review the memory for him. He knows that offer is a trap. The memory display flashes brightly, and Noah is left groaning from the damage to his dignity. Later that night, Noah lies awake feeling completely hollowed out after Rose Weiss's merciless reminder. Rose Weiss reads a letter by moonlight, while Noah notices something is wrong. The academy has summoned them for tomorrow, and Noah immediately asks what happened. Rose Weiss reveals that their daughter was in a fight with someone. Noah bolts upright in alarm. The playful mood disappears the second their daughter's involved. The next day, they arrive at the academy's vice president office to hear what happened. Their black-haired, blue-eyed daughter stands silently in her uniform, serious and guarded despite her small frame. 3 other young dragons wait nearby, including a red-haired horned girl who looks far more aggressive than apologetic. The vice president explains that the meeting is about the fight between their daughter and her classmates. Rose Weiss's eyes narrow the moment she hears it was 3 young dragons against her daughter. The other children recoil under Rose Weiss's furious presence. Nobody wants to be standing in front of an angry dragon mother. Noah rushes to his daughter first and asks if she is hurt. She calmly tells him she is fine. The vice president confirms the ugly part. 3 classmates had teamed up to bully Noah and Rose Weiss's daughter. Rose Weiss looks ready to explode while the 3 bullies suddenly realize whose daughter they picked on. Their daughter stays stone-faced, while Noah quietly takes her hand and reassures her with his presence. Noah gives a proud thumbs up beside his daughter, even as the adults prepare to unpack this dragon-sized mess. The vice president explains that dragons have 2 ways of reproducing: cocoon birth and live birth. Cocoon-born dragons inherit strength directly from their parents, while live-born dragons develop more like humans. He says the difference is not their future potential, but the abilities they awaken early in life. A cocoon-born child can be unusually powerful from the beginning, while a live-born dragon may mature later. That makes the vice president's point clear. Their daughter is a live-born dragon, but her strength is already extraordinary for her age. Before the explanation can settle, the door swings open and an angry red-haired man storms in. The tall red-haired dragon lord enters with his children behind him, bringing the exact energy nobody needed. His red-haired daughter cries for her father, and he immediately demands to know who beat his son. The red-haired father scoops up his kid and promises to pay every medical expense, apparently skipping straight past the facts. Rose Weiss whispers that he belongs to the Red Flame Dragon Clan, a powerful group that is difficult to reason with. The red-haired lord accuses the Silver Dragon Clan of failing to discipline their child and letting her bully the others. Noah steps forward as dark dragon wings flare behind him, making it clear he is done listening to that accusation. He tells the Red Flame Lord to apologize to his daughter today, or he is not walking out of that door. The vice president slams a hand down and orders both fathers to be quiet before this meeting turns into a clan war. The vice president takes control and asks both sets of parents to patiently explain the whole story. He recounts that the other students argue with Noah and Russell was his daughter in the cafeteria, and one boy ripped her clothes. On the way back to the dormitory, 3 children blocked her path, and the confrontation turned physical. The quiet little girl raises her hand to add her side of the story, and now the room has to listen. At the academy hearing, Noah quietly explains that the red-haired boy first provoked her in the backyard and broke his arm by accident. The principal asks for more testimony, while Noah looks nervous but keeps her bright eyes fixed on the adults. The injured boy immediately retreats behind his father, suddenly very sure that Noah is terrifying. Leon watches the scene with a thoughtful stare and dryly concludes that Noah probably did something wrong. Noah stiffens in panic because getting judged by her own dad is apparently scarier than the whole hearing. Then Leon clarifies his lesson. Next time she meets a bully, she should kick the knee first. Parenting. Dragon Edition. He explains that a knee injury can end a battlefield fight fast, while Noah listens like she has just received elite combat training. Constantine explodes, accusing the vice principal of teaching his daughter to bully a child in public. Leon stands beside Noah with his arms crossed, making it clear that an apology will not solve a pattern of violent bullying. Principal Wilson calmly says the academy will decide whether Constantine's child can remain enrolled. The bruised boy admits that students reported he often bullies Wheater dragons and that Noah was deliberately provoked last night. Constantine roars that his 7-year-old son was injured, acting as if the evidence in front of him does not exist. Leon points out the obvious. This furious dad is demanding answers from a girl who is not even 8 yet. Noah gives her exact age, 11 months shy of 8, and Constantine is left sputtering at a literal child. Leon laughs and tells him to bury this embarrassing incident deep because he clearly cannot stomach the truth. Constantine calls Leon a coward and insults his whole family, finally stepping over the line. The white-haired woman moves instantly, her protective expression hardening as Constantine lunges toward Leon. Leon twists Constantine's arm and drops him with effortless force, leaving the loud Duke howling in pain. Noah's mother smiles with quiet pride and reminds everyone that Leon is fiercely protective of his children. Constantine clutches his arm and demands to know who Leon thinks he is. Constantine loudly introduces himself as the Red Dragon Clan's Duke, while Leon looks almost bored by the threat. Noah's mother coolly says this is a petty school conflict, and Constantine's family status will not help him. She says the academy will make a fair judgment, and the principal suddenly realizes exactly who he is dealing with. Principal Wilson recognizes her as the queen of the Silver Dragon Clan and calls her truly visionary. He warns Constantine that causing more trouble will only escalate the matter. The academy threatens to revoke his son's student status, and even the boy looks scared that he might lose school entirely. The injured child quietly asks his father what happens now, finally seeing that his dad's intimidation routine has failed. Constantine swallows his temper and says he accepts the academy's decision, though every muscle in his face disagrees. He promises to stay out of school matters for now, glaring at Leon and Noah's mother as he backs down. Principal Wilson rules that Noah was not at fault and acted only in self-defense. Noah receives a verbal warning for harsh language, then accepts responsibility for cleaning the classroom for a week with the other students. The 3 bullies are assigned the same cleanup duty, and the academy's final decision is officially delivered. Noah happily heads back to class while Leon and her mother watch her go. Before she leaves, Noah cheerfully repeats Leon's advice. If they bully her again, she should kick their knees first. Principal Wilson calls after Leon, and our boy turns around with the face of a man who knows a question is coming. Wilson asks whether Vice Principal Leon has anything else to add, and Leon tries to play innocent. Wilson says he has always had a suspicion, then reveals that Leon's tale has been exposed. Leon sweats through an awkward grin, realizing the principal may have discovered his true identity. Noah's mother quickly insists that her husband is only an ordinary dragon, and Leon enthusiastically agrees. Very ordinary, obviously. Wilson marvels that the 2 of them produced such a talented dragon child, completely missing the nervous cover-up. He welcomes children like Noah and teasingly asks the pair how many more children they plan to have. Wilson predicts that Noah will become strong enough to lead the Dragon Clan and defeat even more dragon slayers. Leon thanks him with an uneasy smile, grateful that the old principal's suspicion turned into praise instead. As the family leaves, Constantine watches from the hall with a sharp smile, clearly not ready to let this go. The red-haired Duke walks away looking pleased with himself, turning a law school hearing into a promise of trouble later. At the academy gate, Noah and the white-haired dragon queen are stopped by a group that clearly came looking for trouble. The queen looks irritated as the red-haired noble asks whether she has anything better to do. He claims the academy already gave him permission, then casually drops that he is here to challenge her husband. Very normal schoolgate behavior. Noah listens without flinching while the Duke says their clan settled this through duels. The red-haired Duke officially challenges Noah, and Noah's wife watches with her arms crossed, already tired of this nonsense. The queen knows refusing would let everyone call them cowards, so the pressure is on. The Duke leans in with a smug grin, sure Noah will not dare say no. Noah quietly asks if she wants the challenge, and she gives him the go-ahead. Noah's grin says it all. The Duke asked for this fight, and our boy is more than happy to deliver it. The queen tells Noah not to beat him to death, and Noah cheerfully promises not to worry her. Nearby students hear there is a dragon fight and rush over immediately. Academy gossip travels at magic speed. A black-haired little girl stares wide-eyed as the crowd announces a dragon duel. Students gather around the courtyard, eager to find out who is fighting whom. The Duke sizes Noah up and mistakes his relaxed posture for fear. That confidence is about to expire. The Duke complains that his son lost a fight, so he came to settle the score himself. He explains the rules. The Red Flame Dragon clan duels one-on-one until someone cannot continue. Noah scratches his ear and tells him to stop talking nonsense. He is ready to start. Noah raises a finger and tells the Duke to bring it on. The Duke snaps that bullying dragons has gone too far, then launches straight into an attack. Flames explode from the Duke's fist as he charges Noah across the courtyard. Noah watches the fire coming in and realizes this dragon is much weaker than the ones from the battlefield. Noah flashes 2 fingers and casually notes that there are still 2 rounds left. The Duke growls that Noah is good at dodging, but he's getting more frustrated by the second. The Duke slams down with another flaming strike and demands to know if Noah is a coward. Noah springs away from the impact zone with effortless speed, leaving the Duke smashing empty ground. The Duke unleashes a full blast of fire, determined to force Noah into taking a hit. A huge wave of flames races toward Noah, but he remains completely composed. Noah slips through the fire and closes the distance before the Duke can understand what happened. Noah smiles and says it is his turn now. The Duke barely has time to shout before Noah's kick sends him reeling. He stumbles across the courtyard, furious and shocked that Noah turned the duel around so easily. Noah follows with a clean punch, his expression calm while the Duke takes the full force of it. The Duke's face twists from the blow as Noah keeps him completely off balance. One more strike sends the red-haired noble flying across the courtyard. Noah dusts off his hands and says he did not even need magic against someone at this level. The Duke's attendants panic at the sight of their lord getting flattened. Noah turns to the terrified attendants and asks if either of them wants to try next. They immediately vote no. Noah tells them to take their lord away and stop bothering his daughter, and the men flee with remarkable enthusiasm. With the problem handled, Noah relaxes and asks his daughter when she arrived. His black-haired daughter shyly says she was passing by and saw something lovely. She offers the white-haired queen a small box, and everyone wonders what surprise is inside. Inside are homemade cookies. The little girl explains that her class only won 2nd place, but they still tasted good. The white-haired women happily encourage Leon to try the cookies too, making the little gift feel like a family celebration. Noah takes a bite and proudly declares that his daughter's cookies are definitely 1st place in his heart. His daughter blushes and softly tells him that he was very awesome today. Noah freezes for a second, stunned that she praised him directly. That tiny compliment sends Noah straight into Cloud 9. One proud dad moment, and he is finished. Noah laughs and tells his daughter that she is very powerful too. He pats her head and tells her to ask Dad if she ever wants to learn fighting techniques. The white-haired queen goes quiet, her narrowed eyes revealing that Noah's sweet dad routine has stirred up some feelings. Leon is relaxing with a book when someone quietly enters the room. Roswell arrives with medicine, calm and composed, though her sudden visit clearly catches Leon off guard. Leon looks up in surprise and asks why she is here. Roswai sits right beside him, and Leon immediately suspects she is plotting something. The man has learned caution. She simply holds out her hand, gently asking him to give it to her. Leon realizes she means his injured hand, and he tries to brush it off as a minor wound. Roswai will not let him dodge it, so Leon reluctantly offers his hand. She carefully applies medicine, and Leon hisses when it touches the sore spot. Roswai tells him not to move while she treats the injury, her hands unexpectedly gentle. Leon remembers all the wounds he has endured, then gets distracted by how carefully Roswai is tending this one. That tiny bit of tenderness sends Leon's thoughts somewhere completely unhelpful. He catches himself staring and internally panics over what he is even thinking. Roswai softly thanks him, leaving Leon blushing and totally unprepared. Leon is confused until Roswai explains that he stood up to Noah's aggressive father for her. He awkwardly says those were just things he should do, even if the two of them are still strangers in public. Leon coughs and tries to end the emotional moment before it gets any more embarrassing. Roswai smiles like she expected that stubborn answer, then mentions her sister has invited the whole family over. Leon immediately does not want to go, but Roswai calmly settles the matter. Family invitations apparently outrank Dragon Slayer courage. The scene shifts to Red Dragon territory, where a massive dragon streaks toward a glowing castle. The white dragon lands with a thunderous impact, announcing the family's arrival in spectacular style. Leon and the girls wake up beside the dragon, while a small black-haired daughter watches the huge creature with awe. Rosweiss' red-haired sister rushes over, delighted to see little Rosa and the impressive dragon form. The sister is openly obsessed with the dragon, showering it with praise like this is the world's cutest oversized pet. When Rosweiss changes back, her sister still calls her adorable and pulls her into an enthusiastic embrace. The red-haired woman squeals over her sister, while Rosweiss looks like she might need rescuing from the affection. Rosweiss introduces Leon as her husband and formally presents their daughters. Leon politely greets his sister-in-law, and the daughters shyly greet their aunt. The two little girls stand beside Rosweiss looking nervous but curious about their lively aunt. The aunt instantly figures out which child is Noah and asks for a hug. Noah's face says she has spotted danger. After a very hesitant pause, Noah gives in. The sister happily hugs both dragon girls at once, absolutely thrilled by her new nieces. She proudly declares that she can hug two little dragon girls at once, clearly treating this as a major life achievement. She thanks Leon for taking care of the children after hearing good things from little Rosa. Leon says it is not difficult because the girls are close to him, and he smiles with genuine warmth. Rosweiss is stunned that he claims the girls are closer to him, while Leon insists he will win them over. Their sister watches the bickering couple and decides they actually have a pretty good relationship. Leon and Rosweiss walk together in awkward silence, both a little flustered after the teasing. Their host sends them inside to rest after the journey, but dinner has one dangerous surprise waiting. After dinner, the family gathers in a grand sitting room. The sister pulls out a book and asks the girls if they want to see photos of their mother as a child. The girls eagerly say yes, while Rosweiss suddenly realizes exactly what book this is. Rosweiss lunges to stop her sister, demanding those childhood photos back immediately. One sharp look passes between Leon and Rosweiss as the old photo book opens. Rosweiss throws herself across the room to stop the reveal, but she's already too late. Leon grabs the book and realizes there is nothing more humiliating than your childhood photos becoming family entertainment. Then the book suddenly glows in Leon's hands, and his embarrassment turns into pure shock. A mysterious vision bursts from the pages, ending the family visit on a very unexpected cliffhanger. The twins want to see more photos of their mother, and their father happily digs into the album. He shows them a school photo. Their mother was once an energetic student representative, looking almost too perfect for the uniform. Their mother immediately goes ice cold with embarrassment, while he keeps grinning at the old picture. He has chosen danger today. She leans in and quietly threatens to make him her next target if he gets too cocky. He is sweating, but he is still hockey. He is sweating, but he is still holding the evidence. The girls are fascinated by another photo, saying their mother looked soft and comforting when she was young. They flip through baby pictures, and one daughter stares at her tiny mother with pure disbelief. The girls call the old photo beautiful, and their father eagerly lets them keep looking. Then they find a regal portrait from the day their mother inherited the title of Silver Dragon Queen. Their father admits she looked seriously cool, but she answers with one annoyed hump. That is as close as he gets to approval. The last album page is not enough for the twins. They want every photo their father has of their mother. Their mother takes the album back, but their red-haired aunt reveals the real treasure, a recording stone. The red-haired aunt smiles like she has been waiting for this moment, while their mother panics and calls for her sister. Their father knows exactly what a recording stone is, and he is suddenly very interested. The twins instantly vote yes. They want to watch their mother's old videos, and the family pressure is officially overwhelming. Their mother begs her sister not to show anything, clearly terrified of what the recording might expose. Their father joins the plea, worried there might be some shameless footage in there. He is not helping his own case. The red-haired aunt calmly holds the glowing stone while both of them brace for disaster. She agrees to let the family watch, as long as they take the children home afterward and keep the old drama private. Their mother glares and promises she will never bring him here again, while he nervously agrees to the deal. The recording stone lights up, projecting a huge blue screen across the room. Everyone gathers before the projection, and their mother recognizes the place immediately. Her eyes widen at the familiar scene, and she lunges to block his view before he can watch. She covers his eyes and orders him not to look, but the recording has already started asking young Rose about her future partner. Young Rose sits by the water, blushing as the question catches her completely off guard. After thinking hard, young Rose says her future partner must be better than her in every way. The twins listen closely as the younger version of their mother lays down a strict standard, strong, responsible, and good with children. Their father is delighted by the answer, until her rules continue with a very specific warning about not being influenced by people from another world. The red-haired aunt explains that these ideals are difficult, especially the last one, because power can make people lose themselves. Young Rose keeps talking by the moonlit water, saying she would never force someone into marriage if they did not exist. She finishes with a sweet declaration: if she ever marries, it will only be someone like this. Their father watches in stunned silence as the old recording starts sounding suspiciously familiar. He realizes young Rose just described the perfect person in his mind, then quickly pretends he is not taking it seriously. Rose snaps at him to stop saying that, but a smug grin tells everyone he absolutely believes the recording is about him. The red-haired aunt asks the question that matters most: who pursued whom first? Their father answers immediately that she chased him first, and Rose looks ready to set the whole room on fire. Rose glares with murderous embarrassment and tells him to say that again. His smile disappears fast. He backtracks, saying she pursued him first, but he did not know what love was, so he chased her back after learning. A red-haired aunt refuses to accept that version, and both of them reject it with an instant no way. The aunt points out that Rose received plenty of love letters, and the twins demand to see them too. Rose wants to burn every last letter, while their father whispers that they should keep some mysteries buried. Then the recording changes, and the family is suddenly looking at a room that does not feel like a harmless memory anymore. Rose petals drift across a lavish chamber, and the mood shifts from teasing family history to something far more intimate. The projection reveals a flower-covered bed prepared like a grand romantic ambush. Someone planned this very carefully. Rose and her husband stare at the scene in complete shock, both realizing the recording has crossed into dangerously embarrassing territory. The red-haired woman proudly unveils a guest room for the next 2 days, while the white-haired woman immediately senses a trap. She asks if there are any other rooms, but that smug smile says the answer is absolutely not. Our boy realizes he underestimated her. This is not hospitality. This is a carefully planned ambush with curtains. The red-haired woman thinks about their endangered species and decides getting these two together is practically a mission. He wants out immediately, but the red-haired schemer blocks his escape route. She calls him brother-in-law with a dark little glare, and he looks like he has just spotted a dragon-sized problem. He claims he needs to check on the girls, but she calmly says she already arranged everything for him. The two little girls are happily busy with a puzzle, completely unaware that the adults are fighting over sleeping arrangements. The red-haired woman shuts the pair into the room and tells them to rest well. Her grin is doing all the villain work here. Inside, the black-haired man and white-haired woman stand stiffly together, both clearly realizing they have no escape tonight. He watches the white-haired woman leave and admits his sister's gift feels way too sinister. The sister strolls away in full confidence, while the white-haired woman looks increasingly unsure about this whole setup. She starts searching the room in alarm, and he awkwardly explains she will understand after spending more time with his sister. Then comes the bad news. This room only has one bed and one bathtub, so somebody is apparently expected to sleep in the bath. The white-haired woman stares at him in disbelief, asking why she should be the one sleeping in a bathtub. He points out that the bath is filled with hot water to stop anyone from actually sleeping there. Even the furniture is taking sides. He tests the bed and discovers it is bizarrely elastic, like someone turned a mattress into a waterbed. The red-haired woman pops back in, delighted by his discovery, while he bounces around like he has never seen upholstery before. The white-haired woman refuses to let him enjoy the suspiciously comfortable bed alone, then bluntly says they should sleep together. He instantly suspects another scheme, but she looks serious as she presses him for an answer. She suggests they play with the toys in the closet instead. He hears that and immediately goes into full emergency mode. He rushes to stop her and she answers with an innocent little smile that makes the situation somehow worse. She decides to take a bath first and warns him not to peek. He looks offended, but also extremely embarrassed. He bolts away, insisting he will not wait around for her, then returns to the bed pretending he is only tired. Alone in the cool blue room, he tries to relax, but his expression shows his mind is nowhere near calm. Then he notices the red-haired woman has stepped out onto the balcony with a drink. Under the night sky, she stands alone by the railing, looking much quieter than her usual playful self. He asks why she came outside, and she casually says she was taking a shower and wanted some fresh air. Instead of letting him retreat, she offers him a drink with a soft, inviting smile. He accepts, looking relieved to have something simple to do with his hands for once. She pours the wine and explains this is what little Ross used to like drinking. As they share a drink, she remembers how little Ross would sometimes come here to drink alone. He says she has been a good relationship advisor, then remembers the letters she wrote after little Ross grew up. Her smile fades as he recalls that she exchanged letters with the Silver Dragon Queen, even though neither knew they were safe. Those letters reveal the Silver Dragon Queen had married the Dragon King and was carrying his child. But the sadness between the lines is impossible to miss. She wrote that he was not in good health, and that they could not spend much time together, leaving the Queen painfully alone. He realizes she had to bear a mortal enemy's child, endure pregnancy alone, and hide her fear inside letters to her sister. Then the red-haired woman casually reveals what he assumed was an irresponsible marriage was actually to a useless male dragon. He laughs nervously and asks if he really looks like that kind of dragon. He is fishing for reassurance and doing a terrible job hiding it. She gently says that after spending time with him tonight, he does not seem so bad after all. She adds that this only makes her more certain little Ross likes him, and he freezes with his wine halfway to his mouth. That one sentence hits him harder than the wine. His eyes go wide as the thought finally lands. Back inside, the white-haired woman is flushed and uncertain too, while he realizes her feelings may be far more real than he thought. Leon listens as his red-haired sister flatly insists that he has no idea what his own sister is feeling. She doubles down, saying she still has to love him right in front of her sister. Leon looks completely thrown off. Leon nervously claims they are like siblings, while she can already tell exactly where his mind is drifting. The red-haired woman remembers how badly little Rose was treated before, and her expression turns serious. She warns Leon that he cannot face the future without her. She's enjoying how much this makes him squirm. Leon promises he will protect his wife and child, asking her to leave little Rose with him. Our boy makes the vow with his hand over his heart, looking far more confident than he did a moment ago. His sister gives him a smug little warning. Leon had better mean every word of that promise. She sends Leon off to wait with little Rose and casually tells him not to worry about what happens in her room. That sentence carries danger. Leon pauses, realizes what she means, and suddenly looks like he regrets asking questions. She assures him the room is soundproof, which somehow makes the situation much worse for Leon. Leon stands there in stunned silence while the joke finally lands. His face says he wants to teleport away. He blushes hard, mutters a grateful thank you, and immediately makes his escape. Smooth recovery, Leon. Night settles over the castle as Leon heads back toward Rose's room. He quietly opens the door, careful not to wake the sleeping girl. Leon finds Rose asleep in bed and leans closer, relieved that she is resting peacefully. He quietly admits that even as enemies, Rose looks beautiful when she is asleep. His expression softens as he watches her, unaware that the quiet moment is about to get weird. A strange glow starts shining beneath Rose's blanket, and Leon notices it immediately. Leon panics when he sees the light coming from her chest and wonders if her dragon pattern has activated. He spirals into a full panic, convinced something dangerous is happening to Rose. Leon checks himself, but his own dragon pattern is unchanged. The mystery is all on Rose's side. Rose wakes up and calmly reveals the glowing object in her hands. She says hello like nothing is strange, while Leon stares at the glow under the blanket. Lion realizes she was hiding a tiny light bulb under the blanket and gets scared out of his mind for absolutely no reason. Rose proudly holds up the glowing little object, clearly pleased with her discovery. Rose asks if Leon thinks it is pretty. He is still recovering from the fake dragon emergency. Leon says no with a red face, and Rose immediately decides it is time to sleep. Rose laughs as she settles in, while Leon is stuck beside her under the blanket. The soundproof room is suddenly not the issue. Rose warns Leon not to regret attacking her in the middle of the night, though she is still clutching that glowing toy. Then something crawls into view near Rose's arm. Rose freezes as a large spider lands on her shoulder. Her confident attitude vanishes instantly. She stares at the spider in pure horror, and the screaming starts before Leon can even react. Leon jolts up, shocked by Rose's scream and trying to figure out what happened. Rose launches herself into Leon's arms, using him as an emergency shield from the spider. Rose clings to him and finally blurts out the problem. There is a spider. Leon remembers that Rose was terrified of spiders as a child. Even an evil dragon has a tiny weakness. Leon cannot help laughing when he realizes the fearsome silver dragon is scared of something this small. He tells Rose she cannot handle this alone and moves in to help, looking far too pleased with himself. Lion reaches down toward the spider, but it suddenly crawls onto his hand instead. Leon stares at the spider on his hand, and now he's the one wondering what on earth this could be. A tiny toy spider has Rosweiss completely rattled, and Leon can barely believe the terrifying dragon queen is scared of this little thing. Rosweiss snaps into battle mode and demands that the spider be destroyed, real or fake. Her pride is losing badly to 8 plastic legs. Leon immediately obeys, launching the toy away while Rosweiss watches from behind him, tense and still ready to fight. The spider goes flying out the window, and Leon calmly announces that the threat has been dealt with. Leon starts wondering if that spider might have been fake after all. Rosweiss gives him a look that says he should value his life. Trying to recover her dignity, Rosweiss quietly asks if she looked fearful and vulnerable just now. Leon offers a compromise. He will sleep on the inside, and Rosweiss can take the outside of the bed. Rosweiss agrees a little too quickly, insisting he can sleep wherever he wants. Smooth recovery, Your Majesty. Now they are lying side by side under one blanket, stiff as statues and painfully aware of each other. Leon notices Rosweiss is still scared and gently asks whether she wants to hold hands while they sleep. Rosweiss tries to play it cool, but her flushed face gives away exactly how much that offer got to her. Their hands meet under the blanket and the simple touch instantly makes the room feel much smaller. Rosweiss has no idea how to hold his hand, and Leon cannot believe the proud queen needs a tutorial. Leon patiently shows her how, guiding her fingers into his hand while both of them blush. Rosweiss finally curls her fingers around his, holding on with far more care than she wants to admit. She says it is strange that holding hands feels so awkward, then immediately panics that she might be the only one feeling it. Rosweiss talks herself through it. As the Silver Dragon Queen, she says, there is supposedly nothing embarrassing about this. Rosweiss notices Leon's hands are cold, and he matter-of-factly explains that he was born that way. Her expression softens as she remembers the scars on Leon's hands. They feel rough but strangely warm to her. Where their fingers touch, a sharp electric feeling runs through Rosweiss, and she has no idea why it affects her so much. Rosweiss goes quiet, suddenly realizing that her standards for Leon have changed. She admits her standards are basically gone after more than 100 years, and Leon asks what those standards even are now. The two finally close their eyes, still sharing the blanket and pretending this is a perfectly normal arrangement. Leon cannot sleep at all. His brain has apparently chosen this exact moment to become his worst enemy. He checks whether Rosweiss is asleep, but his fingers are going numb from staying in the same position. Leon tries to shift his hand, wondering why she is secretly holding it so tightly. Rosweiss opens her eyes and catches him moving. Her blush deepens as she realizes he was touching her. Her royal pride flares up. If a prisoner dares touch his master, Rosweiss decides she will touch him right back. Rosweiss slides closer under the blanket and announces that she's touching him too. Leon jolts wide awake, The bedtime truce has officially stopped feeling innocent. Leon tries to understand why Rosweiss keeps touching him, while she acts like this is all completely reasonable. Rosweiss admits that his touch makes her body feel strangely itchy, and neither of them knows where this is going. That strange feeling grows into a restless hunger in Rosweiss's heart, leaving her breathless and confused. She leans closer, admitting that she wants something more, though even she cannot put the feeling into words. The air between them turns electric as Rosweiss and Leon stare at each other from inches away. Neither one pulls away. Their nervous expressions soften as the tension finally becomes impossible to ignore. Leon moves in close, and the chapter wisely starts fading to black before this awkward sleepover gets any hotter. Rosweiss gives him one final condition: tonight only. Sure, that rule sounds extremely permanent. As the night reaches its cliffhanger, the image of the fearsome dragon queen reminds you that this fragile truce could explode at any time. Leon wakes beside the white-haired woman, and both of them are flushed from being far too close. He stares at her in stunned silence, clearly trying to process how they ended up here. The dragon mark is supposed to react only when its two owners skill for each other, and that makes this moment dangerously obvious. Their faces drift closer as the tension finally wins. Nobody is making a convincing case for personal space. Then a spider lands on her back and ruins the mood with spectacular timing. Her scream echoes through the castle, while someone outside assures her not to fear the dragon flame. The red-haired woman watches from outside and calmly wonders if it is time for Leon to discover her surprise. Leon pulls the frightened woman into a protective hug, and she clings to him instead of pulling away. He insists there is no other mechanism in the room, but the spider seems very committed to giving them privacy. She buries her face against Leon's chest, and he gently rests a hand on her hair. Leon notices her heart racing and realizes the scare is not the only reason she is overwhelmed. She admits she is afraid of spiders, her embarrassment making a confession even harder. Still blushing, she says she cannot do this sort of thing with Leon anymore, even as she stays right beside him. Leon holds her close and tells her not to bring up tonight again. Smooth recovery, our boy. By morning, she quietly tells herself she understands. Sunlight reaches the bedroom and she jolts awake with wide, startled eyes. She looks around the enormous bed, wondering when she even fell asleep. She scrambles up, alarmed that she slept in so late after everything that happened. Her relief does not last. She remembers the night and has no idea how she is supposed to face Leon now. The white-haired woman freezes in mortification as every awkward memory comes rushing back. She realizes this is the first time she broke her own rules and let a human see her vulnerable side. Dressed again, she decides the whole thing is too embarrassing to tell anyone. She slips out of the room trying to look composed, but her rigid posture gives away the panic. The red-haired woman catches her in the hallway and asks how her night went. The red-haired woman smiles like she already knows the answer, which is never a comforting look. She cheerfully asks whether the special toy worked, and the white-haired woman instantly looks ready to evaporate. The answer is a furious no, but the teasing only gets worse. The red-haired woman casually asks when she will give birth to another child to inherit the Red Dragon Castle. The white-haired woman drags her away toward breakfast before this conversation becomes any more dangerous. At the Red Dragon Castle dining hall, Leon sits with the little black-haired girl as the women arrive. The little girl lights up and announces that Mommy and Auntie are here. She races toward them with pure joy, completely unaware of the adults' secret awkwardness. Breakfast is served, and the little girl is focused on the only important mission, eating. The family gathers around the table, but Leon and the white-haired woman cannot quite meet each other's eyes. Leon calls the silence embarrassing, because last night nearly went a lot further than either of them expected. He remembers nearly kissing Rosweiss, and the thought alone makes him lose his appetite for normal conversation. Leon tries to reason through it, while his imagination turns the married couple into tiny angels and devils arguing over his head. He decides the bread needs butter, which is a heroic escape plan if you have run out of words. Leon reaches for the butter, determined to act normal for exactly one breakfast. Their hands touch over the table, and both of them freeze at the tiny spark between them. The accidental contact sends them both recoiling, with a startled gasp on each side. The red-haired woman proudly reveals her next surprise, a bed customized to heat up Leon and Rosweiss's hearts. She explains the hidden buttons around the bed make it lower a little whenever they are touched. She calls the mechanism the only way to bring them closer, while Rosweiss calls it completely unnecessary. At dinner, Leon gets caught between Rose and her red-haired sister, and both women are blushing hard enough to make the room feel warmer. Rose shyly tells Leon to eat first, but her sister watches with a knowing smile. This dinner has zero chance of staying normal. The red-haired sister immediately suggests they go rest together, and Rose shuts that idea down with a furious little scream. Her sister covers her mouth, clearly amused by Rose's jealousy, then changes the subject before the table explodes. Leon explains that some troublemakers attacked him before, but the Red Flame Dragon clan helped him clean up the mess. The sister praises Leon as amazing, and he looks like he would rather disappear under the table. Rose's mood hardens when she hears the clan leader still made a fuss about the incident. She's not letting that slide. Leon remembers the Red Flame Dragon clan has been expanding fast, and he warns Rose to stay careful. Rose considers the warning with a cool, thoughtful stare. If they come for her castle, they are picking a terrible target. Rose says she would not mind giving the Red Flame Dragon clan a lesson herself, and her eyes make that sound less like a joke. Outside the Red Dragon Castle gate, the visit finally comes to an end under a bright, peaceful sky. The red-haired sister hugs Rose goodbye and tells her to be safe on the way back. Before leaving, she gives Rose a parting gift and promises to visit again. Rose thanks her, still a little cautious. She spoils the two little girls with food and playtime, and the kids cling to her without a shred of hesitation. Muin happily promises to eat more, while her sister enjoys the attention just as much. Leon watches the farewell with relief as Rose's sister finally prepares to leave. Leon takes her hand for a proper goodbye, and she reminds him not to forget what he promised her. Rose quietly says she will keep her word, then watches her sister with a puzzled, guarded look. Her sister transforms and launches into the sky in a flash of purple dragon power. She waves goodbye as she flies away, leaving the castle grounds suddenly quiet. Back inside the Grand Castle, Rose heads through the halls alone, her thoughts clearly not finished with his visit. The red-haired sister chuckles to herself, finding the young dragons very interesting indeed. She casually wonders when Leon and Rose will have another baby. She's planning family updates like a menace. A huge spider suddenly crawls around the door, and the sister recoils in genuine shock. The spider lands white on her shoulder, and her eyes go wide. Even dragon royalty has a natural enemy. She grabs the spider with a forced smile and mutters that Leon is awfully eager to protect his wife. Elsewhere, Leon sneezes and realizes the sister must have found the surprise he left behind. The little girls curl up against Leon as he thinks about how different Rose and her sister are from the dragons he knew before. Leon sees a warmer truth now. After spending time together, the sisters have become close and protective of their family. Rose's sister hugs her with open affection, proving the family bond is real, even if it comes wrapped in chaos. Leon remembers she even entrusted her most precious sister to him, and he is definitely wondering what that promise really means. A mysterious figure appears and presses Leon for an answer about the promise he made when she left. Leon refuses to explain, but the stranger only laughs and keeps pushing, our boys being extremely suspicious. Leon suddenly takes off through the sky, escaping the interrogation before he says, "One word too many." Night settles over the castle, and the family story shifts into a much quieter, more dangerous kind of chaos. The Red Dragon Castle glows under the moonlight while everyone inside finally settles down for the night. The two little girls sleep peacefully together, completely unaware that the adults are about to start another argument. Rose steps into a room while Leon waits by the door, looking far too pleased with himself. Lamb casually says hey, and Rose gives him a wary look because she already knows that grin means trouble. Leon asks Rose for a live performance of what she did in a video yesterday. He is digging a hole with impressive confidence. His imagination immediately runs wild with Rose enjoying a bubbly bath, and the fantasy is embarrassingly specific. Rose explodes in outrage at being called out, her face blazing as she yells at Leon. Rose quietly tells one of the girls to follow her, and the look in her eyes says she has a plan. Behind the bathroom door, a childish song drifts out as Rose approaches to investigate. The little girl sings happily about bats, tails, and bubbles, completely innocent while the adults make it weird. The child splashes around in the bath, delighted by the bubbles and having the time of her life. Leon laughs that Rose's singing voice is beautiful, which earns him a dead-eyed stare and absolutely no mercy. Rose snaps that she has to destroy the evidence, while her sister grabs her and tries to stop the disaster. A sealed box with one stubborn bubble somehow survives the chaos. That is one tiny artifact worth defending. The chapter closes on a playful bath time image, ending this family showdown with a cheeky fade to black. Roswise catches Leon looking bored, and her calm little question already sounds like a trap. Leon gets a little too distracted, while Roswise notices every second of it. Her smile turns dangerously sweet as she reminds him that angering Roswise has consequences. Then she casually suggests finishing what they started last night, and Leon immediately realizes this conversation is above his pay grade. Our boy bolts for the door, but Roswise is not letting him escape that easily. Leon reaches the door in a panic, only to hear Roswise closing in behind him. She gives him 10 minutes to shower and come to her room, delivering the order with a smug little laugh. Leon knows Roswise has an old teacher persona she can summon when provoked, and tonight he has clearly pushed the wrong button. Outside her room, Leon calls her mouth unbelievably rude, but he is still walking straight into danger. He did not expect her to react this strongly, and now his confidence starts slipping fast. Leon decides this only proves how effective her dark past is on her. That is a bold conclusion from a man standing outside the danger zone. He gives himself a heroic speech, saying even breaking his body would be worth it if it helps him defeat the dragon. Leon steels himself and decides he can endure anything. Famous last words, honestly. Meanwhile, Roswise prepares in the shower, completely committed to what she sees as her duty. Roswise looks pleased with herself as she gets ready for Leon's lesson. Leon heads in calling for Roswise, still unaware how quickly this will get serious. 10 minutes later, a shout rings through the mansion. The lesson has officially begun. Leon lies on the bed begging Roswise not to be cruel, and his bravado is nowhere to be found. Roswise appears with glasses and a whip, fully embracing the strict teacher act. Leon calls her a convincing female dragon, but that compliment does not improve his situation. Roswise calls him presumptuous, her grin making it clear she is enjoying the role far too much. She starts the punishment while Leon yelps, and Roswise tells him he still does not understand his current position. Roswise leans over him with cool control, keeping the teacher and student game firmly on her terms. Leon admits the punishment does not exactly hurt, which makes the whole situation even more awkward for him. He finally understands the setup. Roswise is the teacher, and he is the stubborn student who needs correcting. Roswise keeps the playful act going, looking entirely confident that Leon will learn his lesson. Roswise asks whether Leon knows where he went wrong, and he realizes cooperation is his fastest way out. Leon apologizes, promising to listen and not repeat the same mistake. Roswise asks if he is ready to hand in his homework, and Leon is understandably confused by that word. He asks what homework she means, while Roswise reminds him that he said he wanted to study hard. Roswise agrees to teach him again because she is, in her own words, a reasonable teacher. Today's homework is simple, at least according to Roswise. Make her dragon marks light up. Roswise moves in close, and Leon is caught completely off guard by the new assignment. She warns that failing this homework means a much harsher punishment, while Leon protests that he never said he could not do it. Leon makes his move, and Roswise's confident little game suddenly gets much harder for her to control. Leon remembers exactly where the female dragon is sensitive after all their time together, and he finally finds his opening. Roswise loses her composure as Leon turns her own lesson back on her. The teacher is suddenly having a very difficult evening. Roswise admits Leon caught on far too quickly, even as she struggles to keep her cool. The playful battle ends in a close embrace, and the chapter wisely fades out before their homework needs any more explanation. In the bonus scene, Roswise shows off a swimsuit gifted by her sister and decides the kids should go to the beach next time. Leon asks if he can finally finish his homework, looking completely unprepared for what his teacher has in mind. The white-haired teacher smiles sweetly and says they were only doing some pre-exercises. That smile is trouble. She points out that Leon has not even received his real homework yet, while he stares at her in pure disbelief. Leon asks if this is really okay, but he already knows the answer is going to hurt. He realizes too late that the female dragon slayer was never going to let him off easily. Leon wonders if the dragon mark is why his body is reacting so badly. His mouth goes dry as the lesson keeps pushing him past his limits. Leon can barely take it anymore, and the teacher pulls him in before he can recover. The two disappear beneath the covers, and the homework session takes a very adult detour. She calls Leon a bad boy, while he gives in with a look that says he has no defense left. Leon asks if this is what his teacher wants, and the answer is clearly yes. The teacher urges him to hurry up, and Leon is officially stuck doing overtime. Her hand tightens as the scene fades out with a very satisfied laugh. After a while, Leon finally looks like he has survived the assignment. Leon sits exhausted beside her, convinced the ordeal is finally over. He tries to leave class now that the homework is done, still catching his breath. Leon suddenly freezes when he hears the teacher has more homework waiting. She calmly explains that he only completed one subject, with 6 more still to go. Leon can only stare in horror as the scale of his homework sinks in. Leon screams that his teacher is a homework maniac, while she tells him to prepare for another long night. Night falls, and the teacher looks far too refreshed after their marathon study session. By morning, she is glowing while Leon shuffles beside her with dark circles and unsteady steps. Their daughters immediately notice Dad's dark circles and ask why he stayed up all night. Leon regally explains that he finished his homework too late. One daughter innocently asks whether adults also have homework, and Mom confirms that they do. The girls pause to think, and the younger one suddenly believes she has discovered a powerful pattern. She announces that when Mommy is in a good mood, Daddy becomes very weak. The little detective doubles down on her theory, while Leon and Mom both look caught off guard. Leon praises his clever daughter, but privately decides some truths should stay buried. Leon vows that anyone who says Dad is weak again will be the first to fight him. The older daughter folds her arms, clearly unconvinced by Dad's heroic speech. Then something arrives from the sky, and the older girl watches a dragon sweep overhead. The older sister says goodbye to Mom and Moen, trying to sound brave as she leaves. Mom waves beside Moen, and the younger girl says she will miss her sister. Leon wishes the departing girl luck at school and says he will see her next weekend. The older daughter gives one quiet look back before stepping into a bright blue portal. She vanishes for school, leaving the family watching the sky after her. Moen says goodbye to both her sister and the big dragon as the farewell ends. Leon turns to Moen and asks what they should do after sending her sister to the academy. Moen quietly returns to her favorite conclusion. Dad is always weak, and Mom is somehow terrifying. With her sister away, Moen decides she will train with Daddy and become stronger. She eagerly asks Leon to take her to the training ground for a run, and he agrees. Mom watches Moen's sudden determination with a curious smile. Whatever this little dragon plans, it has her attention. Leon starts the workout by stretching with his little girl, but she looks up at him with wide-eyed confusion, wondering why this is happening. The little girl tries to follow along, while Moen casually joins in from the side. This family warm-up already has competitive energy. Moen steps forward in workout clothes, looking completely ready to turn a light exercise session into a public humiliation. The girl lights up and asks her mommy to run with them too. Leon immediately tries to shut that idea down, insisting Moen should stay in the office. He already knows this race is dangerous. Leon tells Moen to rest her ankle, but his serious face says he is mostly trying to protect his own dignity. Moen smiles sweetly, remembers their last sparring match, and corrects him. She did not use her full strength. Their daughter throws her fist up and declares that the whole family should fight another round together. Leon crouches beside her and gently reminds her that children should not spend all day talking about fighting and killing. The girl innocently asks why Daddy cannot beat Mommy, leaving Leon stunned that she learned this much about combat so young. Leon insists he does not want to hurt Moen. His embarrassed expression makes that excuse sound less convincing. Moen kicks off hard, sending dust flying as she turns the conversation into a real challenge. Moen calls Leon stubborn and proposes a running contest instead. Whoever lasts longer wins. Leon accepts, and Moen gives him a confident sideways smile. The race has officially become a pride match. Ryeon and Moen take their places while their daughter plants herself between them, determined that Moen will not lose. The maid watches from behind as Leon and Moen lean forward, both grinning at the starting signal. Their daughter blasts forward with a huge laugh, kicking up enough dust to make this look like a championship race. Leon smirks and tells Moen not to let her tail get in the way. Moen races beside him with effortless balance, coolly saying her tail can stay steady while he cannot. The two adults sprint away while their daughter trails behind, and Leon boldly claims he does not need a tail to beat Moen. After only 2 laps, the little girl is already panting hard. The tiny challenger has hit her limit. She collapses onto the pavement, exhausted and miserable, admitting that she cannot run anymore. The maid kneels beside her with a drink, calmly noting that her highness is already very impressive. From behind, the girl watches Leon and Moen keep racing far into the distance. Leon is breathing hard, but he remembers that the Silver Dragon clan has no equal in a running race. Pride will not let him quit. Leon keeps pushing from the starting line, refusing to turn back even as the strain catches up with him. Leon grits his teeth and swears he cannot risk his dignity as a dragon slayer by losing here. He charges on beside Mian, clinging to a dragon slayer creed. Live to fight, fight until death. 20 minutes later, Leon is flat on the ground and laughing through complete exhaustion. That creed needed an intermission. Muin stands over him and asks if he is convinced yet, while Leon can barely move. Even on his back, Leon refuses to accept defeat. The man is exhausted, not defeated. Muin leans down with a teasing smile and asks whether he wants to get up and keep running. Leon demands 2 days to practice and promises he will beat her. His face says he knows 2 days may not be enough. Muin squats beside him, amused, and says even 2 years would not be enough. Muin asks Leon whether he can perform now, and he looks up at her with wary confusion. Leon claims he loves taking baths to stay healthy. Somehow, this is his answer to a challenge. Muin laughs and tells him that holding a grudge only guarantees a greater loss. She's enjoying this far too much. Muin tells their daughter that daddy is too weak and needs more exercise, then invites her to continue training together. Their daughter happily agrees, convinced that daddy needs all the exercise he can get. Leon is left staring in stunned silence as the family workout becomes a full-scale campaign against him. Muin walks off hand in hand with their daughter, while Leon struggles behind them, and the two leave him no room to complain. At breakfast, the little one happily feeds her sleepy dad a bite, while the whole table watches. Our boy is still half asleep, so the spoon lands in his mouth before he can even protest. He immediately slumps onto the table with a groan. Dad mode has apparently reached critical battery. He blames last night's homework, insisting he would have beaten her if he had not finished it late. The white-haired mother gives him a cool look and asks if he plans to keep doing homework tonight. That question wakes him right up. Muin casually announces that she has an appointment with Mom tonight to hear a story, and Dad looks completely ambushed. Muin reminds him they had an agreement. If it was not there before, it definitely is now. Mom settles it with a smile, telling them not to stay up too late and to get to bed early. Muin agrees cheerfully while Dad holds her close, and Mom quietly leaves the room. Later, the mood changes as the white-haired mother walks alone to the moonlit hall. Her expression hardens, and she calls someone out from the shadows. A dark blue-haired attendant appears and respectfully addresses her as Her Majesty. The mother asks for news, her calm face making it clear she expects a real answer. The attendant reports that Tiger Lawrence's old home has been found, but its owners left the empire over a year ago. They donated their property to the neighbors when they left, except for one strange detail. That detail is a donkey. The neighbors say the donkey was precious to them and begged them to care for it. Not exactly the treasure hunt anyone expected. She orders the search for Tiger to continue and tells the attendant to report back with anything new. With that, the queen dismisses her attendant and returns to her thoughts. Alone, she wonders why Leon's master ever left the empire. A few days later, the story jumps back to the Bright Palace and a new surprise. The Academy is holding a family sports day, and both parents stare like this is a royal decree. Noah explains that the Academy will host it next week, and she clearly wants in. Mom says she joined the event every year as a student because her parents made sure she attended. Muin immediately asks what place Mom got, already hoping for a spectacular answer. Mom proudly says she took first place, and Muin looks absolutely dazzled. Then Muin turns to Dad. He admits he did not have a rank, which earns him an immediate Y. Dad says his score was so far ahead that the Academy suspected cheating and kept his name out of the rankings. Muin calls him a cheater, and Dad takes an emotional hit before explaining that he melted his medal. He turned that medal into a gold bracelet for her grandmother. The flex somehow gets even more ridiculous. Mom gently says it is better not to own glory you cannot openly display. Dad asks if they should sign up, explaining that it is only a recreational contest and will not affect school grades. Noah's serious face says it all. She wants first place too. Dad realizes Noah's competitive streak is much stronger than the gentle siblings he expected. Family sports day just became a rivalry. The parents exchange a look and agree they should practice together. Noah stands between them as the family starts pulling together for the event. Muin wants to join too, while Noah points out that a team can only have 3 people. Dad volunteers Muin for cheering and encouragement, promising that she and Noah will both get good grades. Miyun loves the plan. She will cheer for dad, mom, and her sister with everything she has. With the whole family working together, dad declares that the sports meet will be no problem. At the training ground, Leon finds Rosway stretching for the family sports meet. She looks completely relaxed while he's already bracing for trouble. Layden admits her training clothes caught him off guard, then immediately tries to focus. The poor guy is fighting for his life before the warm-up even starts. Rosway smiles and tells him they will start with a few laps to warm up. Leon asks what events are in the academy meet as they take off running, and Rosways keeps pace beside him with an amused look. Running, high jump, long jump, the usual. Leon laughs like this is easy, but Rosways warned that Dragon Slayers do not treat a sports meet lightly. Leon confidently says, Dragon Slayers are not that special, then starts wondering how anyone runs laps around a cold training ground. Roswise keeps running without effort while Leon turns into a puffing, red-faced mess behind her. Leon blames his exhaustion on being forced to do homework all night. Roswise is clearly not buying that excuse. Then, Roswise offers him motivation, and Leon finally turns around to listen. She promises him a week's vacation if he gets first place in the family sports meet. Suddenly, the man has discovered cardio. Leon lights up at the offer, and Roswise declares that the champion has to come from their family. With fire in his eyes, Leon launches forward at full speed. He tears across the field while Roswise watches, pleased that her little trick worked perfectly. Roswise calmly watches Leon push himself harder, satisfied that he is finally taking this seriously. When the warm-up ends, Leon bends over gasping. His body is spent, but his determination is still burning. Leon feels his body waking up and realizes the dragon's power has pushed his limits further than before. Roswise brings out a rope and says the sports meet will be held as a family unit, so their coordination must improve. She hands Leon the rope and explains that they need both physical fitness and mutual understanding. Leon sees the rope and immediately protests. He thinks this is way too close for a simple training session. Roswise explains they are practicing for a three-legged race. Leon recognizes it from the Dragon Slayer Academy. She tells him to stop standing there and start practicing, and Leon gives in with an awkward nod. A rope ties their legs together. Leon is instantly flustered by how close Roswise is. Side by side, they try to find their balance. Roswise looks composed, while Leon is trying very hard to act normal. Roswise leans in and tells Leon to move quickly. Leon freezes instead of stepping, and Roswise asks why he is still standing there. Leon suggests moving onto the grass, so their fall will hurt less. He is planning for disaster before the race even begins. They shuffle toward the lawn, and Roswise calls him out for squeezing her leg in the process. Leon squares up and tells her not to slow him down. Roswise gives him a cool, competitive stare. Roswise counts down. Leon calls it a morning joke, but both of them are ready to move. At her signal, Roswise explodes forward. Leon gets yanked along so fast his eyes go wide. He was not prepared for Dragon Slayer acceleration. Roswise drags Leon to the sprint while he screams for the ride to stop. Leon shoots upward in panic, still trapped by the rope and completely out of control. He lands in a crouch at Roswise's feet, and she asks if he understands what tacit cooperation means now. Leon complains that she is too strong to keep up with, then sulks, while Roswise looks quietly pleased. Leon changes the plan. He says they will count together and step with the same foot. Roswise blushes at his sudden closeness and looks genuinely caught off guard. Leon pulls Roswise in close so they can move as one. He insists it will shorten the distance and make the practice easier. Still blushing, Roswise quietly agrees. The competition suddenly has a lot more tension than either of them expected. Counting together, they finally run in rhythm across the field. Their awkward teamwork is starting to click. Roswise begins her special training to improve Leon's endurance, even setting him a brutal daily push-up target. Leon collapses from exhaustion and tries to quit, but Roswise leans in far too close to let him escape. Roswise holds Leon down with a teasing smile and tells him he cannot give up now. The training ends with Roswise celebrating her successful strategy, while Leon is left flattened and bewildered. The St. Heath Academy family sports meet is finally underway, and this dragon family is entering the relay. Their tiny black-haired daughter cheers with everything she has, while the blonde maid smiles behind her. The bubbly blue-haired commentator promises to cover the whole event. This is a school sports day with suspiciously professional production value. Round 1 is a family relay. Parents and children from the dragon clans will take turns carrying the baton. The race covers a full kilometer. and the black-haired dad looks calm while his little girl beams beside him. The runners roll lots for their positions. Mom gets first leg, and their daughter is assigned second. The little girl nervously asks if Dad can take third. She clearly wants to hear his answer again. Dad happily agrees, and her anxious face instantly lights up. A relay order has never carried this much emotional weight. Mom heads for the starting line and tells their daughter it is time to go. Dad watches Mom with a serious look as she leaves. She gives him a quiet, focused reply. Mom reassures the little girl that she will hand over the baton first. The child listens with both hands clenched around hers. Dad gives their daughter her baton, and she goes silent with nerves. The second runners are called forward. Dad tells his daughter he will wait at third leg and asks her not to get hurt. He leans down, asks for encouragement, and gently bumps her fist. The little girl shyly agrees, cheeks red, while Dad holds out his fist like this is the final boss fight. Their fists meet, and a tiny gesture gives her a burst of courage. Mom takes her place at the line. The relay is about to begin. Her daughter cheers for Mom at full volume, both palms raised high. The signal comes. Mom lowers her body, eyes narrowed, ready to launch. She explodes off the line with dragon-level speed and instantly tears ahead of the field. The commentator announces that contestant number 7 from the Silver Dragon Clan is already leading everyone. A runner from the Electric Dragon Clan pushes hard to catch her, but she's still behind. Dad stares in disbelief as Mom keeps up this ridiculous pace. He realizes the Electric Dragon Clan may not have true combat power, but their speed is no joke. Even so, Mom stretches her lead to 1 or 2 body lengths. The blue-haired commentator says the handover should be easy, while Chairman Duncan calmly sips his tea. Old man is enjoying the chaos. An orange-shirted dad boasts that his wife is amazing. Our black-haired dad agrees, then quietly says his own wife is better. The orange-shirted dad smiles proudly, completely unaware that he just walked into a husband rivalry. The rival finally notices something strange in that answer. Dad's confident claim lands just as Mom's eyes sharpen, and she digs even deeper. Mom unleashes another brutal burst of speed, leaving the other runners scrambling behind her. Her rival cannot understand why Mom still has so much explosive power left. Mom keeps a cool little smile. Running into the front wind has only made her drive stronger. She uses the runner ahead of her as cover, saving energy before detonating into one final sprint over the last 100 meters. Mom reaches her daughter with a huge lead and sends the baton flying into the handover. The little girl takes the baton as Mom races past, and the first handover is complete. But contestant number 10 has also finished the handover, so their daughter has a new threat closing in behind her. Mom looks back in surprise as the pressure shifts to her small second runner. Dad gives a confident thumbs up and tells his daughter that the rest is up to her. Mom clenches her fist and watches, worried but determined, as their daughter begins the next leg. The family relay is already moving fast. The white-haired mom watches Noah struggle to stay ahead, worried the little dragon cannot keep her distance. Noah pumps her little legs and pushes forward anyway, while Dean charges after her from behind. Dean is gaining ground fast, and Noah knows it. Her face tightens as she decides she cannot let him get close. Noah digs in with a fierce little glare. Dean has the size advantage, but she is not giving him an easy win. The announcers point out the obvious problem. Nothing is decided until the final moment. This family sports day has more pressure than a championship final. The last runners reach the final sprint, and Noah's dark-haired father watches the two sides race neck and neck. Noah and Dean run side by side without giving an inch. Both families are waiting for the baton handoff that could decide everything. They launch into the handoff, and the race becomes a full-on fight for the final sprint. Dean completes the baton pass cleanly, keeping his team's slight advantage alive. The final runners take off, with Dean's teammates sprinting hard and Noah's father right behind him. Noah apologizes to her mom for losing the lead, looking crushed despite giving the relay everything she had. Her mother gently reassures her. Noah is already doing great, and the other runner only has a physical edge. The white-haired mom leads Noah toward the finish line so they can cheer for Dad together. Noah throws herself into the cheering and tells her daddy to be the best. Dean glances back with a cocky grin and promises he will be ahead in seconds. Confidence is free, apparently. Dean bursts forward laughing, convinced he has the finish line locked down. Noah's father sees that smirk and his expression hardens. He is not about to lose after hearing his daughter call him daddy. Both men accelerate again, and the announcers can barely contain themselves as the finish stays wide open. Noah cups her cheeks and cheers at everything she has. Her dad hears every word. Noah shouts for her daddy to do his best, and he looks stunned for 1 second before that encouragement hits home. He tells himself he cannot lose when Noah is calling him daddy, and a determined smile takes over. He surges up beside Dean, turning the final stretch into a dead-even sprint. Dean notices the comeback and gets rattled. He realizes his lead is disappearing. Instead of racing clean, Dean moves in close and decides to play dirty. Noah's father suddenly realizes Dean is about to try something reckless. Dean stomps at his rival's path and warns him not to blame him for using dirty tricks. The move catches Noah's father, but he keeps hold of the baton while Dean presses the attack from behind. Dean winces from the impact, yet he still lunges toward the line with everything he has. Dean goes down just before the finish line. His shortcut bought him nothing but a face-first disaster. Noah's father crosses first, arms spread wide as he breaks the ribbon. The Melka family wins the relay, and Noah runs straight toward her dad while the white-haired mom smiles behind her. Noah leaps into her father's arms, thrilled by the win and wanting to know what he yelled during the race. Noah softly calls him Daddy again and admits she likes saying it. Dad is visibly having the best day of his life. The white-haired mom checks on him, but the celebration is interrupted before anyone can relax. Dean starts shouting that the winner cheated, dragging officials into the mess after losing his own dirty play. Noah's father fires back, accusing Dean of trying to sneak an attack and leaving electric burn marks on his clothes. Dean argues that fear made him lose control of his magic. It is an apology with a very convenient shape. A woman steps in to defend Dean, saying her husband was injured because he hit someone and demanding an investigation. The officials ask everyone to cooperate, while the white-haired mom and Noah's father realize this dispute is getting bigger. Then, Noah's father spots someone important and calls out to the patriarch. Saul arrives, the electric dragon leader and chairman of the arbitration committee. The family relay just found its final boss. The electric dragon clan tries to pin the relay mess on this family, but their smug faces say they think the verdict is already theirs. The patriarch confirms it coldly. Contesting 12 committed a serious violation, so the whole family is disqualified and their earlier results are void. The accused pair goes pale as the punishment lands. They came for points and may be leading with absolutely nothing. The brown-haired contestant panics and begs the patriarch to reconsider, but the old man is not even pretending to be patient. A sharp suit-up cuts him off. Patriarch looks furious, and the kid instantly realizes this is not a debate. The patriarch bows and apologizes to Muffate's family. Even the intimidating old dragon has to admit his people caused the trouble. The white-haired woman accepts the apology with icy calm and tells Chief Saul to discipline his clan properly. Her black-haired husband says the problem is settled with a simple apology. He is relieved, but he is clearly proud that she stood her ground. Chief Saul promises to educate his clan after he returns. Translation: several young dragons are about to have a very long afternoon. The husband quietly compliments his wife, watching her with a soft smile after she shut down the entire argument. She catches the affectionate nickname and instantly gets flustered, while he plays innocent. The broadcast does not miss a second of it. The announcer moves everyone to the next events and explains the family scoring system. Every competition now feeds into the final total. The games roll on, from a young dragon jumping event to a three-legged race. More points go to the higher-ranked families. The rules are simple enough. Win events, build the family score, and claim the academy prizes at the end. One event is literally answering questions wrong for points. This sports meet has officially escaped supervision. After the chaos, the couple reaches the final level of the three-legged race. Cooking was love. A judge welcomes them to the last challenge, and the couple looks cautiously confused by what this contest could possibly demand. They draw lots for a family-friendly dish, with 1 hour to cook while tied together by ropes at the ankles. The judges make the handicap clear. 1 hour, no untying the rope, and every move has to be coordinated. The host calls it a challenge where love travels through the rope. The couple just hopes the dish is something mercifully simple. Their assigned recipe is cream puffs. Both stare in disbelief because neither one knows how to make them. The husband leans toward the recipe board, while his wife watches nervously. Their teamwork begins with pure confusion. Seeing the picture of cream puffs does not help. They admit they have no clue, then force themselves to get started anyway. Aprons on, ropes tied, and the two finally get to work. The recipe calls for milk, flour, butter, and a little faith. He reads the instructions while she hands him ingredients. It is clumsy, but they are somehow moving as one. As their cooking gets underway, the broadcast shifts to the final showdown in the Young Dragon event. Noah is facing 3 opponents at once, 2 from the Claw Dragon clan, 1 from the Ice Dragon clan, and only 1 from her own Silver Dragon clan. The 3 rivals close in with smug confidence and demand surrender. They think a 3-1 is an easy win. Noah's blue eyes harden. She is surrounded, but the tiny dragon does not look scared anymore. She launches forward before the older kids can react, turning their neat little ambush into a full-speed disaster. Noah sweeps through the attackers with shocking speed, and the 3 opponents suddenly realize they picked the wrong target. She keeps pressing forward with a fierce stare, refusing to give any of the 3 dragons room to recover. One last rush sends another rival flying. Noah has turned a 3-1 trap into her personal highlight reel. Noah K. Melpe wins the event alone, defeating all 3 opponents despite being the youngest student in the Young Dragon division. Her cousin cheers that his sister is amazing, and Noah stands there looking tiny, proud, and completely unfazed by the chaos she caused. Back at the cooking station, the husband happily stirs the pot while his wife watches. For once, the rope challenge seems to be working. The white-haired woman laughs and points out that he's getting flour or cream on her face. His attention snaps straight to her. He leans in to wipe her face, and both freeze when they realize how close they are. The cooking contest suddenly has a different kind of heat. The audience melts over the couple's awkward closeness, while the pair stays adorably flustered in the middle of their recipe. At the family cooking competition, Leon and Rosvisser step up as the Silver Dragon clan's entry with their little girl right beside them. The hosts introduce them as a model dragon couple. Leon smiles along while Rosvisser is already carrying herself like she owns the event. Leon quietly wonders which dragon he should ask to end this sports meet early. Rosvisser whispers an even more dramatic solution. Kill the witnesses. Very normal family outing. Their entry is simple but gorgeous. Golden cream puffs piled onto a shining plate. Leon presents the cream puffs with pride, while Rosvisser stays close at his side, clearly pleased with their teamwork. One judge praises the puff's smooth cream and delicate texture, and Leon looks relieved that the dessert is landing perfectly. Leon blurts out that his wife usually makes desserts at home. Rosvisser gives him a smug little smile, and he instantly realizes he has overshared. He tries to explain that she loves making cream puffs. Rosvisser hears something much more suggestive, because apparently cream filling has become a dangerous topic. In Leon's imagination, the innocent dessert talk spirals into a wildly embarrassing fantasy, and he desperately tries to keep his composure. The old judge laughs that their private life seems colorful and asks whether they have a secret recipe. Leon is getting roasted harder than the pastry. Leon answers that the secret ingredient is love. Rosvisser beams beside him, completely satisfied with that answer. The judges love every puff and give the family huge scores. Their sweet little routine has somehow turned into a serious winning strategy. Their score puts them in first place overall, and Leon finally lets himself enjoy the victory. Leon celebrates like he has conquered the world. For him, this family competition is a holiday well spent. The rankings are announced. The Milk family takes first, Ross takes second, and Alex's family lands third. Alex's family receives a Szechuan noodles voucher for third place, smiling politely as the prizes keep rolling out. The Ross family gets a B-level magic secret book for second place, which is a pretty respectable consolation prize. Then the first place prize goes to Leon's family, a 7-day luxury hot spring tour. The prize certificate is handed over, and everyone is delighted except the one man who understands exactly what this vacation means. Leon reads the fine print and goes pale. A luxury hot spring week with Rosvisser means 1 week without rest. Rosvisser happily asks Noah if she wants to go on vacation, and the little girl immediately says yes. Leon reaches for the prize in horror, wondering why nobody warned him that first place came with this particular trap. That night, the family gathers in the castle for a quiet celebration under the moonlight. They raise their glasses and toast to being a family of 4. For a moment, the whole room feels warm and easy. Rosvisser tells the girls that everyone saw how hard they worked, and she is genuinely grateful for their help. Noah modestly says they only did what parents are supposed to do, showing just how seriously she takes this family. Rosvisser agrees, while Leon realizes he has been upset because he heard the prize was a vacation. The man was emotionally preparing for survival. Noah hesitates, then asks her father for something. The room suddenly gets very quiet. She asks Leon to close his eyes for a moment, leaving both parents confused but curious. The girls move in close, and Noah gathers her courage while Rose Bizarre watches with a soft, knowing smile. Noah rushes forward and throws herself into Leon's arms, catching him completely off guard. Leon opens his eyes, stunned as his daughter clings to him with all the affection she can manage. She finally whispers, "Thank you, Daddy." Leon melts on the spot. The little girl explains that she wanted to show gratitude because they closed their eyes for her sake, making the moment hit Leon even harder. She gives her father a tender kiss, and Leon is too overwhelmed to form a normal sentence. Leon can only stare at Noah, visibly shaken by how much this tiny gesture means to him. Rose Visser reminds Noah that she promised to call Leon Daddy if they won. Noah says she would have called him that even without the championship. The other girls notice their sister's red face, but she insists it is nothing and tells him to eat quickly. Leon gets a little too happy with the wine, then announces they need to buy swimsuits before tomorrow's vacation. After winning the championship, Noah finally gets the vacation he wanted, even if he looks like a man waiting for the universe to ruin it. Noah remembers every ruined break before this one and silently swears he will actually relax this time. One of the girls points at Muin and calls the dragon weird, while Noah warns her not to stare too hard in case it spreads. Noah immediately realizes this vacation is already slipping away, and the stress hits him before the luggage even leaves. Muin cheerfully says goodbye to vacation, and Noah can only call her behavior nice, with the tired sarcasm of a defeated man. Muin steps out in a swimsuit and asks if he did not even read the one she was wearing. Noah is suddenly very interested in the floor. Trying to survive the moment, Noah gives her a shaky thumbs up and says she looks good in anything. Muin leans in with bright, curious eyes and wonders whether the outfit is a little too tight around the chest. Then she starts testing accessories too, because apparently the vacation has become a full fashion trial. Muin tries a darker outfit and innocently asks Noah what he thinks. The answer hits Noah so hard that he nearly short-circuits on the spot. Noah dramatically topples backward with a nosebleed. That is one way to lose an argument. He tries to justify himself by imagining Muin wearing it into battle, but the fantasy only makes his embarrassment worse. Muin lowers her eyes, a little disappointed when Noah gives such a restrained answer. A maid brings matching swimsuits for the girls, and Muin admits she mainly came here to buy something for them. Noah asks if Muin is unhappy, but she quickly denies it while standing close behind him. Muin says the trip cannot be changed, but seeing their daughters happy will make her happy too. The girls are already excited about the vacation, and Muin gently reminds Noah that a father can enjoy that happiness too. Noah gives in with a forced laugh, claiming he is completely happy. Nobody is buying it. Muin sweetens the deal by promising not to touch him for the next 7 days. Noah narrows his eyes and says he does not believe her, but he still tells her she can do whatever she wants. Muin raises a hand and swears on the reputation of the Silver Dragon Queen. Noah accepts the deal, then warns her that if she cannot control herself, she should not blame him. The two lean dangerously close, both blushing and both pretending this is a perfectly normal negotiation. Muin scoffs that she can control herself and would never touch a female dragon for no reason. Noah folds his arms and tells her to prove it. Muin fires right back that he is the one who should be afraid. The next day, the family arrives at the beautiful floating cloud ballet resort. At the hotel lobby, a young clerk recognizes Noah as the famous Champion family's model student. Noah and Moim receive the usual awkward attention, and the clerk immediately decides they look like the resort's perfect couple. The girls stare at the huge aquarium, while the resort promises to cover every expense and activity. The clerk hands Noah the room card as the girls get distracted by the fish. Noah notices there are only 2 rooms and immediately asks how the family is supposed to divide them. The clerk cheerfully offers a special couple's honeymoon suite if they are not satisfied. Noah does not look convinced. Noah leads Muin and the girls away, wishing the clerk a happy holiday as they head upstairs. Inside the lavish room, the family gets a look at just how luxurious this resort setup really is. Noah decides he cannot share a room with Muin, so he starts hunting for a way around the arrangement. He asks the girls to share a room with Daddy, but one daughter instantly says she wants to sleep with her sister instead. The other girl calmly tells him adults should make their own privacy and stop disturbing everyone else. Noah takes that rejection personally, realizing his daughter's just cut off his last chance of escape. Muin thanks Noah for thinking so much about them, then casually tells him to handle the children while she disappears into the room. Muin gives the girls the room card and tells them to call if they need anything. The girls happily call for mom to open the door, completely unaware that Noah's losing the battle behind them. Noah rubs his temple and realizes the children have grown up enough to stop relying on him. Muin tells Noah to stop standing there and announces that the real test is coming. Noah finds a camera and panics over old photos that could expose his secret stash of Rosewise bunny girl pictures. He tries to grab the camera before Muin finds out, already plotting to hide the photos and delete the evidence. Father takes in the gorgeous estate while Mother watches him with a calm little smile. He thinks the scenery is nice, but he has no clue what she has planned. When Father asks if she has visited before, Mother explains that she came here to bring Noah and Muin out for some fun. Mother adds that she brought a camera so they can make a few souvenirs. Family Day has officially become a mission. The camera makes Father freeze. He recognizes it instantly, and that is never a good sign when you are hiding evidence. He remembers winning this camera at a school sports meet, then realizes it could contain photos that would get him in serious trouble. Father clutches the camera like a treasure chest, terrified that Mother might find the pictures he took long ago. In his head, those old photos are enough to make a powerful dragon woman furious. Our boy is already planning his escape route. He decides the only safe option is to hide the camera before Mother notices. Unfortunately, she simply asks for it. Father protests like a baby guarding a toy, then quickly claims he can take the pictures himself because he is a professional. Mother raises an eyebrow at this sudden photography career, but Father doubles down and says he has practiced since childhood. Mother lets him handle the camera, and the family heads outside for their day at the park. Father promises the girls plenty of photos while Noah and Muin race ahead through the bright gardens. The twins spot a huge night statue and run around it, completely thrilled by the adventure. Muin offers food to a friendly deer, her eyes sparkling while the animal leans right in for a snack. The deer gather our mother and the twins proudly declare that their mom is beautiful. Honestly, the deer agree. The girls drag everyone toward the arcade, already spotting their next target in the claw machine. Mother smiles patiently as the twins stare up at the prizes, fully ready to recruit their parents for the hard part. Father finally uses the camera, catching Mother with a surprised expression and calling it a perfect shot. Mother laughs with her eyes closed, and Father gets the photo he wanted. For once, his camera skills actually land. He checks the screen and quietly admires the picture, clearly pleased that Mother looks so happy. Mother insists the photo is too flattering and makes her look bad. Father laughs and tells her not to underestimate him. While the twins wait in line for drinks, Father wonders why Mother keeps following him when she can queue by herself. Mother suddenly spots a tiny bear doll, and her gentle stare gives away exactly what she wants. Father recognizes the bear and reminds her that he already gave her one back in Sky City. Mother puffs up in embarrassment when he brings it up, but Father cheerfully explains that this is the Bear King and its little cub. Father holds the bear cub close, clearly charmed by the little prize and the family meaning he attached to it. Mother gets adorably flustered and insists she does not want it. The angry little pout tells a very different story. Father grins and says she never actually refused. These two could turn a plush toy into a diplomatic incident. Nearby, Noah and Muin sip their pineapple drinks and watch their parents bicker with knowing little smiles. Noah quietly admits that sometimes she envies Muin. Muin is confused and asks why, because to her, Noah is the one who always seems so capable. Noah says Muin can let their parents handle anything without worrying about the consequences. Noah cannot do that. Muin tells her sister she can relax too, but Noah softly says she cannot. That answer carries far more weight than it should. Noah explains that she is already a grown-up at heart, so she cannot simply say whatever she wants like an ordinary child. Noah was not always this mature. As Muin's twin sister, she was born only 20 minutes earlier. The twins grew up together under Mother's careful love, learning about the world side by side. To both girls, Mother was the strongest and most dependable person in the world. Then one day, Noah sees Mother sitting beside Father's unconscious bed, looking painfully sad and fragile. That sight leads Noah with one question. If she grows up, can she help carry some of Mother's burden? From that day on, Noah's wish to take good care of her family takes root deep in her heart. Noah pushes herself to grow up fast, becoming independent, mature, and determined to earn good grades. Everything Noah does comes from one simple hope. She never wants to see Mother looking that sad again. Muin admits she does not fully understand her serious sister, but she is still a little envious of Noah too. Noah blinks in surprise when Muin says she envies her. The sisters have been carrying different feelings all along. Muen stares at her sister with pure disbelief. She has decided her sister is acting very strange tonight. The little girl proudly explains that her sister is smart, capable, and always wins first place. Naturally, Muen wants to grow up just like her. Her sister goes quiet, then tells Mien she has no idea what she will become in the future. Muen innocently asks what kind of person her sister wants to be. That question lands harder than anyone expected. Their mother smiles at the girls and says Muen has been waiting a long time to be with her sister. Leon kneels to offer the girls drinks, and Muen thanks her daddy with a bright little smile. Night falls over the resort, and fireworks burst across the sky. The family outing finally feels perfect. Both girls lean over the railing with huge sparkling eyes. Fireworks are apparently serious business tonight. Leon and Rosefisser sit together watching the girls enjoy themselves, glad they made the trip. Leon pulls out a little camera, determined to record every beautiful family moment like an over-prepared dad. Rosefisser spots the camera and immediately wants to know when Leon got it. Our boy has been caught red-handed. Leon asks to see the pictures, remembering a photo studio at the resort. He is suddenly worried about what the girls found. Rosefisser says the bunny girl photo is still in the camera and insists Leon will see it eventually. That is not reassuring. Leon realizes Rosefisser saw the photo too, and she coolly tells him to use his brain and figure out why it was taken. Leon changes tactics and offers Rosefisser food he bought during the day. He opens a bunny-shaped snack and wonders if she wants him to feed her. He is trying very hard to survive this conversation. Rosefisser accepts, and Leon gently brings the snack to her lips. Her surprised expression says the gesture worked. Rosefisser blushes as Leon feeds her, clearly thrown off by how suddenly tender he is. Leon points out that he spent all day taking pictures without getting one of himself. Rosefisser has a simple answer. Rosefisser lifts the camera and suggests they take a photo together. Leon suddenly has no argument left. Leon hurriedly explains that he only wanted a photo with his daughters. He does not want Rosefisser getting the wrong idea. Rosefisser tells him to get closer because he's out of frame, and Leon admits he is genuinely flustered. They pose shoulder to shoulder, fingers raised for the camera. For once, the serious pair look completely relaxed. A sparkler crackles to life, and the quiet photo moment turns into another family memory. Rosefisser and Muen wave sparklers together, while Leon watches from behind. The little one is having the time of her life. Leon holds a sleepy Muen against his chest and admits it is rare to see normally serious people having this much fun. Muen is worn out from playing and falls asleep in Leon's arms. Rosefisser asks if he wants to play with their mother and sister a little longer. Rosefisser explains that Muen wants her sister to spend more time with their mother, even if she cannot say it directly. Leon looks down at sleeping Muen and tells her she has grown up. Rosefisser gently corrects him. Muen has not grown up yet. She only wants to make her older sister and parents happy. Leon reflects that the sisters have very different personalities, but they both love their family in their own way. Leon smiles and says Muen must be exhausted from playing. She answers with nothing but sleepy little snores. Rosefisser notices Muen is fully asleep, still curled tightly against Leon. Leon decides it is time to head back, carrying Muen carefully as the family leaves the fireworks behind. Rosefisser watches Leon and Muen for a quiet moment, her expression suddenly thoughtful. Rosefisser asks Muen if mommy should hold her too. The sleepy child lifts up, caught off guard. Mir pauses with wide blue eyes, then softly agrees. Muen blushes with a tiny smile as Leon and Rosefisser walk on together under the night sky. The first day of the Leon Hot Spring trip ends happily, or at least that is what the narrator wants you to believe. The fireworks keep blazing as the chapter warns that this peaceful ending will not stay peaceful for long. The night settles over the residence and Leon heads off for what he hopes will be a peaceful break. Leon finally reaches the bed, looking far too relieved for a man whose night is clearly not over. Rosefisser casually asks if he wants to sleep with her tonight, and Leon immediately knows this is a trap. He rejects the offer fast and escapes toward the hot spring. Our boy has chosen survival. Leon slips into the outdoor bath, finally letting the warm water wash away the chaos. Steam rises over the quiet spring as Leon settles in alone. For one brief moment, the bath really does look peaceful. Leon relaxes with a smug little smile, convinced he has found the perfect hiding spot. He even thinks this is a safe place to avoid the female dragon. That confidence lasts about 5 seconds. A figure suddenly steps into view, and Leon freezes in the water. Ross Weiss is standing over him, calm as ever, while Leon scrambles to cover himself and asks why she is here. She says the fireworks finale is about to begin and asks him to take pictures. She came prepared. Leon remembers the camera, and that tiny mistake becomes his whole problem. Ross Weiss spots the camera beside the bat, and Leon realizes she has found exactly what she wanted. She reaches for it, and Leon lunges to grab it first with pure desperate energy. Leon tells himself he cannot let the camera fall into her hands. He is treating vacation photos like classified intel. He hurriedly gets himself decent enough to move, but Ross Weiss is already pressing her advantage. Leon blurts out an invitation for them to take a hot spring bath together, right as fireworks burst overhead. Ross Weiss leaps into the bath with the camera, and her surprised look says she did not expect that counterattack. She asks him to repeat himself, and Leon suddenly has to live with the words he just said. Leon repeats the invitation, trying to look composed while the fireworks make everything feel way more dramatic. Ross Weiss watches him closely, her expression turning mischievous as she decides how to answer. She says she brought a super sexy swimsuit and tells him not to lose control. She knows exactly what game she is playing. Leon gets an alarming close-up of the outfit, and his resolve starts taking damage. He gives himself a heroic pep talk, insisting a dragon slayer can resist temptation. Leon remembers her warning and heads toward the bath, determined not to retreat like a coward. He reassures himself that it is only a hot spring bath. Leon is arguing with himself before the battle even starts. In his head, Leon decides protecting the camera is the perfect excuse to share the bath with her. While he waits, Leon starts dramatically preparing himself for every possible version of this encounter. The fireworks light up the sky as Leon imagines turning the battlefield into a game of his own. Then he hears someone approaching, and all that confidence vanishes at once. Ross Weiss arrives in the swimsuit, making her entrance with enough sparkle to stop Leon cold. Leon stares as Ross Weiss steps closer, clearly caught off guard by how bold her look is. He calls it a sexy swimsuit test, and Ross Weiss looks very pleased that it is working. Ross Weiss fires back that even a smaller swimsuit would not make Leon's dragon pattern shine. She is enjoying this far too much. She takes Leon's hand and explains that this swimsuit was a gift from her sister. They stand together in the steam, and the mood becomes instantly awkward for both of them. Leon tells himself her swimsuit is conservative enough. His face says he is not convincing anybody. Ross Weiss asks if Leon is afraid her dragon pattern will light up and expose his reaction. Leon tries to act fearless, but he has no idea what the swimsuit is about to do. The moment the swimsuit touches the water, Leon notices something is very wrong and calls out to Ross Weiss. The fabric starts giving way in the water, and Leon reaches out in alarm. Ross Weiss finally realizes the problem, and her confident expression snaps into shock. The explanation is brutal. Her sister gave her a swimsuit made to dissolve in water. Family gifts have never been this suspicious. Ross Weiss gets around trying to cover herself, while Leon gets caught right in the middle of the disaster. Ross Weiss admits Leon was right, but the look in her eye suggests she already has a new plan. She suddenly says, "Surprise!" turning the wardrobe malfunction into a bold little comeback. Leon is left blushing and speechless as Ross Weiss closes the distance in the steaming water. Leon protests that she knowingly changed into a swimsuit before the bath, but his complaint is losing strength fast. Ross Weiss teases the great dragon slayer for being scared of one swimsuit, and Leon has no good answer. She presses in close, and Leon looks like he is one heartbeat away from surrendering. Ross Weiss asks if he is afraid of falling for her Blackwall swimsuit. Leon is absolutely not beating the allegations. Leon panics internally, realizing he is being led around by Ross Weiss and may be walking straight into a deadlock. Leon knows Ross Weiss's classic routine by now. First she provokes him, then she turns on the charm, and finally she acts like every mess is somehow his fault. Ross Weiss delivers step 3 with a smug little grin, while Leon looks like he has been trapped in this argument before. Leon suddenly realizes she has skipped straight past the teasing. His eyes lock on hers as he decides to turn the situation around. He tells Ross Weiss that her dragon pattern glowing means she misses him or longs for him. She insists she has perfect control, but that confidence is about to get tested. Ross Weiss leans in and challenges him to prove it. The hot spring has officially become a competition, because apparently normal flirting was not enough. Ross Weiss doubles down, saying she can control every desire without losing herself. Leon accepts her challenge with a steady stare. Neither of them is backing down now. Face to face in the steam, they agree that every challenge needs a winner and a loser. Rosweiss raises the stakes, promising Leon another 7 days off if he wins. That is a very confident offer from someone already blushing. Leon accepts instantly, and Rosweiss proudly announces that the female dragon took the bait. Fireworks burst over the night sky as the pair settle into the bath. Rosweiss calls them beautiful and wants Leon to look first. Rosweiss asks whether the fireworks resemble her dragon pattern. Leon watches carefully, clearly trying not to look at the wrong thing. Leon says her pattern looks like black gauze in the dark, which is not exactly the visual answer she wanted. He quickly claims he is only focused on the fireworks. To make his point, Leon starts singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Rosweiss is understandably confused by this tactical musical choice. Rosweiss says her dragon pattern is like little stars. Her smile softens as the fireworks shimmer behind her. Leon praises her singing, and Rosweiss gets adorably pleased that her dragon pattern is shining. Rosweiss stares in shock when the pattern actually lights up. She cannot believe Leon made it happen. Leon puffs up with victory, but Rosweiss calls him out. She says the pattern is not glowing because of his song. Rosweiss laughs that if Leon keeps looking at her that way, the answer might become obvious. He realizes she has already started seducing him. Leon refuses to fall behind. His determined look says he is still playing to win. Rosweiss' tail slips into the game, and Leon freezes as he realizes exactly what she is doing. Rosweiss wears a sly, knowing smile. She has found the pressure point and she is enjoying every second of it. Leon calls her his wife and points out that her tail is unfairly sensitive. Rosweiss immediately tells him to let go. Rosweiss' composure cracks as she snaps his name. The challenge is getting far too serious for her comfort. Leon keeps pressing his advantage, and Rosweiss warns him that he is touching an extremely sensitive part of her. Rosweiss gasps, cheeks burning as the hot water splashes around her. Her brave act is beginning to unravel. Rosweiss realizes Leon is forcing her to take the initiative. She is flustered, but she decides she will not lose this game. Rosweiss asks why married people cannot simply hold hands while watching fireworks. Then she sweetly asks Leon to hold hers. Leon is caught completely off guard. A simple handhold has him blushing harder than all her earlier tricks. Their fingers meet, and Rosweiss wonders why her heart is racing so fast. The little gesture lands harder than either expected. Rosweiss calls the handhold fundamentally impossible to defend against. Leon is trying to resist, but his flushed face gives him away. Leon tells himself not to hold on any longer or her dragon pattern will light up quickly. He sounds determined, but he is losing the battle badly. Rosweiss moves close and promises that she will not be charmed by him. The distance between them disappears in a heartbeat. Leon pulls Rosweiss close beneath the fireworks. He admits that holding out is not pleasant for him either. Rosweiss asks if Leon is also trying his best to restrain himself. The mood shifts from playful sparring to something much more intimate. Her dragon pattern flashes brightly, then suddenly darkens. That is the final answer neither of them can talk their way around. The teasing gives way to a kiss, and the fireworks keep exploding overhead. The challenge quietly fades to black. Leon and Rosweiss stay close in the steam, fully caught up in the moment. Under the pink fireworks, their rivalry finally turns into a tender reward for both of them. The scene cuts to Moon splashing around with the water blaster, calling out to her parents. Perfect timing, as always. Next morning, the twins find their parents still asleep, and one little dragon immediately starts wondering if they are shedding scales again. Her sister is much more practical. She figures their missing parents are probably just hungry. When they realize Dad is gone, the girls decide the obvious answer is steak. Tiny dragons have very focused priorities. They head out to eat first, happily leaving their parents alone in the bedroom. Inside, Leon and Rosweiss wake up under the covers after a very emotional night. The mood is awkward enough to cut with a sword. Leon rubs his head, trying to process how a failed dragon pattern challenge went completely off the rails. He remembers that they both crashed after failing the pattern the night before. Then, caught up in the confusion, Leon kissed Rosweiss. It was their first real kiss. Leon stares ahead, stunned by the memory and by how real that first kiss felt. Rosweiss touches her lips, quietly thinking about how soft it was. Leon gets adorably flustered, wondering why he ever accepted a challenge this unfair. He escapes the room while Rosweiss pretends to sleep because facing him now is simply too embarrassing. Rosweiss blushes hard and wonders why touching her lips brings every detail of last night rushing back. She pulls the blanket close, still overwhelmed by a moment that has her entire brain running hot. Rosweiss cannot hide it anymore. She finally kissed the Dragon Slayer, and she is absolutely glowing about it. In chibi form, she blames the whole disaster on the dragon mark. Sure, blame the magic tattoo. Later, the family heads to a bright water park for a much-needed change of pace. The twins waste no time getting into the water, turning the sunny pool into their personal battlefield. Miwan proudly raises her water blaster and fires off another splash attack. Her sister gets soaked then laughs instead of surrendering. This is serious pool warfare. The girls keep splashing and laughing while their parents watch the chaos from nearby. Their water fight gets bigger by the second, and Leon and Rosweiss look quietly happy to let the girls play. Rosweiss explains that she wants to stay with the kids after everything that happened last night. A nearby woman notices the twins and immediately melts over how cute they are. The stranger and her husband approach, and the adults begin a friendly conversation by the pool. The woman introduces herself as Yuna, while Rosweiss introduces herself and Leon as the twins' parents. Yuna reveals that she and her husband are newlyweds on their honeymoon, which makes Leon and Rosweiss look a little self-conscious. Yuna says they came because they heard dragon slayers have been rising recently, and they want to avoid trouble while keeping watch. She assumes Leon and Rosweiss have been married for years because they have such a sweet little family. Leon nervously explains that their baby is already old enough to run around, but he and Rosweiss only had their first kiss last night. Yuna watches the twins playing and admits that she envies a family with such lovely children. Yuna says she and her husband have recently been considering children too, then asks the experienced-looking couple for advice. Rosweiss admits she never thought that deeply about it. She simply agreed when Leon asked. Leon privately notes that Rosweiss is great at emotional intelligence, but planning ahead is not exactly her favorite sport. Leon offers simple advice. Having children should happen naturally, without forcing it or fearing it. Yuna asks how Leon and Rosweiss resolve arguments. Leon admits they can get a little intense over trivial things. When asked for the secret, Leon folds his arms and says he cannot answer that one. Rosweiss loudly describes Leon as cold-faced but secretly cute, and he looks like he wants to vanish into the pool. She leans right into him while Leon squirms in embarrassment. Romance advices become live entertainment. Yuna insists that no matter how strong a woman looks, she still has a soft side. Leon listens as Yuna explains that strength does not erase the need to be cared for. Her advice is clear. When that softer side appears, a husband should stand up and protect his wife. Lion gives a confident thumbs up, deciding that sounds like the job of a responsible and good man. Then the chapter ends on a surprise. An older man appears, and someone recognizes him as Leon's master. Back at Silver Dragon Castle, life is finally returned to normal after the spring trip. The white-haired queen sits upright as her blue-haired attendant reports that they found the tigers. The lead points to the Empire's outskirts, where a deadly barrier hides the place and even blocks flight. The queen narrows her eyes. Why would humans hide from other humans this carefully? Her attendant warns that the tiger's master is powerful, though clearly not on the dragon slayer's level. Still, the queen admits this person is one of her confidants, and even the dragon race may not crush her easily. She remembers how she found the woman, then decides it is time for a face-to-face meeting. The queen moves immediately. No appointment, no warning, just royal teleportation energy. Her eyes sharpen with sudden purpose as the castle scene cuts away. A burst of magic sends her racing across the sky toward the hidden destination. A few hours later, the queen arrives at a moonlit waterfall veiled in blue magic. The blue-haired woman says Mr. and Mrs. Tiger are waiting, but their master wants to see the queen alone. The queen steps forward with a hard stare and tells her attendant what to do if she does not return within an hour. She enters the glowing waterfall barrier, wrapped in a protective shell of magic. Inside, the queen spots an old man quietly preparing tea and realizes this must be Leon's master. The scarred old master pours tea without fuss, looking far too calm for someone meeting a dragon queen. He invites her to sit, then admits he has fought countless dragon slayers, but finds Leon the hardest one to deal with. The old man's face turns grave as he says the young man before him once had the courage to fight Leon and never return. The queen reveals she has waited 2 years for a chance to meet him. When she asks whether Leon is okay, the old master answers simply, he is still alive. That answer hits the queen hard, and her cool expression slips for a second. The master explains that Leon was his prisoner of war, tortured but unbroken, until he tried to escape back to the Empire and failed. She says Leon has paid the price, and he hopes the queen can stop him from escaping again within the next year. The old master makes it clear that Leon returning to the Empire would only reopen old wounds. The queen asks why he would keep his once beloved disciple alive after all that. He recalls how the Dragon Slayer army returned from the Silver Dragon clan in crushing defeat 2 years ago. The Empire needed someone to blame, and it shoved the entire disaster onto the Dragon Slayer army. Leon, once the famous Dragon Slayer hero, became the perfect scapegoat when the war ended in disaster. The old man says that even if Leon reaches the Empire, it may be better for him to remain alive and out of sight. The queen accepts that condition, but she wants every detail about Leon, especially the part involving a child. Her gaze turns icy. She is done being left in the dark about Leon. The old master raises an eyebrow. Her request is apparently more complicated than he expected. He reaches for a box, and the mood shifts from interrogation to something much stranger. He hands over every love letter Leon received after entering school, saying he kept them all. The old man adds that the letters were meant for Leon's future wife. Apparently, this man runs a very unusual archive. The first file is labeled Leon's wife, and the queen smiles like she has just found treasure. The master wonders why she cares about Leon's old love letters. He is getting dangerously close to the answer. The queen opens the file and finds a childish drawing of a silver-haired girl. The master remembers Leon's dream girl from school, tall, pretty, and blessed with silver hair. Then it clicks. That description is not vague at all, and the old man's face goes completely blank. He stares at the queen's silver hair and height, desperately insisting Leon would never attack the Silver Dragon Queen. Sure, old man. The queen gently asks whether there is any more explosive information hiding in that box. The master produces a recent photo of Leon's beloved disciple, and the queen immediately wants to see it. The old master rushes off to show her Leon's white moonlight, leaving the queen staring after him in surprise. The queen reads the title and realizes Leon had a first love long before their current mess. The old master reveals Leon's weaknesses: carrots, eggplant, a sensitive waist, and a deep hatred of people touching it. He even claims that if you ask Leon questions at 2:30 in the morning, his sleepy answers will be completely honest. The master says Leon can even give orders while sleepwalking. This investigation has become a full tactical briefing. Laughing proudly, the old man admits he used that trick to make Leon work harder, then casually calls the queen his master's wife. In the moonlit cavern, a white-haired dragon woman wakes up and immediately spots a strange old visitor. The old man is staring at her in disbelief. Leon's famous white moonlight is apparently a donkey now, and she is not amused. The dragon woman laughs at the absurd comparison, while the old man looks far too pleased with himself. He explains that Leon was always great with dangerous beasts, but this is the first time he has ever tamed a donkey. The old man remembers Leon getting kicked off a bridge as a child. Apparently that was the donkey's first impression. The dragon woman finally relaxes. She keeps telling herself it is only a donkey, so there is no reason to be nervous. But her wide eyes give her away. Something about this animal has clearly hit a nerve. She decides to leave the photos behind and return first, looking calm on the outside and deeply unsettled underneath. Before she goes, the old man asks for a token from her. He needs proof that he is still alive. She hands him a letter and says Leon will understand it. The old man accepts it with a guarded smile, and she coldly warns him that this may be their first and last meeting. She adds one more condition. She does not want to hear from him again for a full year. With one sharp gesture, she fires off a burst of magic and leaves the old man stunned. The old man finally realizes this was not just a dramatic goodbye. Something has gone very wrong. His body gives out, and he collapses before he can process what she has done. As he falls, he can only whisper Leon's name. Charlotte beside him arrives too late to stop the collapse, staring at him with open concern. The old man sighs that even the word goodbye is not enough to describe Leon's life now. Looking at an old family photo, he admits that Leon is living better than his teacher ever did. He tightens his grip on the letter. Whatever decision he has made, he is moving fast. The old man decides it is time to expose the traitor who ruined him and reclaim his reputation. He calls the letter a gift for his granddaughter, wearing the kind of grin that promises trouble. Back at Silver Dragon Castle, the mood shifts. Rossweiss has been acting very strange. Leon sits alone, annoyed and worried. Rossweiss has disappeared for 2 whole days without a word. The maid says Rossweiss has shut herself in the kitchen to prepare dinner personally. Leon knows that cannot be normal. Leon feels that something is wrong, and then Rosweiss finally appears. Rosweiss invites everyone to eat together, looking unusually gentle and carefully put together. Their little girl is thrilled. Mommy's steak looks delicious, and she is ready to dig in. Leon takes one look at the plate and freezes. His dinner is a mountain of carrots. Rosweiss calls it vegetable salad. Leon looks like he has just been served a personal attack. Leon protests that there are only carrots, while Rosweiss smiles like this is completely reasonable. Their daughter innocently asks if Daddy dislikes carrots. Leon can barely admit that they are not his favorite. Rosweiss reminds him that he once lectured their daughter about balanced meals. The tables have turned hard. The little girl cheers him on, insisting Daddy should eat it if he expects her to eat her vegetables. Leon forces himself to take a bite, wondering if Rosweiss somehow discovered his weakness. Rosweiss suddenly remembers something, and her surprised expression makes Leon even more suspicious. Then their daughter casually announces that she will sleep in Leon's room tonight. Our boy is instantly stunned. Rosweiss quietly steps away, leaving Leon to wonder what she is planning. She returns in a striking night outfit, and Leon's attempt to stay focused is already losing badly. Leon hides behind a book, but Rosweiss walks straight toward him. That book is not saving him. Rosweiss simply tells him to come over. Leon's shocked face says he did not expect this kind of bedtime conversation. Leon asks if she is really only sleeping, while Rosweiss moves close with a knowing smile. Rosweiss leaves him with one final challenge. If he expected anything else, that is entirely his problem. Rosweiss invites Leon close with a sly smile, while he looks like he is already bracing for trouble. Leon points out that she ignored him for 2 days, but Rosweiss calmly tells him to turn off the lights. The lights go out, and Leon realizes this bedtime is getting suspiciously dramatic. Half an hour later, they are simply lying side by side. Leon is confused, and Rosweiss looks perfectly content. Leon cannot figure out what is going on, especially when Rosweiss stays close under the blanket. He studies her sleeping face, clearly wondering if she really brought him here just to sleep. Rosweiss seems to be waiting for something, but Leon decides he is not taking the bait. Our boy settles down and chooses sleep over making a very awkward guess. Leon thinks it is wiser to save his energy. He would rather face a real threat than disappoint the proud silver dragon. The bedside clock keeps ticking, and the night gets quieter. Rosweiss opens her eyes and reaches for something, her expression suddenly focused. She scoots closer and decides to run a little test. Subtlety has officially left the castle. Rosweiss remembers a condition from Leon's old master. Ask Leon a question in the morning, and his true thoughts will come out. She asks Leon the name of the girl he likes, watching him with eager, hopeful eyes. Still half asleep, Leon starts answering, and Rosweiss leans in for every word. Leon says he likes a silver-haired tall girl just like his master. Rosweiss is instantly thrilled. Then Leon adds that he rejected every girl with that look back at school. Rosweiss freezes. Rosweiss is offended for a few seconds before demanding to know what else he likes. Leon sleepily lists mature women, black stockings, and bunny girls. Rosweiss is not enjoying this quiz anymore. She asks who he wants to see dressed as a bunny girl, and Leon gives her a short, crushing answer. No. Leon finally murmurs Rosweiss's name, catching her completely off guard. Rosweiss just stares at him in stunned silence as the answer finally lands. Her face goes bright red, and she looks one heartbeat away from short-circuiting. Rosweiss asks why he wants to see her in that outfit, suddenly far more flustered than she planned. Leon begins to explain, then immediately falls asleep. His timing is criminal. Rosweiss promises she will let him go this time, but sleepwalking into another embarrassing moment will have consequences. She finally identifies the problem. Leon was sleepwalking. The next afternoon, Muin plays outside the Silver Dragon Castle, while Leon and Rosweiss arrive behind her. Rosweiss asks if Leon is disappointed after sleeping alone. She is clearly fishing for an answer again. Leon says he can sleep anywhere in the castle, then immediately realizes he said the wrong thing. Rosweiss reminds him that he talked in his sleep. Leon's face says he wants to rewind the entire conversation. She says she did not know he had such a touching secret love. Leon is visibly horrified. Leon insists it is impossible because he never had time to think about love. Rosweiss enjoys every second of his denial. Rosweiss says dreams may reveal true feelings, and Leon desperately asks why she believes that. Muin picks flowers nearby, then suddenly calls out for her sister. Muin races back toward them, calling Rosweiss and Leon Mom and Dad. A second dark-haired girl arrives beside Muin, and Leon notices something surprising. The children invite them on a date to Sky City tomorrow. Leon and Rosways are both stunned. The kids apparently see them as a couple already. Leon and Rosways can only stare in total confusion. Noah hands her parents her homework and innocently asks for help with an essay contest. She explains that everyone writes about ordinary happy families, so she wants to show off what makes her dragon family special. After a serious little think, Noah decides their unique strength is simple: Mom and Dad's love. Both parents freeze at the word love, like their daughter just launched a surprise attack. Their stunned faces only make Noah more certain she has found the perfect topic. Noah asks them to gather inspiration, and they immediately agree to help their daughter. Her solution is brutally direct. Mom and Dad need to go on a date in the city tomorrow. The next day, the pair emerges in matching outfits while Noah watches from behind. The tiny director has done her job. They set off together, but the black-haired father already looks nervous about this whole date business. As they walk, he admits Noah is not like other children, and then asks the dangerous question: has she ever even been on a date? Neither parent has much room to talk. She spent years buried in work while he was busy raising children. So yes, this is a date planned by two people with exactly zero dating experience. What could possibly go wrong? Earl Woodseed reveals she researched romance all night, and she was looking very pleased with her preparation. Her research comes from romance novels, which is never a warning sign in fiction. Our boy studies her checklist and realizes her ideal couple activities are about to become his full-time mission. At least she bans weird couple games and excessive physical contact, so the date has some safety regulations. They promise Noah they will bring back perfect inspiration for her essay and head into town with forced confidence. Noah and her sister quietly watch from afar, enjoying snacks while their parents try to act normal. Their first stop is a stage show, where the date gets far more dramatic than either parent expected. The girls stare in amazement as the show pulls their parents into the spotlight. In front of the crowd, he drops to one knee and reaches for Roswita's hand, turning the performance into a very convincing proposal scene. Their hands meet as the daughters watch from their hiding place, completely invested in this accidental romance lesson. Next, they visit a fortune teller's tent, because apparently the state still needed more chaos. The mysterious fortune teller immediately pegs Roswita as a Scorpio, and Roswita is impressed she got it right. The fortune teller describes Scorpio women as distant on the surface, but fiercely loving underneath, which hits uncomfortably close to home. She adds that once they fall in love, it is all or nothing, making the couple suddenly a lot more interested. Roswita calls it cheap fortune-telling tricks, but our boy eagerly asks if he must be a Leo. The fortune teller confirms it, saying he fits the sign perfectly, and he reacts like he has just met a true master. His wide-eyed shock makes it clear he is completely sold. He leans in with sparkling eyes and begs the fortune teller to keep going. She says his wife's sign makes her insecure and sensitive to her surroundings, and he listens with sudden seriousness. The advice is simple: make Roswita feel safe and show her affection more often. Roswita gets flustered at the word affection, while he looks equally overheated. Smooth work, fortune teller. Then the fortune teller raises her crystal ball and offers to look into their near future. He places his hands on the glowing crystal ball, ready to hear what fate has waiting for them. The fortune teller's prediction is alarming enough to make him snap that they are absolutely not having a dozen kids. Still blushing beside him, Roswita quietly admits that this really does feel like a date. The witch peers into her glowing crystal ball and claims she can see what his future prison life looks like. She offers to help him escape for 100 gold coins. Even prophecy has a service fee. The white-haired dragon immediately offers financial support, while he looks like he has heard this exact scam before. He refuses to play money extortion games, but she smugly reveals that she has seen this trick before. As they walk away, the witch protests that their future will have children. That is a wildly confident sales pitch. He gives her a flat stare, and she doubles down that she is absolutely right about them having lots of kids. Outside, the dragon happily asks where they should go next, clearly treating this escape like a date. She suggests the final stop before sunset, and he listens with a mix of suspicion and reluctant curiosity. Walking through town together, she admits she has done many things before, but this kind of outing feels different. With a sly smile, she reveals they were actually dating, as long as he is willing to call it that. Our boy freezes for a second, then asks where this date is even going next. She leads the way as two small dragon girls secretly follow them through the street. The last stop is a beach near Sky City, with the sun dropping low over the water. He takes in the beach, but the dragon watches him closely, waiting to see whether he likes it. He says the atmosphere is a little too crowded, and the nearby couples prove his point. She says the place is worth the trip, then suggests finding somewhere with fewer people. He agrees with an easy smile, and the pair head down the shore at sunset. Now alone by the waves, they stroll side by side, their long shadows stretching across the sand. He notices how the setting sun gives her silver hair a soft golden shine, and he cannot stop looking. She catches him staring and calls him out, while he pretends he was only admiring the sunset. She's not buying it. The dragon has spotted a weak point and she's enjoying every second. She teases that he keeps mentioning a former female classmate, then demands to know if they had a relationship. He finally understands the problem. She cares far too much about that old classmate. He says it out loud. She is jealous. Her shocked reaction lasts about half a second. She grabs his face, demanding to know what explosive nonsense he's saying now. He tells her to guess slowly, and she bolts off in flustered denial. From behind a tree, one little dragon beams that Mom is smiling so happily. Her maid only regrets missing the moment on camera. Apparently, this household needs less surveillance. The maid explains that a dragon's life is too long, while any ordinary companion will eventually pass away. That is why the dragon treasures this fleeting happiness, and the little girls want to keep the moment in their hearts. Back on the shore, she suddenly turns the teasing into a chase and comes straight for him. She calls after him that he should just wait for her, then lunges through the shallow surf. She slips with a startled cry, and his playful expression vanishes the instant he sees her fall. He rushes in shouting for her to be careful, catching her before the tumble gets worse. His hand lands at her waists as he steadies her, and the joking mood suddenly gets very quiet. She looks up, flushed and breathless, while he realizes just how close they are. Neither of them pulls away. The sunset does the rest of the dramatic lighting for free. The dragon cups his face and kisses him, finally turning all that teasing into something real. The watching girls cover their eyes and declare that children cannot watch this page. Fair call. On a quiet beach at sunset, Roswisa tells Leon that her perfect story is not about the ending. She looks calm and sincere as she reaches for him. Roswisa smiles with total confidence and asks Leon to trust her. For once, the terrifying Dragon Queen is being genuinely soft. Leon relaxes with a small, fond smile. He is clearly letting his guard down around her. Their hands clasp together as Roswisa promises there is nothing to fear. The sunset date lands perfectly. The two walk away together along the shore, and the narration calls their date a perfect ending. Naturally, that is the exact moment Trouble decides to wake up. At Noah's graduation, she describes her parents as loving but strange. That is an extremely diplomatic way to put it. That night, a lit bedroom window cuts through the darkness as someone stirs inside. Leon suddenly jerks awake in bed, looking like he has been caught by fate itself. Our boy is hiding a secret collection of bunny girl photos, and he has apparently printed them out. Digital evidence was not risky enough for Leon. Leon scrambles to hide the final photo, his nervous eyes darting around the room. Then footsteps appear at the doorway. Leon freezes before he can finish hiding the evidence. He dives for the drawer in a panic, but Roswisa is already entering the room. Leon flails backward on the couch, trying to look innocent and failing at record speed. Roswisa calmly asks if he wants to sleep at her place tonight. Leon clutches the drawer shut like it contains state secrets. Roswisa gives him a sly smile when he refuses. She knows something is off, and she is enjoying every second of it. Leon thinks he is holding the trump card. He decides to tease the female dragon instead. He asks Roswisa if Leon likes bunny girls. She plays along with an innocent little, "Ah?" Leon immediately realizes his secret photos may have been discovered. His face goes from smug to horrified in one beat. Roswisa reminds him that she once wore a bunny girl costume in his sleep. She is teasing him with a very straight face. Leon insists it is impossible, because even if he wanted it, Roswisa would never show up in that outfit. He is protesting far too specifically. Roswisa blushes, then decides to tease him longer. She has found a weakness, and the Dragon Queen is not wasting it. She says she will never wear a bunny girl outfit for him. Her smug little pose makes it obvious she wants him to keep begging. Leon notices she did not actually find the photo, so he thinks he still has the advantage. He asks what she would do in a bunny girl outfit. Leon leans forward with a determined grin. He is ready to force the issue, even if magic is involved. He tells Rosweiss that her tricks cannot escape his eyes. She answers with a cool, calculating look. Rosweiss offers a deal. If Leon can make her wear the bunny girl outfit, he can have whatever he wants with her. That escalated beautifully. Leon stares back and asks if she is serious. His confidence is real, but he is also walking directly into a dragon trap. Rosweiss warns the Dragon Slayer to think carefully about what happens if his little plan fails. She is composed, confident, and clearly holding a card he cannot see. Leon rises from the couch, certain he knows better than her. Rosweiss watches him with amused patience. Leon reaches into the hidden drawer and announces that he does not need any tricks. He says he has done everything he needs to do, wearing the kind of grin that only appears right before a bad decision pays off. Leon proudly reveals a photo of Rosweiss in a bunny girl outfit and calls it a masterpiece. Rosweiss goes quiet, her face shadowed with anger. Leon has found the photo, but he may have pushed his luck too far. Leon celebrates like this is his one chance in a lifetime. The tiny victory dance is bold, loud, and catastrophically premature. He suddenly notices Rosweiss is angry and asks when that photo was taken. The smile disappears fast. Leon tries to calm her down by reminding her of the days she was unconscious from the blood curse. That explanation does not help. Rosweiss looms over him with glowing red eyes and asks if he plans to threaten her with this. Leon has finally met the consequences. Leon tries one last charming argument, saying she only needs to be good and obedient if she wants proof of the outfit. The Dragon Queen is not amused. The white-haired dragon girl corners the black-haired teacher, clearly furious that he is still holding those humiliating bunny costume photos over her. He plays innocent and asks what she wants, while she stares him down like she is one bad answer away from breathing fire indoors. He cheerfully reminds her that she once said she would wear a bunny girl outfit, then brings up the photos again. The man has chosen chaos. She refuses to fold, so he calmly suggests she come over in the costume and show him. Her glare says this bargain is getting expensive. A red-haired girl eagerly volunteers to collect the embarrassing evidence, while he says the whole family can enjoy it together. That is not helping, sister. When she asks how many photos exist, he first says 2, then casually upgrades that number to 4. Her shock is immediate. He takes her hand and tells her to hurry up before someone sees her dressed like that, and she storms off to find the outfit. She snaps that she will find some clothes first, while he gives her until 7 that evening to prepare. The teacher watches her leave with a smug little smile, convinced that this time he is finally in charge. At 7 that night, he heads to her room, ready to inspect the result of his very questionable assignment. He arrives and asks if she is dressed, but she is still wrapped tight in a blanket, looking deeply suspicious. Milkfee beaks out from the blanket, blushing hard as she tries to negotiate for easier treatment on her first lesson. She agrees to cooperate, but only if he promises not to take more pictures afterward. Her expression says she hates needing that promise. He tells her that depends on his mood, still teasing her while she grips the blanket like it is emergency armor. She warns him not to find the photos first, then finally starts shedding the blanket. The suspense is doing entirely too much work here. Milk reveals the black bunny outfit, sitting stiffly and blushing as she waits for his reaction. He freezes for a second, then openly admits he is impressed. His eyes are having a much louder reaction than his words. He says combining his favorite clothes with his most annoying creature is exciting. Milkfee is not amused by the compliment. She covers herself in embarrassment and asks if he has seen enough, but he casually says they still have things to do. He takes her hand again, and the playful outfit reveal turns into an actual lesson. Milk asks what else he wants, and he tells her to sit down because class is starting. Bunny ears or not, homework waits for nobody. He leads her inside and says tonight they will discuss the homework she needs to complete. The door shuts behind them and Milkfee realizes he is still annoyed about the lesson she gave him last time. He makes her recite the Dragon Slayer's 3 honors and 3 shames, turning the whole thing into a revenge tutoring session. He begins the creed, declaring that every proud Dragon Slayer should know these words by heart. Milk tries to protest that she is a dragon, not a Dragon Slayer, but he tells her to watch her attitude and repeat after him. He leans in with a strict warning, and Milkfee looks overwhelmed as he demands she follow every word exactly. The first rule is painfully direct: be proud of loyalty to the Empire and ashamed of colluding with the Dragon Clan. He makes Melkfrup repeat the line while she kneels in the bunny outfit, and every word lands like a personal insult. When she mumbles the creed, he gives her a sharp corrective tap, and her embarrassed cry fills the room. Melk protests that she read it correctly, but he says she was too soft and orders her to say it properly. He keeps the pressure on, smiling as he tells her to read aloud. Melkfei is furious, humiliated, and absolutely not forgetting this. She glares up at him and starts repeating the creed through clenched teeth. Melk finally blurts out that she is ashamed of the dragon clan, and her face makes it very clear she means the exact opposite. He tells her to keep reading, delighted by the payback, while she silently vows to make him suffer for this later. Melkview shoots him a vicious sideways glare, proving that the dragon's patience is almost gone. The clock finally saves her, and she politely points out that class time is over. He agrees that it is time, but his looming silhouette tells her this lesson is not ending as simply as she hoped. He announces the start of a cultural appreciation class, and Melkfei immediately looks like she knows this teacher has another ridiculous idea. Melk threatens that he is dead if she finds those photos, but she's still trapped in his mischievous little lesson plan. Late at night, Melkfei is pressed close to Rosweiss, and the tension between them is already doing all the talking. Rosweiss notices Melkfei's dragon mark glowing and immediately realizes this is not a harmless little cuddle session. She tries to regain control by announcing a lesson on tolerance in foreign cultures, but her flustered stare gives the game away. Melk looks far too pleased with himself, as Rosweiss calls him naughty for flirting with the teacher. Rosweiss admits the kissing has become familiar since that night at the hot spring, and her blush says she's losing this lesson fast. The dragon mark flares again as the mood turns hotter, and Rosweiss can only manage a breathless protest. She hears something at the door and suddenly freezes. That is one very inconvenient interruption. Melk tells Rosweiss to turn around, pulling her focus right back to him instead. Rosweiss tells him to wait, but Melkfei gently keeps her from escaping a moment. Then Melkfei flips her own lesson back at her and asks her to recite the Dragon Slayer's 3 honors and 3 shames. Rosweiss is stunned by the question, clearly realizing she has walked into a trap of her own design. Melkov calmly prompts her to continue, while Rosweiss struggles to keep her thoughts on the homework. She remembers the first honor, loyalty to the Empire, then pushes through the next line about honor on the battlefield. Rosweiss recites the rule about blood spilled in battle, while Melkfei stays close enough to make every word harder. Melkfei lifts her leg and keeps teasing, and Rosweiss's serious warrior lesson is officially falling apart. Rosweiss clenches the sheets, overwhelmed and frustrated that she cannot even finish memorizing the rules. She snaps that she cannot memorize anything if he keeps punishing her like this, but Melkfei is not ready to let her off. Malkoff reminds her that she said it herself. Foreign cultures need tolerance, so now he wants her to absorb the lesson properly. But night rolls on beneath the moonlit castle, and Melkfei's very personal tutoring session finally fades out. Even the clock seems exhausted, while Rosweiss can barely mutter a complaint. By the end, Rosweiss lies drained under the covers, looking equal parts angry and embarrassed. Melk praises her for surviving the lesson, and she answers with a small, exhausted sound. He says he is heading back to his room and tells her to rest, casually leaving the chaos behind him. Rosweiss glares after him and vows that he will pay the moment she finds those photos. The next day, Rosweiss is still in bed, but her mind is fixed on one thing: finding the hidden photos. She tears through the room searching for where that bastard hid them, determined to protect her standing in the family. Now dressed and focused, Rosweiss decides the photos are the only way to regain control. A sudden sound at the door makes Rosweiss stop cold. Before she can keep searching, Muin appears with Melkfei and announces that Daddy brought her to play. Melkfei cheerfully tells Muin that she can play with Mom for now, while he goes to find Anna. Mew eagerly agrees, while Melkfei slits away down the hallway with a suspiciously calm smile. Malcolm notices that the bedroom door is closed, even though he remembers leaving it open. Inside, the furniture looks exactly as he left it, except for one detail that puts him on alert. Melk catches Rosweiss's faint fragrance in the air and realizes she has been here. He smirks, amused that Rosweiss could not resist hunting for the photos after all. Melk loudly mentions that his favorite coat is in the garden, and says he should go get it. Rosweiss peeks from behind the door, startled, then waits for him to leave before making her move. She slips out quietly, still believing Melkfei has fallen for her little distraction. The second Rosweiss steps out, Melkfei catches her, and her surprise says the trap worked perfectly. Melk folds his arms with a smug pause, while Rosweiss realizes she has been tricked. Rosweiss angrily demands to know why Milkfei was sneaking into the teacher's room, and he looks ready to make things even worse. Leon knocks on Melkfei's bathroom door, wondering why she is hiding when they are supposed to have class tonight. Milk flushes with embarrassment as Leon casually brings up her very public bunny girl performance from last night. She snaps at him to go away, but Leon keeps pressing for the door to open. Leon threatens to send the bunny girl photo to her class group in 3 hours. That is one ruthless use of homework chat. Milk finally bursts out, furious and flustered, while Leon looks far too pleased with himself. Leon smarts and tells her that is more like it, clearly enjoying every second of her outrage. With the door open, Leon folds his arms and asks what Milkfei wants to do now. Milk turns away into the shower, gathering herself for a much bolder move. The shower runs as the room suddenly shifts from a petty argument into dangerous romantic tension. Milkfei steps close to Leon, staring him down like she has finally decided on her own answer. Leon gives her a sly look, but Milkfei is not backing off this time. Milk freezes when Leon bluntly tells her to lie flat. Her confidence takes a direct hit. The bathroom door closes, leaving the rest of their private standoff safely off camera. Night settles over the room as time quietly passes. The clock keeps ticking, and Milkfei's patience is clearly running out. Milk groans in frustration, already looking exhausted by her own plan. She tries to stay in control beside a sleeping Leon, but this awkward setup is not going the way she expected. Milk realizes that a fast-asleep dragon slayer is completely defenseless, and she immediately thinks about the missing backup photos. Leon stays perfectly still, giving Milkfei no reaction at all. Milk is suspicious. The last time she heard his true feelings, his reaction was impossible to miss. After a moment of doubt, she decides to try another method. Milk leans in and demands that Leon tell her where he hid the photos. Leon only lets out a sleepy groan, still refusing to give her anything useful. Milk thinks her tactic finally worked when Leon suddenly gets up. Leon walks out into the moonlit hall, and Milkfei quickly follows his lead. Milk calls Leon a dog of a man and assumes he is finally taking her to the hidden evidence. They reach the Silver Dragon Castle's back mountain, deep in the woods, under a full moon. Milk complains that Leon hid only a few photos like they were buried treasure. She remembers this route feeling strange because it passes through the same places Leon took her that night. Milk studies the route, trying to work out where he could have hidden anything. She asks if they have arrived, while Leon keeps walking ahead without a word. Leon turns with a knowing smile, and suddenly the whole walk feels like a trap. Milk realizes the awful truth. Leon did not sleep at all. He played along with her scheme. Leon tells her there is no need to pretend anymore, because he knows she's awake. Leon admits he does not know what charm she used, but it clearly did not work on him. Milk is stunned as she realizes Leon can sleepwalk, which explains every step of his act. Leon asks which part of the outdoor class was her favorite, and Milk finally senses where this is heading. Milk protests that she does not like anywhere, especially this spot, but Leon has already closed the distance. Leon calmly says they should have their last class of the night right here. He pulls Milkfei close, and her startled expression says she did not expect him to seize control so fast. The mountain echoes with their commotion as the lesson takes a very private turn. Rosweiss shuts Leon's file with a sharp, annoyed snap. She has been dragged through 2 weeks of torture and her patience is officially dead. Rosweiss stares ahead with narrowed eyes and decides she needs a way out of this mess. Her old plan was to use fake letters to control Leon, but now she is ready to push the game forward. She calls Leon into the study, calm on the surface and clearly plotting underneath. Leon walks in with a casual smile, asking what Her Majesty wants now. That confidence is about to get tested. Rosweiss produces a letter and reminds him that it was written 2 years ago when he had no clue what she was doing. She offers to show him the letter, and Leon's eye instantly sharpens. He knows this is not a friendly show and tell. Rosweiss flicks the letter across the room and proposes a deal, watching closely for any crack in Leon's nerves. Leon challenges her bluff. How can he know a blank sheet will really buy his way back into her good graces? He tells her this is his only chance to learn about his master's situation, but Rosweiss stays perfectly smug. Purple fire blooms in Rosweiss's hand, as she threatens to burn the letter if he will not play along. Leon lunges forward and shouts for her to wait. The bait worked immediately. Leon realizes Roswell expected this and prepared 2 hidden backup photos. She came armed for paperwork warfare. Even if he hands over the original evidence, she says she will still keep copies. Leon's confidence drops fast. Leon bows his head, furious but cornered, then says he will get the backup photos. He rushes off with determination burning in his eyes, while Roswell watches without giving him an inch. A little later, Leon slaps a stack of papers onto the desk. He found the backup photos. He tells Roswell to take them, trying to sound in control even as he gives away the leverage she wanted. Leon worries that if his sister saw these photos, his silver dragon life would become unbearable for the next 200 years. Roswell studies the stack with a cold stare. She is clearly not done stirring trouble between these two. Then she spots a group photo and her eyes widen. This one is different. Roswell quietly keeps that photo for herself, pretending it is no big deal. Very convincing, obviously. With the evidence secured, Roswell calmly calls it a nice little bad thing and enjoys her victory. Leon reacts in disbelief and asks what his master could possibly have written to shake her this much. He dismisses the letter's nonsense and tells her not to worry about the donkey. Leon is coping with sarcasm now. Leon reflects that his master was never normal, especially after vanishing from contact for 2 whole years. His expression turns serious as he wonders whether his master is in danger and cannot return. Roswell points out that the tiger has not returned to the Empire for a year either. Something is keeping both of them away. Leon says his master probably wants another Empire adventure, then reveals the real problem. He still holds every physical record at Dragonslayer Academy. The leaderboard makes it clear that Leon is miles ahead. Even with a 2-year handicap, nobody can catch him. Roswell says becoming number 1 would make him look capable, like a champion who can handle homework. Lion gets hit with a very personal reality check. She cheerfully suggests another match outside, and Leon remembers that he has always won before. Roswell says she would only rate him at 100 right now and tells him to practice more first. Leon clenches his fist. Frustrated by her blunt judgment, she has turned a challenge into a sore spot. Several months pass after Leon wakes, and the scene shifts to the castle as the family tests what changed. Muen crackles with blue lightning. Her health has recovered beautifully, but her magical power is strangely depleted. Leon explains that lightning is his offensive attribute, built for clearing crowds rather than hitting one Dragon King-level target. No matter how strong his body becomes, Leon admits his magic alone still cannot defeat an opponent at the Dragon King level. Lightning coils around Leon's fist, but he frowns. The power is still the same, and he needs another answer. Muen looks up at her father with bright curiosity, asking what he is doing as his lightning flashes nearby. Leon realizes Muen can use lightning too. He explains that everyone awakens their own magic, and it is up to them to develop it. Muen beams and asks what kind of magic she will awaken, leaving Leon to wonder what element a human-dragon hybrid might inherit. Roswell is startled by the question that hangs over the room. What element did Noah awaken back then? The lesson opens with magic awakening at a certain age, and our boy's lightning power is already looking seriously dramatic. Most people awaken one elemental affinity, but rare people can handle more than one. Naturally, this family cannot keep things simple. The explanation shows how unusual dual-element users are, while the question of Muen's own magic hangs in the air. In the private library, the white-haired woman calmly offers Muen access to her books, watching him with guarded curiosity. Muen asks to borrow books about dragon race magic, so he can study while looking after their child. She goes quiet for a moment, her narrowed eyes making Muen wonder if he just stepped on a magical landmine. Instead, she gives him the key and tells him to take whatever he wants to read. Muen is delighted by how easily that worked, then remembers he needs a book for one very specific problem. He pauses at the door and asks her to wait, suddenly looking much less confident. She turns back with a puzzled look, waiting for him to explain what is bothering him. Muen asks which element she awakened first. She answers lightning, and his expression instantly changes. He insists he knows nearly every dragon awakening after studying so much, but this answer catches him off guard. Muen freezes as the pieces start clicking together. He asks what element their human-dragon hybrid child awakened, and the woman hesitates before saying light. That vague answer is enough to make Muen stare. He can feel a reveal coming from a mile away. The woman suddenly corrects herself and blurts out the real answer: lightning. Muen realizes Noah awakened the same element as her mother, and he smiles at the inheritance she carries. He jokes that Muen might awaken lightning too, and the white-haired woman does not look impressed by that prediction. Mewin doubles down and declares lightning, while she fires back with one word, fire. She walks away with a smug little challenge, leaving Mewin alone with his very bold elemental theory. Later in the Roswell private library, Noah rushes in calling for her daddy and demanding books. Noah bounces into the room, thrilled that Mewin has returned to read with her. Mewin settles her in for today's lesson, promising to follow her big sister's study routine. He begins with the basics, explaining that magic combines physical strength with mental strength. Mewin shows Noah the magical circuits inside the body, where the intended effect is guided and released. Noah asks what mental strength means, staring wide-eyed at the glowing body diagram. Mewin explains that mental strength is a strong desire to reach a goal, using his urge to pick up a book as an example. Noah catches the idea quickly. His desire to lift the book is what drives the action. She points out that even without wanting to lift it, he could still do it eventually. This tiny professor is paying attention. Mewin agrees, explaining that desire does not replace magic, but it makes the final result much stronger. He compares two equally healthy dragons. The one who truly wants to breathe fire will release the stronger flame. Noel proudly announces that Mewin already knows the answer. Magic is made from physical and mental strength. Mewin praises her for learning fast, adding that both a strong body and strong will matter. He says Noah has been doing physical training lately, and her proud smile says she plans to keep up. Noah declares she will not fall behind her sister. The sibling rivalry has officially entered the study room. Mewin pats Noah's head and tells her that a good daughter should make him proud, and she happily accepts the mission. Once Noah starts studying, Mewin turns back to the shelves, knowing his own homework is finding answers. He opens a book on magic circuits and remembers that his lightning magic briefly appeared during the dragon battle. Mewin suspects something is wrong with his magic circuits, but the answer will take a long investigation. At the mansion, the little girl is completely stuffed after dinner, happily declaring that Mom's steak was delicious. Her sister suggests a walk to help them digest, and the two girls race off together with bright, excited smiles. The younger sister proudly announces that she is heading out with her big sister, while their mother sends them off carefully. With the kids leaving, the black-haired father keeps clearing dishes while the white-haired mother watches him from behind. He says this is the last plate, but the mother suddenly asks whether next Tuesday is his birthday. That question lands like a trap. The father freezes, realizing she is talking about his birthday, and he has no clue where this conversation is going. She calmly confirms that next Tuesday is indeed her birthday, then explains that dragons count birthdays very differently from humans. Dragons live for ages and celebrate only once a year, but her next birthday still has the father quietly doing the math. She asks if he is planning a present, while he panics because her birthday is still 2 years away by his count. He insists he has never heard of prisoners of war giving birthday gifts. Nice try, our boy, but she is already leaning in. She says that, since he is not giving a gift, he should at least make some other gesture. The father immediately looks worried. The mother smiles sweetly and gives him an answer that sounds simple enough. Help her throw a birthday party. He points at himself in disbelief, but she reminds him that he is the queen's husband in a dragon castle. She says dragons will line up to celebrate her birthday, so he should be making the arrangements. The pressure is very real. With an innocent smile, she reminds him that he was in a coma when she last celebrated, and asks if he will make it up to her now. The father wants to make her happy, but he is clearly wondering whether it is normal for a husband to organize a female dragon's birthday. He tries to phrase it carefully, asking why she wants others to think they are not getting along. The mother gives him a cold, glowing stare and asks what right a prisoner has to bargain with her. Her aura turns downright terrifying, and the father quickly blurts out that he will give her an unforgettable birthday. That instantly softens her. She smiles and says she will be satisfied, as long as he does not fail her in the end. The father starts to relax, but she narrows her eyes and tells him he still owes her a different explanation. He sweats under that sharp stare, then reassures her that she will definitely be satisfied. The tense kitchen talk gives way to a lesson, with the father now teaching Muan about magic. Mewin listens seriously as he explains that magic can be combined in many ways, even to improve something as ordinary as cooking. When he asks if she has questions, Mewin eagerly says she understands everything. She is soaking up every word. Mewin admires her lively father, remembering how he taught her magic after she struggled with the serious atmosphere around her. Mewin decides to ask him to teach her lightning magic during vacation, then he asks what she likes most. Muin beams and says she knows the answer, while her father proudly thinks his 5-year-old is a genius. Her answer is immediate. Mommy loves Daddy, and she loves him very much. The father is not prepared for this level of romance. He awkwardly asks whether Muin means something else, because in her eyes he and Mom are apparently the purest love warriors alive. The father gently asks again what Muin herself likes, and she thinks hard with complete seriousness. Muin remembers her mother's lesson. A dragon's lifespan is long, but even breathtaking beauty eventually fades. She concludes that fleeting moments of beauty are the most meaningful things to cherish. That is unexpectedly deep for a 5-year-old. The father repeats her answer in confusion, then suddenly looks like an idea has struck him. He declares that he's got it and rushes away, leaving Muin curious about whatever he is planning for Mom. The father grabbed Muin's hand with a huge grin, clearly fired up by his sudden birthday plan. He ends the lesson early so Muin can keep reading, then heads off with suspiciously cheerful energy. The girls watch him sprint away, and Muin guesses that Daddy went to find something Mommy likes. Later, the father asks the white-haired mother how old she is this year, and she calmly answers with a number that breaks his brain. She says she's turning 218 years old, and he nearly explodes at the answer. After recovering, he is relieved that he did not accidentally break some law. Dragon math has saved him from a very awkward panic. He stares at her in disbelief, realizing that appearances tell you absolutely nothing when dragons are involved. The mother gives a smug little smile and says the taste was all right, ending the chapter with the father still scrambling to impress her. At Silver Dragon Castle, Rossweiss is carrying a ridiculous stack of birthday gifts and wondering why Leon has not shown up all day. She looks annoyed but hopeful as she heads toward his room with every present she could find. The loaded-down Dragon Queen reaches his door, still completely unaware that Leon has been hiding something inside. Rossweiss pauses at the door, her long white hair filling the frame, as she listens for any sign of him. She calls for Leon and steps inside, looking confused by the suspiciously dark room. Rossweiss demands to know what he's doing in her room, and her startled face says she expects trouble. Then the presents part, and Leon finally reveals himself with the cake and a very loud birthday surprise. Our boy grins beside the glowing cake and wishes the female dragon a happy birthday. Smooth entrance, zero restraint. Rossweiss immediately hates the title, telling him to use her name instead, but her eyes keep drifting back to the cake. Leon explains that people eat cake on birthdays, and he clearly put real effort into this custom-made monster. After one taste, Rossweiss smiles softly and admits the cake is actually alright. Leon stops her before she digs in, insisting she has to blow out the birthday candles and make a wish first. Rossweiss stares at the absurd number of candles and suspects Leon is deliberately messing with her. Leon politely explains that human birthday cakes use candles for age, then tells Her Majesty to go ahead. Rossweiss knows he is provoking her, but she refuses to look scared of a few little candles. She grabs Leon and declares that if he wants the candles blown out, he is doing it with her. Leon panics because blowing out a captive's candles is apparently a very bad look, but Rossweiss makes him hurry up. Leon gives in, while Rossweiss wears the smug expression of someone who has just turned a birthday tradition into a threat. They both lean in and blow with all they have, determined to defeat every last candle. Their combined breaths send smoke everywhere, leaving both of them coughing through the aftermath. Rossweiss complains that humans are boring, while Leon points out that normal people do not need hundreds of candles. With the candles finally out, Leon reminds her to make her wish before the moment slips away. Rossweiss gives a dismissive little laugh, acting as if human rituals are beneath the Dragon Queen. Leon quietly wonders what the Dragon Queen could possibly wish for when she can probably get anything she wants. Rossweiss closes her eyes, folds her hands, and begins her wish with surprising seriousness. Her wish is simple and terrifying. Her captive will never escape. Leon protests that wishes do not work that way, but Rossweiss coolly says it is her birthday and she can wish for whatever she wants. Leon drops the argument and offers her a slice of cake instead, choosing peace over another dragon-level debate. Rossweiss accepts the cake with a small smile, clearly pleased even if she will never say it outright. Then she catches Leon eating a piece, and asks why he is helping himself to her birthday cake. Leon cheerfully says he just wants to eat Rossweiss's, then quickly clarifies he means the sweet and sour jam. Rossweiss realizes he is treating her name like a flavor, and her birthday mood takes a sharp turn. Her eyes go cold as she points at him, ready to punish this idiot for turning her name into dessert. Leon senses the danger immediately and admits he has a bad feeling about this. Before the queen can explode, Leon says he has one more gift for her and leads her outside. Rosweiss follows him into the night, looking wary as Leon tells her to come closer. She scans the quiet balcony and asks where the present is, finding absolutely nothing there. Leon just smirks and tells her not to rush. The man is finally enjoying his dramatic entrance. He raises a gloved hand, and blue lightning begins to crackle across the night sky. With a flick of his fingers, Leon draws the magic into the air and builds the surprise stroke by stroke. The lightning blooms into a giant glowing message, "Happy birthday, Rosweiss." Rosweiss's eye widens as the light reflects in it, and the teasing finally falls away. Leon admits he used a lightning magic circle, though the glowing birthday display can only last a few seconds. Rosweiss stops him with a soft smile, clearly more moved than she wants him to know. Leon says that only fleeting things are worth remembering, and Rosweiss is caught completely off guard by the thought. For a quiet moment, she only stares at him, her sharp expression softening under the fading magic. Rosweiss agrees in a low voice, and the two share a rare peaceful moment together. The tension lingers as Rosweiss turns away, trying to hide how much the surprise actually reached her. As they head back inside, Rosweiss admits she is satisfied and says Leon is unexpectedly good at organizing birthdays. Leon celebrates his victory under the moon, while Rosweiss mutters that he is one of her birthday gifts too. He has one of her birthday gifts too. He has no idea what that means, but it sounds expensive. Back at the palace, the morning looks peaceful, but the white-haired queen is already yawning like sleep personally challenged her. The dark-haired man brings over leftover cake, then notices she can barely keep her eyes open. She rubs her temple and admits she has been feeling unusually sleepy lately. Then she notices another change. Her belly seems a little bigger, even though she normally watches her diet and exercise. The man watches her closely, realizing this is not just the queen taking an extra nap. He teases the workaholic queen for being lazy, and she snaps back immediately. At least her attitude is still fully operational. Her sharp reaction softens when he tells her to rest, but she still looks drained and uncomfortable. The dizziness worsens and she slumps forward with a frustrated groan. He rushes to her side, worried she might actually be sick. He checks her forehead, but she insists she has no fever. She says she just got up too fast and feels a little dizzy, so he tells her to drink more hot water. His calm advice earns him a very suspicious side-eye. That hot water cure is doing heavy lifting today. She silently stares him down, and he retreats with the cake box before the queen decides dessert is the real enemy. He makes a cheerful escape with the cake, wisely deciding not to test her patience any further. A few days later, Muin finds her father searching through books and asks what he is looking for. He plays it off as browsing, but privately he refuses to mention the queen's depleted magic and make everyone worry. His face hardens as he thinks that if she learns the truth, she will be furious. The queen's sinister little smile in his imagination tells you exactly how that conversation would go. Muin says her homework is nearly done, and her father proudly expects her to awaken her magic this month. Muin studies with total focus, while he boasts that her learning speed has improved enough for a magical awakening. Muin explains that her mother uses fire and her father uses lightning, so she hopes her own element will be lightning too. She says lightning would help her mother feel safer, and her father gently reminds her that an element cannot be chosen by wish alone. Muin suddenly remembers the element question, and her father's startled face shows he has a very different problem on his mind. With winter break coming, Muin asks him to teach her more lightning magic, so she can master it sooner. He panics inside. His magic is too weak right now to demonstrate anything impressive for her. Still, he throws out a flashy heavenly lightning pose, trying to look like the dependable father she believes in. Muin thinks his effort is adorable and asks him to teach her anyway. He immediately says no, overwhelmed by the idea of teaching magic he can barely control himself. The thought hits him hard. This absolutely cannot happen. He remembers that his family standing was earned through strength, and he was supposed to be the shield protecting his daughter. Muin quietly offers to forget the request if it is inconvenient for him. That instantly flips a switch. He promises he will definitely teach her proper lightning magic when the time comes. Muin lights up and asks if he really means it. She throws herself into his arms, thanking her daddy, and he is left stunned by how much that promise matters to her. The hug leaves him resolved. Before the holidays, he has to restore his magic for Muin's sake. He decides to find Moon first, then doubles down on restoring the power she believes he has. He has spent 2 weeks chasing every cause of his mana depletion and trying every cure, but nothing works. Lost in the library, he starts wondering if the problem is not his magic itself, but some outside factor. Then he connects the timing. Ever since becoming the Rose-Wise Prince's prisoner, the only new thing he gained was a dragon mark. He studies the glowing mark on his chest and realizes it may be absorbing his magic power. Meanwhile, Miun eagerly announces that she is about to awaken her element, and she wants everyone watching closely. The dragon mark is more than a couple's symbol. It binds two people together, and this pale purple mark is starting to look like a very expensive relationship perk. Leon studies the mark on his chest with a grim stare. He realizes Roswithies could have used their bond to steal his magic if she wanted to. Instead of panicking, our boy decides to test it. He gathers magic and lets the dragon mark pull it in. Blue energy surges around Leon as the mark begins absorbing power. His serious face as he is fully committed to finding out what this thing can do. Inside his body, the magic races through glowing channels and collects around his chest. Leon feels the power settle into the mark. The weird drain is turning into a storage vault. After magic enlightenment, a mage can condense power into circuits and use it later. Leon's dragon mark is now doing that job for him. The mark keeps him from burning through all his magic at once. Leon looks relieved because running on empty is not exactly a heroic build. Leon rubs his head and wonders if Moon's magic somehow got inside him. He is baffled, but not exactly upset about the free upgrade. He worries that the mark is sucking up magic for no reason, then calms himself. So far, there are no strange symptoms. Leon has a new idea. If the mark cannot absorb his stored magic, then he can keep feeding it more power. Storage may be slower this way, but Leon will never be completely empty. He grins like a man who just found a loophole in reality. With that settled, Leon heads out to gather more magic. Today, he is putting the little dragon mark to work. The scene shifts to Moon's awakening day, held in a grand palace hall prepared for her ceremony. Leon arrives in uniform, yawning through the morning. Apparently even magical bloodlines cannot defeat an early start. He cheerfully greets Roswithies, and she notices right away that he is in a suspiciously good mood. Leon jokes that Miun takes after her mother, which earns him a cool look from Roswithy. He is enjoying himself far too much. Roswithy predicts Miun should awaken fire. With dragon blood this strong though, even she cannot be completely certain. Leon teases that Miun might still be as stubborn as her mother. Roswithy gives him a flat answer. They will see. In the palace hall, a glowing golden magic circle is ready. The ceremony is about to begin. Miun charges ahead with bright eyes, declaring that she will lead the way. She has no fear at all. The little girl turns back from mommy and daddy, making sure both parents are right behind her. Moen is told that she is about to awaken her element, and she watches the circle with eager, sparkling focus. Roswithy gently promises that both parents will stay with Moen the whole time. The girl visibly relaxes. Leon tells Miun not to be nervous and to do what her parents taught her. She answers with a small determined nod. A blonde attendant confirms that the ceremony is ready and Moon's awakening can begin at any time. Leon and Roswithy send Miun forward with encouragement. She answers them with a confident yes. Miun steps into the golden formation as the runes ignite beneath her feet. Golden flames burst around Moen. She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing herself as the awakening takes hold. Roswithy explains that most children need several attempts to gather magic. Miun succeeds on her very first try and both parents beam with pride. The flames wrap around Moon's small body as her power continues rising. Fire has awakened in Moon exactly as expected. Roswithy looks thrilled. Roswithy celebrates Moon's fire element and asks why Leon is not smiling. She expects him to be overjoyed. She reminds Leon that he has won every time their eldest daughter has put him to the test. Roswithy is proud, confident, and completely missing his concern. Leon finally speaks up. Fire is not the problem, he says. He is watching for something bigger. Leon warns that Moon's awakening is not over. Roswithy has turned sharply as a new energy begins to crackle through the flames. Blue lightning joins the fire around Moon. Roswithy stares wide-eyed at the impossible second element. After the shocking reveal, Roswithy immediately orders Leon to make sure Moon eats and gets no sleep. Parenting remains undefeated. Moon's lightning element has awakened, and the tiny mage is practically glowing with pride. Her father watches with a pleased smile as the youngest daughter of the strongest dragon slayer and silver dragon queen, Muon was never going to have an ordinary future. Then Moon adds rare awakening magic to the mix, making her future look even more absurdly bright. The little girl stands in a circle of golden magic, delighted that her new power actually worked. Muon gives a smug little giggle. She has discovered magic, and humility did not make the guest list. She calls for mommy and daddy, desperate to make sure both of them saw her big moment. Muon reminds them that she can use 2 elements now, so they do not need to argue anymore. She throws her arms up, beaming like she just solved the whole family problem by herself. Anna sees what Muon is really trying to do. The child wants her parents to stop fighting. Muon clings close to her parents, and the tension between them starts to melt. Her parents smile and hold each other while Muon happily declares that they are both proud of her. With the argument buried for now, the family decides to celebrate together that night. Muon gives Daddy one very serious assignment: handle the celebration. Night settles over the castle, and the promised family feast begins to take shape. The table is loaded with steak, chicken, oysters, and enough food to make this look like a royal peace treaty. Dad encourages Muon to eat well and grow stronger, while Anna watches the family dinner quietly. Muon gets a chicken leg reward for working hard, and she celebrates like she won a championship. She offers one piece to Daddy first, still sharing every little victory with him. Then Muon offers food to Mommy too, hoping the happy family mood will last. Anna thanks Muon, but her distant expression makes it clear that something's wrong. Anna barely touches the meal, even though Muon carefully put the food right in front of her. Dad notices Anna pushing food around and starts to worry. He asks if she is dieting. Anna quickly insists it is probably just an upset stomach. Dad freezes as a very different possibility lands in his head. Anna snaps back that she is not dieting and has only gained a little weight recently. Dad says losing weight while eating like this is impossible, and Anna's glare could season the entire table. He starts grabbing the dishes away, and Muon immediately asks what on earth he is doing. Dad blurts out his concern while Muon keeps happily eating. The child has no clue why dinner became a crisis. Anna smugly tells Muon to eat more. Apparently, the dinner battle has a new commander. Anna bans sleep until Muon finishes eating, and Dad looks personally betrayed by this ruling. Dad protests that he will not even be allowed to sleep tonight, but Muon is too busy chewing to care. Muon keeps stuffing her cheeks with food and giggling. Tiny lightning mage, full-time chaos engine. The next morning, sunlight washes over the castle after a very eventful family dinner. Anna wakes at the yawn, looking exhausted before her day has even started. She asks her maid what she needs to do today, already bracing herself for royal paperwork. Anna sits at her desk while the maid brings up letters and routine state business. The maid lists deliveries and visitors, then politely asks whether Anna has any special plans. Anna says she will deal with it tomorrow. She is exhausted and wants one day of rest. The maid is confused because Anna almost never takes breaks. That is when the alarm bells start ringing. The maid urges Anna to rest, while Anna tries to think of anything urgent she has missed. Anna is puzzled. She went to bed early, yet she still feels sleepy today. She stretches and wonders why she has no energy, completely unaware that Dad is outside teaching Muon magic. From the window, Anna spots the father-daughter lesson happening on the lawn. Dad quizzes Muon about the lightning magic he just described, and she listens with serious little student focus. Muon proudly recites that lightning magic combines offense and defense, then calls it the strongest magic in the world. She remembers it all, then asks the obvious question: why teach lightning but not fire magic? Muon spots Anna and races over, eager to report just how powerful Daddy's lessons are. She tells Anna that lightning magic is incredible and begs her mother to watch her practice. Dad steps back with a confident smile and tells Muon to perform for Mommy. Muon eagerly agrees, clearly ready to show off every scrap of her new talent. She plants her feet in the grass and gathers herself for the spell. Blue sparks crackle around one's hands as she pulls the lightning magic under control. 2 bright orbs of lightning flare to life in her hands, and her parents can only stare. Only 2 days after awakening, Muon can already control magical energy. Anna is stunned by how quickly her daughter is growing. Their little daughter erupts with bright blue lightning, and the proud parents watch her new magic flare around her. Muon looks quietly pleased as the girl proves she is not just another ordinary dragon child. Lightning is her second element, a rare awakening that gives the little girl an extra advantage in life. She clenches her tiny fist and beams at her own power, desperate for mommy and daddy to notice. The girl proudly points out that Mon can use two elements too, so apparently the family debate is officially over. She only wanted them to stop arguing, and her hopeful face makes that tiny wish impossible to ignore. Muen and the white-haired mother stand together, both softened by their daughter's earnest effort. The couple laughs and agrees they are far too happy to argue now, crisis solved by adorable child magic. The mother suggests a family celebration and the little girl immediately hears the important part, steak. Muen takes charge of dinner while the castle settles into the kind of peaceful night that never stays peaceful for long. A lavish table is prepared, sparkling with enough food to make a royal banquet look like a snack break. At dinner, the girl praises Mon and tells him to eat more steak so he can grow stronger. She raises two drumsticks like trophies and declares that both mommy and daddy deserve a big reward. She carefully gives one piece to daddy and one to mommy, thrilled to feed both of her parents. The white-haired mother accepts the food, but her blank pause hints that something is bothering her. Muen notices she has barely eaten all night, and his concern replaces the cheerful dinner mood. He asks if cilantro made her sick, but she quickly insists it is probably just an upset stomach. Muen stares at her in surprise and asks if she has been dieting. She reacts fast and defensive, claiming she only gained a little weight recently. Muen starts lecturing about weight loss and looking like a washboard, and her glare says he has chosen danger. Before he can finish, she grabs more food with sudden determination. Muen panics as mother and daughter attack the seafood together, while the child happily calls it delicious. The mother gives Muen a dangerous smile and tells him to keep eating too, no sleeping until he finishes. Muen realizes the feast has become a command, and he protests that he is not being allowed to sleep. Meanwhile, their daughter keeps munching with puffed cheeks, completely delighted by the chaos she started. The next morning, sunlight falls over the castle after the family's very heavy dinner. The white-haired mother yawns and asks Anna what work needs doing today. Anna lists letters, dragon documents, an afternoon inspection, and more meetings, but the mother already looks exhausted. She says it is barely morning and asks for a day of rest, leaving Anna visibly caught off guard. Anna gently offers to handle any urgent matters, clearly worried by her mistress's unusual fatigue. The mother asks to rest, and Anna immediately agrees before hurrying away. Left alone, she wonders why she still feels sleepy after going to bed early. From the window, she spots Mons outside with her daughter and watches them closely. Muen sits on the grass like a patient teacher, checking whether the little girl remembers the lightning lesson. The girl answers confidently that lightning combines offense and defense, proud that she remembered every word. She asks why Muen teaches lightning magic instead of fire magic, turning to mommy for the answer. The girl gushes that lightning magic is incredibly powerful because daddy practices it too. Muen gives a proud little cough and steps forward to perform for his family. He was waiting for that cue. A little girl plants her feet, grins, and prepares to show off her new lightning power. Blue sparks race across her hands as she gathers magical energy with fierce concentration. Only 2 days after awakening, she has already learned to condense her magical energy into glowing lightning orbs. The mother watches in stunned silence, seeing just how quickly their daughter is growing stronger. Later, Muen looks serious as the scene shifts, hinting that he has something important to say next. Leon is getting a very personal medical check from the white-haired nurse, and her teasing smile tells you she is enjoying his discomfort. She tells him to open his clothes for the exam, while Leon looks like he wants the floor to swallow him. The nurse leans in to inspect a glowing mark on his chest. Leon has clearly not prepared himself for this kind of bedside manner. Leon protests that calling this a treatment sounds far too dramatic. He's flustered, but he still tries to sound reasonable. He snaps that she should stop acting like a hungry animal and just finish the check. That definitely does not calm the room down. The nurse notices his dragon pattern tattoo has already lit up, and Leon is visibly embarrassed by the attention. Leon asks what the strange glowing tattoo means, forcing the nurse to finally take the situation seriously. She shuts down his crude joke with a threat to report him, but her sharp eyes stay fixed on the mark. The nurse suddenly freezes and touches her chest, as if she has noticed something wrong with herself. Leon is still confused and calls her a perverted nurse, but her startled body language says this has stopped being a joke. Leon moves closer and says he will examine her carefully. His concern cuts through the awkwardness for a moment. The nurse lets him check her, but her eyes are wide and tense as the possibility starts to dawn on her. Her eyes suddenly widen in shock. She has just connected the dots. And she does not like the answer. The nurse stares down at herself, completely distracted by the growing realization. She abruptly pulls away and gets sick, leaving Leon baffled and alarmed. Pale and shaken, she admits she has been nauseous lately. Now even Leon starts to suspect the obvious. Leon watches her from across the room, wondering how a nurse who can heal others could be in this state. The nurse stares ahead with a hard, worried expression, bracing herself for Leon's next question. Leon finally asks if she might be pregnant. He says it gently, but both of them know how huge that question is. She rejects the idea immediately, insisting it should be impossible after using protection. Famous last words, right? Leon reminds her that the protection was supposed to be completely reliable, and she looks determined to prove it. She explains the purification spell lasts 24 hours and should prevent a dragon from conceiving during that time. The spell boasts a 99.9% success rate. Leon immediately focuses on the tiny chance it could still fail. She gives him the math. Dragon reproduction is extraordinarily unlikely, so an accident should barely be possible at all. She tells Leon to get tested if he is so sure. He accepts, but the nurse is already looking nervous. Leon says he will face whatever happens with her. His calm promise catches the nurse off guard. She holds her stomach in silence while Leon waits nearby. The room has gone from teasing to terrifyingly quiet. Leon asks for a minute, and the nurse waits with her back turned, too anxious to face him. 10 minutes later, both of them stare down in stunned silence as the test result appears. The result is positive. Neither of them moves, because this is the kind of surprise that short-circuits a whole room. Leon and the nurse both blurt out that the other one won, then realize they are talking about a pregnancy, not a duel. She clutches her head and demands to know why this is happening. Leon reaches out, equally stunned. Leon asks whether she forgot to use the purification spell afterward. Her expression reveals that memory is coming back fast. A hazy memory returns, and she realizes there was one night when the timing may have gone very wrong. She remembers using the spell only after the night on the mountain, while Leon presses her for the exact sequence. And she remembers the real mistake. She used it the next day. The loophole has finally found them. Leon remembers she was cursed by blood magic for 3 days, and suddenly he knows exactly why the safeguard failed. The nurse points at Leon and declares him the culprit. He argues that without his action, she might not have survived that night. Her anger melts into overwhelmed silence as she realizes she has made a terrible mistake, but it was not a simple one. Leon tells her it is too late for regrets and gently asks her to focus on the pregnancy now. Leon admits he knows pregnancy can bring fear and emotional chaos. He looks worried, but he is trying to understand her. He promises this time will be different and that he will stay with her. That direct sincerity leaves her blushing. The nurse admits she has no experience with this either, but she is already thinking seriously about what comes next. She warns Leon that pregnant dragons can have intense mood swings and appetites. He has apparently signed up for the full adventure. She orders him not to argue and reminds him that a pregnant woman is the most important person around. Leon wisely takes the lesson. The nurse gives him a small, satisfied smile. At least Leon understands the seriousness of the situation now. Outside the quiet mansion, Leon is left thinking over everything that just changed. Leon stands there with a suspicious little grin while the nurse rests nearby. He may be taking this future father role a bit too confidently. Rose always rests a hand on her pregnant belly and wonders who their next child will resemble. She looks curious, while her husband is already quietly worried. He insists the baby will definitely take after her, but Rosewise is not buying that confidence. Our boy is talking big for a man facing dragon genetics. He proudly brings up Noah and Muin, their first 2 children. His smile is huge, but Rosewise gives him a skeptical side-eye. Looking at the family portrait, he argues that the girls mostly look like him. Rosewise immediately points out the tails, which are a pretty major detail to skip. Rosewise explains the tails are the clearest difference between humans and dragons. Their future child could inherit that trait too, and he has no rebuttal. Our boy asks if a baby can simply be forbidden from having a tail. Rosewise looks ready to remind him that biology does not accept customer requests. She grabs him in exasperation when he keeps making nonsense claims about their unborn child. His bold plan has lasted about 5 seconds. That night, he digs through pregnancy books instead of sleeping. He is clearly taking this fatherhood mission far too seriously. He remembers that their first pregnancy happened while Rosewise was unconscious, so their child was born more dragon-like. Now he wants a way to change that. His answer is human culture. He decides the baby should be exposed to as much of it as possible before birth. He frames it as a father's duty to educate his family. Then his imagination jumps straight to humanity becoming stronger than dragons. His grand plan is to start immediately, even though Rose Weiss is barely into her pregnancy. He is treating this like a military campaign. He rushes off to find the perfect teaching tool, promising to build an education plan as soon as possible. He finds a small recording stone and lights up with an idea. This little crystal is about to become the baby's first classroom. The recording stone can preserve sound, so he heads back into Rose Weiss's room under cover of night. Rose Weiss is asleep, peaceful and unaware, while he approaches with the focus of a man on an extremely questionable late-night mission. He settles close beside her and lets out a pleased little laugh. Romance and educational planning have somehow become the same project. Standing over the sleeping dragon woman, he looks satisfied with himself. Then he gently wakes her because apparently this cannot wait until morning. He gives Rose Weiss a tender wake-up kiss, while she opens her eyes in sleepy surprise. She falls asleep again almost instantly. He is relieved because now he can begin his human culture lesson without waking her up. With the recording stone in hand, he starts telling the unborn baby about humanity from the beginning. He records a grand history lesson about a wise and courageous race called humans. He sounds absurdly proud, but he means every word. He tells the baby that humans are the greatest race in the world and should be admired from now on. Wrapped in blankets, our boy happily continues his lecture. He has fully committed to raising a tiny human fan club. Hours later, his recording celebrates humanity's resilience and constant fight for a better tomorrow. He says the recording quality is good enough for his baby to hear in the future. Then he promises a poem about humanity's greatness next. He keeps going, completely sincere and completely over the top. Somewhere, a history teacher just felt a disturbance in the force. By the time morning comes, he is still praising mankind like he's been hired as its personal publicist. His glowing speech about humanity echoes through the night, but Rose Weiss suddenly wakes with a troubled look. At breakfast, Rose Weiss clutches her head and mutters about last night. She looks shaken, while he casually keeps eating. He reveals that he climbed back into bed before she woke up. Rose Weiss stares at him with growing alarm. Rose Weiss says she had a nightmare that she turned into a human. The idea horrifies her, especially because she was praising humanity in the dream. She decides the prenatal education may actually welcome the child, even if it has already had a strange effect on her. He hears that as a victory and resolves to influence the baby as soon as possible. Rose Weiss asks what he plans to teach Moen today. He answers with basic fire magic. Rose Weiss agrees to teach Moen fire control, as long as he takes responsibility for dragon training in a few days. She leaves him to finish eating while she goes to find their daughter. Her face is calm, but he knows more work is coming. Rose Weiss tells the maid she cannot eat anymore. The maid quietly confirms it, watching her mistress with patient concern. Rose Weiss rubs her belly and murmurs that the baby has endured so much hardship already. Her affection is obvious beneath all the bickering. Outside, Moon happily fires magic, while her father jokes that he will transfer some of the baby's suffering to himself. Later, Rose Weiss decides they should go ask him what he is really thinking. That conversation is not going to be peaceful. Lian keeps training under the moonlight, wrapping himself in crackling blue magic with a focused, determined look. He is pleased with the progress. If he keeps building up Dragon Mark magic, he thinks lightning magic could be next. The clock tells Leon the bad news. It is already 2 a.m. and his body is finally feeling it. Lon decides it is time to put his two-child policy in action and heads back inside to sleep. A few minutes earlier, the white-haired dragon lies awake in her grand bedroom, restless and deep in thought. She cannot clear her mind after dinner, especially after Leon carefully avoided talking about having another child. She wonders what he is thinking, staring into the dark like this is the biggest crisis in the kingdom. At 2:25 a.m., she decides the timing is perfect to go find out for herself. The dragon quietly walks through the moonlit hall toward Leon's room, trying to look casual about a midnight visit. Leon reaches his room and freezes. The door is open, and someone has clearly been here. The dragon spots him first and asks why he is wandering around so late. Leon is immediately in danger of getting caught. She notices the open window and looks stunned. Could Leon really have slipped out through there? Leon hears her steps closing in and searches for somewhere, anywhere, to disappear. He cannot let her find him sneaking around her bedroom at night, so he decides to hide for a while. Leon lunges to the closet door. Our boy is committing fully to the classic bad hiding plan. The dragon scans the room in silence, and Leon is nowhere in sight. She checks the balcony and realizes he did not climb over it. That narrows the hiding spots fast. There is nobody in the bathroom or under the bed, leaving the dragon with one obvious place to check. She walks toward the closet with a cool little smile. Leon's hiding strategy has reached its final boss. Inside the closet, Leon panics. He was discovered way too quickly, and he begs her not to come closer. Closet doors open, and Leon covers his mouth in shock as he realizes exactly how badly this looks. The dragon sees the eye mask in his hand and instantly understands. He was hiding so he could sleep without her. She declares that she cannot sleep without Leon, then proudly claims the eye mask like she just found evidence in court. Leon exhales in relief when she looks away. For one precious second, he thinks he got away with it. He waits for her to fall asleep so he can finally escape, but the dragon is still very much awake. The room goes quiet except for the clock. Every second makes Leon's escape plan feel less believable. Leon carefully peeks out from the closet, hoping the coast is clear. The dragon catches him instantly and sweetly asks why dear Leon is hiding in her closet in the middle of the night. Leon goes completely blank as she appears right behind him. There is no escaping this conversation now. She declares that this female dragon cannot be fooled. Leon looks like he wants the floor to open up and save him. Leon recognizes the move. This feels suspiciously like the perfect setup for a late-night request. The dragon asks Leon to open the door because she wants to come in, and he immediately refuses. Leon says he will not fall for a trap, but her sly smile says she has already decided how this ends. She gives him one last chance to listen and closes the distance herself. Leon's night of peaceful sleep is officially over. Roswese corners Leon outside his room, looking smug, while he hides behind the door. She reminds him that being pregnant does not mean she cannot make his night difficult. Leon tries to insist he cannot do anything for her, but Roswese only smiles. Our boy is already losing this argument. Roswese orders him out, and Leon peeks her on the door like he knows this is a trap. He asks why she came to his room in the middle of the night. She says she is only checking whether he is sleeping well. Leon does not look remotely convinced by that innocent little excuse. Rosway steps in close, and Leon immediately looks nervous. He can feel that this is not going to be a normal bedtime conversation. Leon admits that he feels like he disgusts her, his face full of worry. Rosway hears that and reacts with offended disbelief. She calls his idea nonsense and closes the distance. Leon is still trying to reason his way out, which is adorable but useless. Roswise pins Leon down with a confident grin and tells him to confess if he is really bothered. She is clearly taking control of this whole conversation. Leon points out that pregnancy changes their options, but Roswise has already found a very cheeky workaround. Fade to black, because she came prepared. Roswise calmly says there are plenty of ways to help him relax. Leon stares up at her, realizing he has no winning move left. A flash of purple magic erupts as Roswise makes her move. Leon jerks in shock, completely caught off guard. Her dragon tail joins the teasing, and Leon's surprise turns into instant panic. He was not ready for the bonus feature. Leon begs Roswise to stop using her tail, but she keeps that playful, unbothered expression. His protests are not changing her mind. Roswise reminds him that he normally likes her tail around his waist. Leon has no comeback, only the face of a man betrayed by his own history. She brings up the hot springs, where he made her show that tail before. Roswise is collecting receipts tonight, and every one of them hurts. Roswise promises that this time she will satisfy him properly. Leon is blushing hard, trapped between embarrassment and the fact that she knows exactly how to rattle him. Leon stubbornly insists that a tail cannot resolve anything. Roswise gives him one look that says he is about to learn otherwise. Roswise leans in with a victorious smile, while Leon looks overwhelmed. She is enjoying his stubbornness far too much. Leon panics and tells the female dragon to stop. Roswise answers with a blunt "so what," making it very clear she is not backing down. Leon warns her not to move too much, afraid he might lose control. Roswise looks amused, not alarmed. Roswise says dragons have incredible control over their tails, turning Leon's warning into another chance to tease him. Leon suddenly tells her to pull back because the dragon mark magic is building inside him. His embarrassed face says this has gone far beyond his plan. Roswise notices Leon weakening and calls his name with concern. The playful mood snaps into something much more urgent. The built-up magic suddenly bursts free, sending a powerful jet skyward. Leon's dragon mark has officially turned intimacy into a magical emergency. The magic blast shoots up through the night, bright enough to light the grounds. Subtlety has left the building. Leon collapses in exhausted relief, grumbling about Rosweiss's ruthless dragon tactics. Rosweiss watches him with a satisfied little smile. Rosweiss explains that in a battle between arch-rivals, hitting the weak point is simply effective strategy. Leon is too drained to argue with that logic. Then Rosweiss notices something strange. Leon's dragon mark is glowing blue across his chest. Rosweiss asks why the mark changed color, but Leon says it felt different this time. But Leon says it tinkly and numb. She worries the mark may be out of control again. Remembering the hot springs, Leon insists the strange sensation actually felt good. Leon realizes Rosweiss's lightning shocked the mark. The stored power has decreased a little, though he cannot yet tell why. Leon apologizes for brushing off Rosweiss's concern, then tells her it is almost 4 in the morning. Even chaos needs a bedtime. Rosweiss asks why he came into her room, and Leon finally drops the jokes. His expression softens as he admits he has been thinking about their future. Leon tells her she is the most important dragon in their family and wants them to set their grievances aside. It is a sincere apology, even if he arrived in her room by stealth. Rosweiss accepts the sentiment, then immediately says she will have plenty of chances to punish him later. Romance Dragonwife editions. To punish him later. Rosweiss stands over Leon and lays down a new rule. From now on, he's forbidden from entering her bedroom after 7 p.m. Leon looks up in confusion as Rosweiss promises he will find out what happens if he breaks that rule. She leaves him with a threat that sounds suspiciously like an invitation. Less than a day after Noah got banned from her room after 7, Muin casually suggests that her parents should just live together. The adults freeze instantly. At dinner, everyone wonders how things somehow circle back to a family meal. Muin is completely serious about keeping mom and dad together. Then the white-haired mother drops the real bombshell. She is pregnant again. Noah nearly chokes before he can even process it. Noah tries to regain his composure, but Muin immediately starts asking whether he feels lonely when her sister is away at school. He asks for 1 minute to finish his meal, but Muin is already steering the conversation somewhere much bigger than dinner. Muin asks if she can have more family members. She says dad and mommy promised to give her one, and her excitement is impossible to contain. Her sister joins in, thrilled that Muin has wanted another sibling for ages. Meanwhile, the other girl suddenly looks like she needs air. The overwhelmed sister slumps onto the table, while Noah and their mother stare in shock. This family dinner has gone fully off the rails. Their mother gently explains that a family member is not a pet or a slime. She confirms that the baby means a new little brother or sister is coming. The two girls stare at each other, realizing they really are getting a new family member. The girls rush to hug their mother, celebrating the new baby. She smiles fondly, though she reminds them it is still far too early to tell everyone. Noah watches the girls brighten up, and the mother admits that all their old worries suddenly feel pointless. Muin asks for a big sister instead. Her sister quickly explains that mom can only give her a younger sibling, not an older one. Tough break, kid. The older girl keeps trying to negotiate the sibling order, while Muin listens with wide-eyed seriousness. Their mother laughs and says if Muin wants a little sister so badly, mommy will do her best. Noah is standing right there, looking very aware of the implication. The older daughter asks whether Anna and the others know about the pregnancy. The mother says she has not told anyone yet. She explains that she wants to wait a few more months before making the news public. The older daughter thinks hard, clearly preparing a solution of her own. She points decisively and suggests that Noah and their mother live together. Both adults stare at her in stunned silence. Living together was not the sentence either of them expected tonight. Mao Han asks what that means, so her sister earnestly explains that people who love each other move into the same house. She has apparently studied the topic. Her logic is ruthless. Mom is pregnant, Mo-en is young, and her sister has school. That makes dad the perfect person to stay close and help. Their mother calmly asks Noah if he wants to sleep in the same room as her. He can only manage a stunned, awkward answer. Noah immediately says absolutely not. Their mother laughs that the pregnancy is still very early, so a shared room would not change anything yet. The older girl insists that pregnancy must be treated seriously and that there can be no mistakes. She calls for a family vote. Mom and dad should move in together. The tiny council has officially convened. Muan eagerly votes yes, announcing that she agrees with her sister on everything. Noah points out that Rosweiss would surely vote against it, but their mother simply raises a hand and abstains. The mother smiles sweetly as she refuses to take a side. Noah looks like he can already see where this is going. Noah finally blurts out the obvious question. Why are the two daughters deciding the female dragon's future for her? He gives in, saying that whatever the vote says, he has decided they should live together. Muin beams at the result. With 2 votes in favor, her parents are officially moving in together. The mother looks touched as the girls explain that this way she will not have to be sad and alone. The sisters grab hands and declare that they should move Dad's things tonight. Their enthusiasm is moving faster than anyone else's consent. Noah watches the girls race off and quietly realizes that these 2 sisters are dangerously motivated. Their mother says sharing a room is actually useful because it lets the female dragon carry a child without him sneaking in at night. Noah is suddenly very interested in the floor. She notices his expression and teasingly asks why he looks so pleased when she has not even assigned his daughter to him yet. Noah blurts out that nothing is wrong, but his face gives him away immediately. She presses him, asking whether he really enjoys sleeping in the same room as her. Noah turns red on the spot. He loudly denies enjoying it, which is about as convincing as it sounds. Their mother heads off with a satisfied smile, and Noah tries to save face by insisting this is all for his daughter. In the end, the pair stand together smiling, promising that they will not be separated. Even the narrator in the room knows this child is very perceptive. Leon is packing to move, but the little girls immediately notice their mother is taking almost nothing with her. One daughter spots the suspicious outfit and blurts out the obvious question. Is that a matching pair of pajamas? Leon gets flustered fast. He insists it is nothing, but his nervous face is doing absolutely no work for him. The girls connect the dots and call them matching couple pajamas. Their mother freezes while Leon nearly drops the luggage. The matching clothes sit together in the wardrobe, making this family arrangement look a lot more official than either adult wants to admit. The older girl decides this proves Mommy and Daddy are moving in together and that they will wear matching pajamas every day. She asks if they will really stay together forever. Leon and the white-haired dragon queen smile and promise they will not separate. The adults hold hands with awkwardly happy smiles. Their daughter is far too perceptive for a child who should be asleep. The girls accept the answer and head off to bed, while Leon quietly wonders whether they are still going to keep playing this game. The sisters say goodnight and skip away. For 1 second, it looks like the pajama investigation is finally over. Leon exhales in relief, convinced they narrowly avoided a conversation that was definitely not suitable for children. Then the Dragon Queen looks him over with a guarded expression. She says she cannot guess what he's thinking. Leon points out that this is her bed now. She fires back that she can sleep wherever she wants, including beside his pillow. She challenges him with a sharp look, asking if he needs her help. Leon is suddenly very interested in changing the subject. The Dragon Queen tells him she is ready to climb into his bed. Leon bolts upright and tells her to shut up. Night settles over the dragon castle, and Leon privately wishes he could somehow be a spider hiding in its shadows. Under the covers, Leon tries to sleep, while a very determined blanket begins creeping across the bed. The Dragon Queen inches closer, eyes wide with nerves. She is brave enough to start the mission, but not brave enough to look calm doing it. Leon keeps his eyes shut, and she asks if he is asleep. Her face falls when she thinks he might be ignoring her. She wakes him and admits she cannot sleep. Leon reminds her that the mighty Dragon Queen has work tomorrow. Instead of leaving, she asks him to come sleep in her bed. Leon realizes this is not really about sleep at all. She puffs up with stubborn determination. The queen has made her move, and retreat is no longer on the menu. She suddenly throws off the blanket, catching Leon completely off guard. The tension spikes, and his brain visibly leaves the room. She settles directly on top of the situation and announces she is sleeping here because he will not come over. Now pressed close together, she complains that he kept her awake with spider talk. Leon can only stare at the impossible lack of personal space. Leon tells her to keep her own words to herself. She quietly insists he should sleep if he is not scared. The Dragon Queen nestles against him under the blanket, both of them pretending this is a perfectly normal sleeping arrangement. A faint sound outside the door breaks the moment. Someone is definitely sneaking around the hallway. Leon recognizes those footsteps instantly. They belong to Noah and Mylan. and he knows exactly what they are here to see. The adults panic at the word pajamas. Meanwhile, the girls whisper outside and wonder what happens if mommy and daddy discover them. One sister insists they are only checking whether their parents kept their promise. Tiny bedtime auditors, fully committed. The sisters agree to keep their voices down and prepare for the most serious investigation of their young lives. They tiptoe to the door with maximum stealth, which is never a reassuring sign when children have a plan. The girls peek over the bed and confirm the target. Both parents are there together in matching pajamas. Leon and the Dragon Queen lie face to face, embarrassed but close. The girls have successfully forced their favorite couple moment. Elsewhere, a blonde woman in a white hat senses the dragon's aura and decides something about it is deeply suspicious. The little girls peek at their sleeping parents, relieved to see them resting together for once. One girl quietly reports that both parents look exhausted, complete with bug bites and neck marks. The sensible little one insists she even put ointment on them. Tiny doctor, serious business. Their white-haired mother narrows her eyes and asks whether those marks will still be there tomorrow. Our boy instantly knows he is in danger. He jolts awake just as she grabs him, and the mood changes from sleepy to survival mode. He complains that she is pinching his waist, while she gives him the calmest possible warning not to make a sound. She's clearly enjoying his panic, and he realizes this bedtime dispute is not ending quickly. With a sly look, she decides she will play along. The argument melts into a kiss, and both of them look caught off guard by how quickly the tension turns affectionate. She blushes, calls him a bastard, then tells him to be quiet. That is not exactly a retreat order. The couple gets carried away under the blankets, keeping their little reunion suggestive and very much off camera. The girls decide their sleepy sister should go, and the tiny dragon special forces make a tactical retreat. They scamper out of the room, leaving the adults with privacy at last. One girl peeks back in to say goodnight, still curious but sweetly respectful. The parents sit up red-faced and awkward, both pretending nothing happened. Nobody is buying it. Then the mood sobers when his dragon mark starts glowing. He says they cannot continue. He moves to leave for the sofa, trying to put distance between them before the mark becomes a problem. She stops him with a gentle hand and tells him he does not need to go back. She wants his company. He looks surprised, then quietly agrees. They settle into the bed with a careful little gap, both shy but clearly happier together. She asks him to extend one arm, and he nervously checks if this is what she means. She slits closer, says goodnight, and lets herself relax against him. He holds her protectively and admits this will not be an easy night to turn over in bed. Still smiling, he whispers goodnight as the scene fades out. The next day in Sky City, they search for prenatal supplements that can help prevent a miscarriage. Our boy has bought nearly everything they need except one crucial item, dragon fruit. They have checked at least 10 supplement shops, but no one has the fruit and no substitute appears available. She explains that the fruit is extremely rare but especially nourishing for the fetus, and worries her temper may worsen without it. She vows to search every inch of Sky City for the jade dragon fruit, threatening that he will become her new fruit if she fails. Her search leads them straight into a huge public promotion. The prize is an ultra-rare jade dew dragon fruit, awarded to a winner of the store's contest. She signs up immediately. The rare fruit is finally within reach. The host announces that so many people entered, the contestants will be split into 2 groups before the final. The arena fills with eager competitors, and the crowd starts cheering for the ridiculous prize chase. She watches the competition with fierce confidence and tells her man to take the others down. Romance has become sports commentary. She smiles brightly, certain that he can handle whatever this contest throws at him. He gives her a confident thumbs up and steps toward the game. The game is musical chairs. When the music stops, contestants grab a seat, and the last survivor reaches the final. He is not worried about the game itself, but he knows competing against dragons is never simple. A stylish blonde woman watches from the crowd, and her cold stare suggests this contest has a problem waiting in it. The tournament reaches its final stretch at a grand hall, and the whole crowd is waiting to see who survives the last matchup. The announcer confirms it. Leon and the mysterious blonde contestant both advance to the finals, while the dragon woman makes it through too. Behind those red glasses, the blonde contestant studies Leon with a cool stare. She clearly thinks his wife has serious potential, but she's not ready to let that slide. She gives a smug little hum. Apparently this final is personal now, because family bragging rights are deadlier than any sword. The finalists step up to the scoreboards. This is not a battle of strength, it is a competition over who has the most life experience. The rules are brutally simple. Each side takes turns naming something they have that the other side does not, and every valid answer scores a point. Leon politely lets her go first, looking composed. That confidence is about to get stress tested by the world's strangest quiz. The blonde woman accepts the charm with a sharp look. She's clearly planning to make every point hurt. She starts with the younger sister. Leon fires back that he has no sister, but he does have a wife. She counters with 2 nieces, and Leon calmly tops it with twin daughters. The boards start flipping fast as this family flex-off gets serious. The score races upward while the white-haired woman watches from the crowd, increasingly convinced that this dragon looks strangely familiar. The white-haired woman narrows her eyes at the blonde contestant. That recognition is starting to click. And it is not a comforting click. Leon desperately offers a donkey with trimmed hooves. He knows the answers are running out, and the panic is written all over his face. A blonde woman pauses, then drops a wild card. She has had her first kiss. Leon is left searching for a tiebreaker before this turns into a full-day disaster. She lounges there with total confidence, enjoying every second of Leon's growing frustration. Leon finally snaps and asks why a female dragon is talking about her first kiss like this is a normal opening event. The hostess calls time, declaring Leon the winner. He lunges toward the table in relief, but the win comes with a very unexpected prize. Leon realizes he was so close to losing, and he clenches his head in pure disbelief. The blonde contestant refuses to let it end there. Her attention locks onto the prize in Leon's hands. She offers to buy the Jade dragon fruit, saying it is the only cure for a pregnant woman. Leon immediately goes on guard. Leon refuses. He only entered for fun, but that fruit means far too much to him to hand over. He explains that his pregnant wife needs the fruit to nurse their second child. The blonde woman's expression freezes at those words. Instead of getting angry, she notices how fiercely Leon loves his wife and asks if that is why he went this far for her. Leon answers without hesitation. He loves her deeply, and that simple answer changes the entire mood. The blonde woman gives up the fruit and thanks him. Leon is stunned, but gladly takes the gift for his wife. The white-haired woman hears Leon's declaration and looks surprised as the blonde contestant walks away toward a familiar red-haired figure. The red-haired woman welcomes the blonde as her little boss and congratulates her on a second pregnancy. So this family reunion had layers. The white-haired woman lights up and calls her sister, while Leon reacts like he has just walked into a plot twist without a map. Later, the group gathers for tea. The red-haired woman sits coolly across from Leon and his white-haired wife, ready to explain herself. Leon asks the obvious question. How long has she known about the pregnancy? Her answer is 2 months, and he is not pleased he was kept out of the loop. The white-haired woman explains they only finalized the news a few days ago. She came to Sky City to tell him and arrange a follow-up checkup. Leon tries to process it while his wife cheerfully agrees. He has gone from winning a contest to becoming a dad again in one afternoon. The red-haired woman admits she should have sent a letter or come to his house herself. Leon's Claire says he has notes. She says she kept quiet because she feared he would get too excited and spread the news everywhere. Leon looks personally offended by the accurate assessment. The white-haired woman asks why her sister is dressed up for Sky City. The red-haired woman reveals she received a summons about the Crimson Dragon King's latest developments. That news wipes the casual mood away. The red-haired woman's serious face makes it clear that the next problem has already arrived. The red-haired dragon woman brings Leon urgent news. Constantine has been swallowing weaker dragon clans one after another. The white-haired woman listens with a cold, focused stare. Even the Wind Dragon clan is worried, because Constantine is clearly building towards something bigger. The red-headed explains that the Wind Dragon Queen was attacked and asked them for help. A clan war is starting to smell very real. The white-haired dragon woman calculates the stakes. If Constantine truly starts a war, his forces could be much larger than the 4 clans can handle. The red-haired woman quietly decides the next dragon who might get involved could be her own husband. Family meetings are never simple around dragons. She suggests moving some Silver Dragon clan forces to Leon's side, but Leon calmly says he will join them himself and press the Wind Dragon clan for answers. Leon falls quiet with his tea in hand. Another war may be about to explode, and he knows how quickly dragon politics can turn ugly. He remembers that humans and dragons both become obsessed with power when resources run thin. That hunger always leads somebody to war. His memories drag him back to battle, where Leon once threw himself into an empire's machine without questioning the gears. His mentor taught him that the world was a giant machine and people were only tiny cogs inside it. Leon believed that lesson for a long time. Back then, his mission was simple: obey the Empire and kill every evil dragon in his path. He was built to follow orders until the system betrayed him. The betrayal still burns. Leon gave the Empire everything and answered by turning on the man who trusted it. Under all that armor, Leon wanted a painfully normal life, a decent job, a kind woman, and a peaceful home. The white-haired woman suddenly spits out her tea. Leon's little dream has clearly hit a nerve. She leans close and asks what is wrong. Leon answers with an easy smile, pretending it is nothing. Leon keeps smiling, but the old hurt is still there under the surface. He is not ready to unpack all of that over tea. The red-haired sister decides to leave the pair alone. She tells the white-haired woman to look after herself while she handles the territory. Before leaving, the redhead puts Leon in charge of her sister and asks him to keep his promise. Leon looks caught completely off guard. The white-haired woman asks what promise, and Leon panics just enough to deny everything. That is never a reassuring answer. Her sister tearfully exposes him. Leon supposedly promised to stay by his wife's side through a second pregnancy too. The redhead needles Leon for wanting another child so quickly, while he sputters that she said everything out loud. She reminds his sister that Leon is a man of his word, then tells the little couple to get along. Leon can only agree as his wife grabs onto him. The white-haired woman beams and asks whether he would leave her, while Leon hurriedly says yes to absolutely anything. The red-haired sister has had enough of their sweet nonsense. She stomps off before their flirting gives her a headache. She says goodbye and leaves them behind. Leon and his wife are finally alone, which immediately makes things awkward. The white-haired woman demands to know whether her sister was telling the truth. Leon admits he does not remember, which is brave in the worst possible way. Leon tries to escape back home, saying their daughters are waiting. His wife chases after him, demanding that he stop changing the subject. That night, the argument gives way to a quieter scene at the castle. Leon gets ready for bed, but his mind is still racing. While brushing his teeth, Leon thinks about the days he spent living with a female dragon. She made him write a so-called submission homework, and the name alone sounds suspicious. Leon reveals the dragon mark on his chest. Every day he secretly condenses ice power there, letting the mark grow stronger. He knows he should avoid provoking a pregnant woman, but the grand education plan in his head still needs to happen. His wife is still awake in bed, calmly reading like a workaholic who refuses to clock out. Leon wonders why she is not asleep yet. She settles comfortably into bed, looking relaxed but alert. Leon is about to find out that she has no intention of letting him dodge this conversation. She asks if he is still awake. Leon says he will sleep soon, then immediately asks why she is worried about him. She claims she was only thinking of his health, while Leon calls out the obvious excuse. The baby shield has entered the chat. She tells him to just admit he cares instead of hiding behind the baby. Leon answers with pure disbelief because subtlety has left the building. Leon says the only thing he cares about is making her hand over the silver dragon throne. He says it with a grin, but the ambition is real. She tells Leon that the entire Silver Dragon clan will belong to him. He asks what comes after that, and she expects him to finish his work and retire peacefully. She says she will still be around long after he retires, so she can help with his work. That is a very long-term marriage plan. Leon jokes that he can resurrect her body and turn her into a puppet if he outlives her. She calls him thoughtful anyway, which is somehow the scary part. She simply tells him to go to sleep. Leon says goodnight, and the room finally settles into a soft, quiet pause. Leon smiles to himself and thinks she should sleep quickly so he can carry out his prenatal education plan. He is clearly plotting something ridiculous. The chapter closes on a dreamy image of the white-haired dragon woman, leaving Leon's dangerous little plan hanging in the air. Late at night, Leon waits in the same bed as Rosbisi and immediately wonders why she's still awake. Rosbisi leans close with a calm, unreadable look, and Leon can already tell she has another question loaded. She quietly asks if he is asleep, then moves in close enough to make our boy very aware of the situation. Leon suspects the female dragon has found a new way to keep him answering questions after bedtime. Sleep was clearly never part of the deal. Rosmissy hums with a faint smile while Leon decides to play along, even if he has no clue where this is heading. He pictures his more troublesome dragon side and resolves to keep playing this little game with her. Rosvise asks whether Leon truly meant his promise to protect her and her sister. Still half asleep, Leon answers without hesitation that he will protect her, even if it costs his life. That answer hits Rosvice hard. Her eyes widen, and she asks if Leon really cares about her. Leon admits that they may be enemies in one sense, but in his heart she is still his wife and someone precious to him. Rosvise freezes, blushing hard as Leon says she is someone he would spend his whole life protecting. Leon sees her embarrassment and cheekily asks whether he needs to teach her about the psychology of an enemy. Rosvise gathers her courage and asks the question she's been holding back. When did his feelings for her begin to change? Leon says it happened a long time ago, leaving Rosvise suddenly very interested in exactly how long ago. She tries to pin him down with dates, and Leon refuses each guess. The interrogation has become dangerously specific. Leon points out that their truth or dare game began only minutes ago, yet she has spent most of it grilling him. Rosvise pops up annoyance, realizing Leon has noticed exactly what she is doing. Instead of backing down, Rosvise decides she will play his game properly now. Her first move is to ask whether Leon likes bunny girl outfits, and his sleepy confidence disappears instantly. Rosvise says she had planned to surprise him in one the next morning, speaking with innocent curiosity that is anything but harmless. Leon jolts awake and asks if she is serious, while Rosvise watches his reaction with a very satisfied look. Leon starts wondering where she even found such an outfit and whether it will still fit. He's asking the important questions now. He finally gets up to investigate, determined to take just one quick look. Leon looks around the room, confused, when Rosvise suddenly vanishes from beside the bed. She reappears directly behind him and sweetly calls him her dear husband. Leon knows he has walked into a trap. Rosvise is openly touched by his earlier words, and says his sudden urgency must mean he has something worth hiding. Leon declares that he will not move, while Rosvise calmly takes control of the conversation from very close range. Rosvise asks whether there is anything Princess Leon Cosmo would not dare do in the Silver Dragon Castle. With a teasing smile, she tells her husband to speak freely because she's ready to hear everything. Leon asks for help taking off his socks first, but Rosvise says she will handle that later. Tonight she wants answers. Rosvise presses him about the promise he made to her sister, demanding to know whether it was true or another half-lie. Leon admits the promise was real, but explains that his mindset was very different back then. Rosvise had never imagined he cared so much about that promise, and the realization leaves her genuinely shaken. Then she realizes what it could mean. Leon may have been trying to make their fake relationship real all along. Rosvise grabs the teddy bear in outrage and declares that Leon has committed murder. The bear is apparently the victim of romance drama. She demands to know what the teddy bear ever did to him, calling Leon a monster with furious but playful eyes. Rosvise keeps scolding him while the toy becomes an unexpected weapon in this very serious marital dispute. Leon hears her calling him honey and gets hit again, suddenly wondering what secret could possibly be hidden inside that bear. His expression sharpens as he focuses on the teddy bear, convinced there is more going on inside it. Rosvise looks startled when Leon demands the bear back, and the playful fight suddenly feels like a real chase. Leon lunges after the bear, telling Rosvise that her curry proves she is hiding something good inside. Rosvise refuses to slow down and says she wants to see what unbelievable secret he is so desperate to find. Leon chases after her as the teddy bear stays just out of reach, and whatever is hidden inside remains the night's final mystery. Late at night, Malwin finds an old photo hidden away and immediately realizes it matters more than it should. Rosa sees the picture in his hand and coolly asks why he still kept it. Her eyes are sharp, but the question clearly hits a nerve. Mewin admits he simply forgot to throw it away. Rossi does not buy that excuse for even 1 second. Rossi lunges for the photo, demanding to get back and accusing him of hiding it on purpose. This tiny picture has become a battlefield. Mewin panics and yanks the photo out of reach, stunned by how fiercely she is chasing it. Rosa grabs at it again, but Mewin flicks the photo away into the night. Smooth move, our boy. When Rosa asks if he really threw it away, Mewin insists he did. She immediately gets bored with this little standoff and heads to bed. Rose walks off with an annoyed glare, while Muen watches her leave and realizes there may be more to that photo. Muen turns the photo over and notices there's writing on the back. The message makes him pause, and the memory behind this awkward family photo starts coming back. The scene shifts to the Silver Dragon Castle training ground, where Moin is spending time with his daughter. His daughter bluntly asks whether Daddy and Mommy had a fight. Muen is caught completely off guard. Muen wonders why she would think that, and she points out that her parents barely speak to each other in the mornings. She compares them with ordinary couples, who chatter all day about everything. Her parents apparently run on silence and stubbornness. Muen tries to explain that he and Rosie do talk, just not in the same way as other couples. Their daughter decides Muen and Rosie are like two hedgehogs in a children's story. She explains that hedgehogs look prickly outside but are soft inside, and hugging too soon only hurts both of them. Her sweet conclusion is that the hedgehogs can only hug once they put their sharp sides away. Mon smiles and tells her he understands. He promises that he and Mommy will be like before tomorrow. His daughter happily accepts that promise, while Miran throws his arms up like he has just solved a very complicated relationship quest. That night, Rose quietly slips outside in her cloak, searching through the dark garden. She remembers that the photo must have fallen somewhere here, and her determined face gives away how much she wants it back. Rosie keeps combing through the bushes, trying to act calm while clearly growing frustrated. She cannot find it anywhere, and a composed mess finally cracks. Rose wonders why she even cares about saving face when the missing picture means this much to her. She thinks about the photo studio owner's warning that candid pictures are rare, then remembers Mune supposedly threw this one away forever. Rose keeps searching in the dark, refusing to admit she came out here for one silly photo. Then Muen appears behind her, holding the photo. He asks if this is what she's been looking for. Muen says he only picked it up while practicing with his daughter today. He delivers that lie with a very straight face. He tells Rose he found it casually, unlike someone who came hunting for it on purpose. She is not amused, but she is relieved. Rose takes the picture back and lets out a tiny, satisfied breath. Muen gives her a gentle pat and says he only came out for a walk. Rose accepts the excuse with a flustered little smile. Mayan tells her to take good care of the photos this time. Standing together, they look much less like a couple at war. Rose insists Muen must be talking about the two of them when he jokes about hedgehogs. She's annoyingly accurate. Muen laughs and calls her his wife, and Rosie instantly snaps back that she's not. The hedgehog theory needs a little more work. Back inside, Rose carefully places the photo with the others instead of tossing it away. Rose looks at the photo with a soft smile and says, "Good night. For now, that is enough." 2 months later, Leon checks on Noah's studies while she happily sings in the snow. Noah proudly says she has learned basic A-rank lightning magic before her first academy semester even starts. Leon is pleased, but Noah wants to push herself even further through self-directed training. In Leon's very serious little classroom, he explains the brutal ranking system, bigger letters, bigger pain. Leon tells her he can teach the practical secrets behind A-rank lightning magic. Noah watches closely as her dad calmly gathers crackling lightning around his hand. Our boy charges the spell with complete confidence, and blue electricity floods the snowy training ground. Noah stares wide-eyed as the lightning keeps building around Leon. Leon explains the first step: gather high-purity lightning at a single point, then release it hard. He aims at a practice target and says this burst technique is meant to finish an enemy in one hit. The target is swallowed by a violent blue blast, and Noah can only call it amazing. Leon warns that keeping the right distance makes the spell deadlier, but it demands precise control and constant focus. Noah looks up at him with sparkling eyes and asks if the move has a name. Leon gets dramatic and says its name comes from the sound of magical lightning ripping through the air. Noah leans in, completely hooked, waiting for the grand reveal. Leon names the technique Thunderstorm, and Noah immediately wants to know why it involves 1,000 birds. Leon cannot explain it any better, so Noah decides to ask Mommy instead. Sensible move. 4 months into pregnancy, the white-haired mother joins Noah outside as a little girl builds a giant snowman. She gently asks whether Noah is building a snowman, and Noah proudly explains how she rolled its body and head. Noah admits the snowman is too short, so she has no idea how to stack the pieces together. Mommy offers to help, and Noah cheers as the two start working together. They lift the snowman's head into place, with Mommy telling Noah to keep both hands and eyes on it. Snowman is finally standing, but Noah studies it with a very serious little frown. Noah decides something is missing, while the snowman waits there looking deeply unfinished. Mommy admits she has never built a snowman before either, so the mystery remains unsolved. Noah runs to Leon for help, asking why their snowman has no nose. Leon spots the missing detail at once and says that is it. Mommy produces a carrot, and Leon gives it a reluctant look like he already knows where this is going. Leon asks why she carries carrots around, and she smugly says she has a cheaper alternative if he is unhappy. Leon immediately backs down when she suggests using his nose instead, survival instincts restored. She explains the dragons bounce better when their tails are out, while the family enjoys the freezing weather. The pregnant mother admits she slipped past her watchful maids because she wanted to have some fun too. She suddenly suggests teaching Noah fire magic, and Leon realizes this peaceful snow day is about to get expensive. A blonde maid appears behind her with a shocked expression, clearly recognizing a disaster before it happens. Cosmo charges in furious, treating the pregnant woman's snowplay like a royal emergency. Leon protests, but Cosmo says that if Her Majesty catches a cold, she will hold him responsible. Cosmo orders the attendants to escort Her Majesty back, and the woman happily goes along with it. The moment she leaves, Cosmo warns Leon not to show his face at bedtime tonight. Leon calls for reinforcements, but Silver Dragon Clan soldiers suddenly surround him as Noah calls for Daddy. Now dressed in white and looking trapped, Leon asks what happened as the chapter cuts away. As summer arrives, Roswise is deep into her pregnancy. With Leon close by, she looks far more comfortable, but her belly is finally impossible to ignore. The castle is peaceful on the surface, but this is June 29th, and the baby has clearly picked the worst possible time to arrive. Roswise suddenly doubles over in pain. The labor has started, and the room instantly goes from calm to full emergency mode. A terrified attendant calls for the doctor while Roswise Quest groans through another contraction. Roswise grits her teeth through the pain. This is not a royal meeting Leon can solve by glaring at everyone. Leon can only pace outside while the children and attendants stay nearby. He is completely helpless, and he knows it. Leon remembers that childbirth can take all night, and the thought of Roswise suffering alone leaves him visibly shaken. He stands frozen outside the door, unable to do anything except listen and worry. Mewan and Noah see how tense their dad is, and ask if he feels unwell. Their worried faces make the moment even heavier. Mewan admits she does not even want a new sister right now. She just wants her mother to stop suffering, and Leon realizes the girls are as scared as he is. Leon forces a gentle smile and tells them everything will be alright. He is trying to cheer them up while barely holding himself together. Noah asks if they can all go to the beach once Mom recovers. Leon calls it a date, giving the girls one small thing to look forward to. Then a blazing explosion tears through the castle. The family moment is over in one brutal second. Leon whirls toward the blast, stunned as fire and debris crash through the building. Another fiery impact shakes the castle. Whoever launched this attack is not trying to make a polite entrance. Leon shields the girls as smoke fills the hall. Someone identifies the attackers as Silver Dragon Clan soldiers. Leon looks toward the burning city and understands the scale of it. This is an enemy attack, not a single ambush. The girls ask what happened, but Leon covers their eyes and tells them not to look. His protective instinct kicks in hard. Attendants rush into the wrecked hall, calling for the royal family and reporting the chaos outside. The head maid confirms it is a surprise strike, and the Crimson Dragon Clan chose the exact moment Roswise is at her weakest. Anna is horrified by the timing. Why would the Crimson Dragon Clan suddenly attack the Silver Dragon Clan now? The head maid can only groan in frustration. The attack was carefully timed to hit Roswise when she could not fight back. Leon asks for Shirley. The head maid says Shirley has already gathered an elite guard and is racing to stop the vanguard. Shirley is already outside, standing ready with her forces, as the city burns behind her. The head maid orders every dragon in the castle to mobilize. They must hold the mountain route until reinforcements arrive. Back with Roswise, she notices Anna's distress and asks what happened. The answer hits like another explosion. Anna reveals that Constantine ambushed them. Roswise's eyes harden instantly at the name. Roswise stares in disbelief. She knows exactly why Constantine would choose this moment. Even while struggling through labor, Roswise says she has to go help. Her body is exhausted, but her anger is very much awake. The head maid begs her to stay put, Moving now could endanger both Rosweiss and the baby. Rosweiss hears that the back mountain has been breached and demands to know where her daughters are. Leon and the girls rush into the room, calling for their mother. Rosweiss finally sees that they are safe. Leon kneels beside Rosweiss as she pleads with him. Her fear is no longer for herself, but for their daughters. Rosweiss asks Leon to protect their daughter. The girls cling close, watching their parents with frightened eyes. Leon gives her a firm promise. He will protect Rosweiss and their family, no matter which dragon comes for them. Leon repeats that no dragon will get inside. Rosweiss trusts him, then quietly tells him where she hid something important. Through tears, Rosweiss tells Leon the keys in the second drawer. He understands immediately and moves fast. Leon opens the drawer and finds a ring of keys. Whatever Rosweiss has entrusted to him, it matters enough to risk everything. Miwan watches Leon take the keys and asks if he will come back. Her small voice cuts straight through the chaos. Leon promises he will return, reminding her about their beach trip. He is giving his daughter hope before heading into a war zone. Leon tells Miwan to stay and protect her sister and mother. She nods through tears, trying her best to be brave. Miwan says her dad will beat all the bad dragons. Leon gives her a reassuring smile, then turns toward the fight. Our boy makes his vow clear. He will defend the Silver Dragon Castle to the death. Leon strides out with the castle staff behind him. The terrified father is gone, and the defender is taking over. The Silver Dragon clan is already under attack, with explosions lighting up the mountain escape route. The blue-haired maid reports that the nearby dragon clans have joined the raid, and they are clearly not here for polite negotiations. She narrows her orange eyes and prepares to fight, but the head maid immediately calls out the real danger. The head maid warns that if the Silver Dragon clan truly falls, their enemies will not simply let them walk away. The blue-haired maid looks stunned as the head maid is interrupted by an urgent report from the battlefield. A messenger rushes in, saying the Crimson Flame Dragon clan has captured Queen Isha and needs hours to reach them. The maids freeze as the warning lands. Their clan has been pushed into a trap from several directions. The head maid explains that the attackers have been probing them for months, aiming to leave the Silver Dragon castle helpless. She realizes the timing is too precise. The enemy somehow knew exactly when the maids would be outnumbered. Then everyone spots something enormous approaching through the smoke. The blonde head maid recognizes him instantly and fear flashes across her face. A massive red dragon emerges from the flames. This is not another raider, this is the Crimson Flame Dragon King. The blue-haired maid can barely breathe under his pressure. Even the defenders know they are facing a monster far above their level. The Dragon King opens his maw, and the battlefield turns orange in an instant. A pillar of fire crashes down toward the silver dragons. Subtle entrance? Absolutely not. The blast tears through the ground, leaving the maid scrambling to survive the heat and shockwave. The blue-haired maid cries out for Shirley as the attack engulfs their position. The blonde-haired maid catches the blue-haired maid and pulls her clear, both shaken but still standing. The head maid snaps her out of it. They have to report the attack and speed up the evacuation. The defenders begin moving, but the Dragon King is still pressing closer to the castle. The maids turn back toward the fight. They know they cannot let him reach their queen before she is moved. The blonde-haired maid looks toward her queen and quietly admits that a dragon's life is far too long to abandon now. She unleashes her power and swears that the maids will protect their queen to the death. The saber dragons launch into the air, streaking toward the invading king with everything they have. Back inside the castle, another urgent report reaches the injured white-haired queen. The maid says a Crimson Dragon King has appeared on the battlefield, and nobody believes a normal force can kill a Dragon King. The children cling together while the adults panic. The threat outside is far beyond a normal siege. Even weak and exhausted, the white-haired queen repeats the impossible order. Kill the Dragon King. A maid offers a way out, begging the queen to flee before the castle is overrun. The queen refuses. She says there is no need to leave, just to give birth somewhere else. Her expression steadies as she says she believes him. Whoever she means, she trusts him to handle a Dragon King. Elsewhere, a black-haired man quietly prepares his armor as the battle rages outside. Leon greets an old friend and invites him to go crazy one more time. The ground erupts outside as Leon's entrance hits the battlefield like a warning bell. The Crimson Flame Dragon King rises above the ruined ground, ready to crush the last Silver Dragon resistance. The wounded Silver Dragon warns him not to get any closer to the castle. Silver Dragon fires icy attacks into the Dragon King's back, refusing to fold even while injured. The ice blasts hammer into the Red Dragon, but the huge enemy barely seems impressed. The Dragon King whips around and knocks the Silver Dragon down with brutal force. He calls the defender overconfident, coming from a giant flaming lizard that is rich. The Dragon King orders his soldiers to drag the queen out of the castle while he keeps the defenders busy. The injured Silver Dragon can only watch as the enemy rushes toward the castle. The invading troops charge ahead, and the defenders fear they may be too late. Then a bolt of blue lightning slams down directly in front of the attackers. The strike scatters the enemy soldiers and tears open the battlefield in one clean hit. The stunned invaders look through the smoke and ask the only question that matters. Who is that? Even the Dragon King feels the new power and realizes this battle has suddenly changed. Leon steps out in shining armor, wrapped in blue lightning and looking far too calm for this mess. The Silver Dragon recognizes Leon and wonders if the attackers came here specifically to draw him out. The Dragon King glares down at Leon, suddenly cautious as his own plan starts to unravel. Leon faces the towering Red Dragon alone. His opponent has all the size, but Leon has the confidence. Blue lightning crackles around Leon's hand as he finally makes his challenge clear. Leon declares that he is the Dragon King's opponent, and the red glow in his helmet makes the warning feel very real. A pack of crimson flame dragons circles the battlefield, staring down at a mysterious armored fighter below. The leader spots the strange armor and immediately decides this unknown threat needs to die. The red dragon opens his jaws and launches a huge fireball straight at the lone target. The blazing attack tears through the smoky sky, and the armored man barely has time to react. Fire floods the battlefield from every direction. The dragons are clearly going for the dramatic overkill package. Behind the helmet, Leon's red eyes narrow. He is not panicking, he is calculating. A firestorm closes in, but Leon stays planted, as if this was exactly what he wanted. A blue energy shell flashes around Leon, and he coolly asks if they really thought this little trick would trap him. Leon answers with a sharp glare and a warning. They have badly underestimated him. The dragon leader freezes as Leon's blue power blows apart the incoming flames. Lightning blue energy crashes through the dragon formation, turning their attack into their own disaster. One of the crimson flame dragons screams as the lightning blast slams him down. Blue arcs rip through the red dragon's body, and his confidence vanishes under the pain. Leon keeps the pressure on, sweeping another concentrated lightning strike across the battlefield. The strike lands with crushing force, dragging the dragon down through the smoke and shattered stone. The crimson flame dragon crashes into the ground while Leon stands above him, still crackling with power. A wounded silver dragon watches Leon in disbelief, wondering if this prince is really that strong. Leon recognizes the injured silver dragon and reassures him that he is on their side. Leon tells the Silver Dragon clan to leave the big threat to him and clear out the rest. The Silver Dragon obeys at once and surges away to rally the others. The Silver Dragon soldiers promise to fight back, trusting Leon to handle the enemy king. Purple attacks flies as Silver Dragon clan charges into the wider battle for their majesty. From the flames, a red-haired warrior steps forward. This is a rare sight, a Dragon King taking human form. The newcomer recognizes Leon Cosmode, the Empire's famed dragon-slaying hero, and realizes this was no random intrusion. The red-haired man reveals himself as Constantine, Dragon King of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. Leon is visibly shaken that Constantine knows who he is, and he starts suspecting a larger scheme. Constantine faces Leon with a smug, relaxed posture, like this battlefield belongs to him. Constantine grins because this encounter confirms his suspicion. Something much bigger is happening behind the scenes. Leon says he does not care about Dragon Clan politics, but the moment Constantine threatens his wife and children, it becomes personal. Constantine mocks the idea of a traitor joining a game of make-believe, but Leon's family is not a joke to him. The two men square off in the smoke, and the air turns heavy before the next strike. Leon charges lightning into his hand and tells Constantine that men like him never understand one thing. Leon says a truly strong person is not weak just because they have something precious to protect. He launches forward in a blue flash, taking the fight directly to the Crimson Flame King. Constantine gets blasted backward across the rocks, his smug expression finally cracking. Leon follows through with a rapid lightning barrage, forcing Constantine to defend at close range. Constantine's eyes widen as the blue attack keeps coming. That confidence is taking a serious hit. Leon lands another clean blow, blasting Constantine's armored body into the ground. Constantine admits Leon moves differently from the silver dragons, but he insists the attacks cannot pierce his defense. Leon calmly explains that when dragons use their wings to defend, they reveal their biggest weakness. Constantine looks down in shock as Leon's blue energy snakes around his defenses. Leon locks onto the opening, his red eyes focused and merciless as Constantine realizes he has been read completely. A long blue strike tears through the battlefield and sends Constantine flying again. Leon admits Constantine's Dragon King hide is incredibly tough, but at this range his lightning still cannot fully penetrate it. Smoke rolls over the ruins as Constantine calls out Cosmode's name, now genuinely furious. Constantine asks if Leon will finally stop being angry after killing him. He really chose trash talk while losing. Constantine transforms, his face becoming a massive blazing dragon as he snarls at the human before him. The Dragon King roars that Leon will pay for his arrogance with his life. Leon presses in the dust, while Constantine's huge dragon form rises from the flames. Leon is unimpressed, saying that turning into a larger lizard does not make Constantine's roar any scarier. Constantine lunges with his jaws wide open, trying to end the fight in one savage bite. Leon catches the charge in a burst of blue power and fires back that he has killed plenty of lizards like this. The Crimson Flame Dragon is left staring in disbelief, stunned that a mere human has this much power. Leon remains locked in combat as the Crimson Flame clan realizes he is a serious threat to their entire force. The battle is already wild. Our boy rockets through the air wrapped in crackling blue lightning as the Crimson Flame Dragon spits fire at him. He slips past the dragon's huge claws and drives a glowing lightning strike straight into its body. The monster is not enjoying this. With a fierce grin, he calls on Spark Lightning Magic and pours even more power into the attack. Blue energy erupts around him as he invokes Thousand Thunder Celestial Summoning. He is clearly done playing defense. The dragon's blazing eye narrows in disbelief. This human has power far beyond what it expected. The Crimson Flame Dragon realizes this is a serious threat to its clan, and its panic turns straight into murder. Roaring with rage, the dragon decides it cannot let him survive and launches a massive wave of fire. The fiery blast hews across the battlefield, kicking up smoke and flame everywhere. The dragon scans the crater and snarls, wondering where its target disappeared to. Its eye widens as it senses something behind it. That nervous little pause is never a good sign. Our boy has reappeared at its back, surrounded by lightning and ready to finish this. He charges in with a hard stare, carrying the weight of an agreement he refuses to break. Nearby, the two dark-haired girls spot their daddy fighting. He steels himself and vows to protect them. Inside the castle, the white-haired mother is exhausted and in labor. The danger outside is suddenly very personal. He bets every bit of strength he has left on one final strike and dies through the dragon's defenses. The lightning floods his body as he gathers the attack in his hand. This is the all-in moment. A energy condenses into a brilliant blade shape, bright enough to drown the battlefield in blue light. He unleashes lightning sword transformation, shouting through the pain as the power surges out. His face is fierce and desperate. Every scream says the same thing. He is not backing down. The dragon opens its jaws and fires back, meeting the lightning sword with a blinding blast. Blue lightning and red flame smash together in a full-force collision that shakes the whole scene. The impact becomes a white-hot explosion, swallowing both fighters in light. Then the story cuts through the chaos to a newborn's cry. A baby arrives as the battle's light fades. The white-haired mother holds the tiny newborn close, exhausted but tender as the baby keeps crying. Sunlight spills through the castle doors. After that night, dawn feels like a victory all by itself. Outside at sunrise, our boy stands in battered armor and quietly says it is dawn. The Crimson Flame Dragon is still alive, wounded and furious. It promises to show him its true power. But armor forces descend around the battlefield carrying strange purple energy with them. A purple-haired commander reports that the Crimson Flame Dragon's front line has been crushed and scattered. A worried attendant brings good news too. The medical team is coming, while the surviving enemies get rounded up. Our boy casually tells them to hang the big dragon's head on the border as a warning. Very normal castle decor. The purple-haired commander looks at him with open amazement. She had no idea he was this powerful. He catches her staring and jokingly asks if she wants an autograph. She gives him a flat no. She leaves the rest to him, and he gets the confirmation he needs that the Silver Dragon clan has held the castle. The victorious soldiers celebrate their defense of Silver Dragon Castle while the fight finally settles. Once the adrenaline fades, he admits his body suddenly feels incredibly heavy. That is what happens when you duel a dragon before breakfast. He realizes the strength he had been storing was drained all at once. His battered body is close to its limit. He manages to hold on long enough to reach the person behind the castle doors, but he is barely standing. He notices he is covered in blood and decides to wash up before seeing the children. Smart move, Dad. After changing clothes, he steps into the room, still carrying the fatigue of the battle. The two girls rush toward him, calling him Daddy with bright, excited faces. They proudly tell him he defeated the big bad dragon, then immediately declare that Dad is the coolest. He laughs and asks who is number one. This family has turned a dragon war into a popularity contest. The girls answer that Mommy is number one because Daddy listens to her the most. He cannot even argue with that logic. He finds the white-haired mother resting in bed, quietly calling her the most powerful dragon. She reveals the reward for surviving the night. Their newborn is a daughter. His battle-worn face breaks into a huge smile. After all that destruction, this is the victory that matters. A tiny pink-haired baby stares up from her blanket, completely unaware she is about to become the center of a family crisis. Noah's older girls beam at their new little sister and swear one punch could send this tiny thing flying. Big sister confidence is arriving early. Noah leans in, amused by the baby's familiar nose and ears, while Wise calmly says she hopes the child will not inherit his stubbornness. The girls immediately ask whether Daddy is stubborn. Noah freezes, because this is a trap with witnesses. Noah insists they are being immature, then confidently starts offering the newborn terrible life advice. He tells his youngest daughter to stay obedient and stop following bad influences, but the baby only looks more uncertain. Her eyes fill with tears, her little face crumples, and the room realizes Noah has pushed the wrong button. The newborn lets out a full cry, and Noah panics at the speed of the disaster he created. Wise gently soothes the baby, while Noah stands nearby looking like he has lost a duel to a blanket. Noah offers to hold her, nervously explaining that he just returned from battle and does not want to scare the baby. Wise hands him their daughter anyway, and tells him to support her head and neck carefully. Noah holds her with wide eyes and rigid arms, treating this tiny baby like the most dangerous mission of his life. The baby keeps fussing, but Noah stays close, trying to make her feel safe. The older girls light up when they see it. The newborn starts calming down in her father's arms. Wise remembers that their older daughters were the same, always settling down beside their dad. One girl says their father gives her a sense of security, and Noah quietly realizes the feeling is real. Now that everyone has settled down, the girls decide the newest family member needs a name. Noah suggests Blazer, borrowing from the name of an ancient dragon hero. The girls take the proposal very seriously. Miwin says her own name means moon, so she suggests Star for her little sister instead. The two girls eagerly argue for Star and Blazer, both convinced their answer is obviously perfect. They turn to Noah for the final call, and he instantly looks like he wants an emergency retreat. Noah admits he has thought about naming a child for a long time, but he still cannot decide what suits her. Wise says it is too early to tell who the newborn resembles, then hints there is another surprise behind her. The baby wiggles in her blanket, and the family finally notices what is hidden behind her. Noah spots a tiny pink tail. His face drops as the dragon genes make their entrance. The tail reveal hits Noah like a dramatic flashback, because apparently parenting comes with surprise anatomy exams. He worries that his parental influence has failed and that dragon blood has completely taken over. Noah then remembers something even stranger, the possibility of a fourth child, and his confusion only deepens. Before he can process it, a maid announces that Princess Isha has arrived. The visitor is brought into the castle at once, turning a quiet family moment into a royal interruption. Isha explains that she rushed here after helping deal with crimson flame dragons causing trouble near the border. A red dragon hangs from the castle wall, showing exactly how rough that border cleanup became. Isha says she learned Noah was actually West's husband, and the news has left her deeply suspicious. She cannot understand how Noah defeated the ancient dragon king Constantine, even at full strength. Isha promises herself that she will get to the bottom of it, then walks straight into the nursery. The investigation disappears immediately when Isha sees the baby. She scoops up her tiny niece and melts on the spot. Noah watches Isha dote on the baby and realizes her serious reason for coming has been completely forgotten. Isha notices the baby's pale coloring and pink tail, saying she looks a little like both sides of the family. The older girls demand to know why the baby is not talking yet. Their aunt has to remember that newborns are not debate partners. The adults return to the real mystery. Why does the newborn have pink hair and a pink tail? Roswitha suggests atavism because her older sister is a red dragon. Isha follows out with an aggressively protective promise about the girl's future. Roswitha tells her sister to wait a minute, and Isha quickly claims she was only joking. Nobody looks convinced. Isha finally faces Roswitha again and asks who exactly she is, while Noah senses that family business is about to get serious. Noah watches the sisters carefully, convinced that Isha is suspicious of him and preparing himself to defend Roswitha. Instead, Noah reaches for Roswitha with concern as she says she still feels nauseous even after giving birth. In the bedroom, Isa is stunned that Leon has gotten so much healthier. The dragon kidney tonic clearly did its job, and Leon looks almost too pleased with himself. Izzy narrows her red eyes at him. She's not buying this miracle cure without asking where it really came from. Leon cheerfully credits the tonic, but admits a normal human could never keep drinking dragon medicine like this. Casual breakfast supplement apparently. Leon realizes Isa is suspicious. His human identity and his history with the dragons are both secrets he cannot afford to expose. He worries that the pure dragon clan would never accept the family he built with Roswitha. One discovery could put everyone he loves in danger. Isa's calm smile hides a frightening question. If the girls learn their father's identity, will they reject themselves for not being pure-blooded dragons? Leon imagines his secret being exposed and treated as a disgrace. The twins stare ahead innocently, unaware of the storm in his head. He clenches his fist and decides the truth about the family he formed with Roswitha must stay hidden. Then Leon admits this peaceful scene has always been his childhood dream. Isa is caught completely off guard. Leon explains that he dreamed of meeting the right person, settling down, and protecting a warm home. Roswitha pulled him out of darkness, and he swears he will protect her for life. Roswitha grabs his hand, emotional but also looking like the sentiment might make her sick. Romance is hitting her harder than any dragon fight. The twins immediately wonder if their dad liked their mom when they were young. One of them corrects the question, saying, "Mom is clearly Dad's ideal type." Isa gets misty-eyed over their love story, while Leon quietly points out that she asked about his background, not how he fell in love. Leon says he chased strength because he promised to protect Roswitha. The road hurt, but he believes it was worth it to save his wife and daughters. He rests a hand over his heart and says only he knows what he endured. Still, the family beside him makes every painful step feel worthwhile. Isa finally returns to the real issue. She says she understands Leon does not want to share everything, but she needs to know he is truly devoted to this family. Isa studies him with a troubled look, weighing whether the man in front of her can really be trusted. Leon promises he is serious, and Isa gives him the universal warning: men should never break their promises. Roswitha holds the sleeping baby while the room settles down. Even Isa admits Leon is known as a dragon-slaying hero. Yet his softer side feels real. Leon laughs, saying his little flaws are exactly what make him genuine. For once, the hero gets points for being imperfect. Roswitha looks down at the sleeping baby and calls it a memorable morning. Her expression is soft, even after all that interrogation. The twins are told to stay quiet because Mom and their sister are asleep. They instantly switch into tiny serious guard mode. Isa decides to stop bothering Mom's rest and heads out to eat. The twins answer sweetly, and she leaves with a satisfied grin. Isa waves goodbye and tells them to rest. The bedroom finally gets the peace it has been begging for. Leon relaxes at last, thinking he somehow talked his way past Isa. He is ready to sleep beside Roswitha and their baby. The exhausted couple curls around the baby under the pink blanket. It is one of those rare quiet wins Leon has fought hard to earn. Morning light spills into the room, turning the peaceful family scene into a calm little pause before the next problem arrives. Leon, Roswitha, and the baby sleep together as the sun rises. For a moment, nobody is arguing, hiding secrets, or threatening anyone. Roswitha opens her eyes. Her peaceful look vanishes fast because she has noticed something suspicious beside her. Leon sleeps like nothing in the world can touch him. Roswitha, however, is very awake and very unimpressed. Roswitha catches Leon holding her tail and dryly says she really wants to cut it off. That is not a morning greeting anyone wants. Leon wakes up to Roswitha's glare and pretends innocence. The baby remains asleep, safely above this marital battlefield. Leon says he woke up when Roswitha peeked at him, then defensively claims he was only checking on his daughter. His excuse is not exactly bulletproof. Roswitha lets the tail issue go, but warns that her sister almost recognized Leon's human identity. She knows exactly how dangerous that is. Roswitha says Isa really knows Leon's identity. The teasing disappears, replaced by a much more serious problem. Leon is startled and asks if Roswitha has met the person who knows him. Now the hidden past is starting to surface. For real. Roswitha says she fought against the Crimson Flame Dragon clan before, but never saw this person. Her armor and the dim battlefield should have hidden her. Leon realizes Constantine knew his human identity and even called him by name. But Constantine is dead, so where did that information come from? Roswitha confirms that even the Silver Dragon Castle did not know Leon's true identity. She suspects Constantine had another source, perhaps tied to his strange behavior last year. Roswitha remembers making an agreement with Leon's master that Leon should not return to the Empire for a year. She wonders if that old promise connects to Constantine's knowledge. Roswitha stares into the distance, debating whether she should tell Leon everything. The family mourning ends with a mystery hanging over them. A few days later, baby Noe is already chasing butterflies with bright-eyed excitement. Her big sisters watch in amazement as the tiny dragon zooms around like a pink little missile. The girls wonder when dragons can speak, and Leon realizes this baby is developing absurdly fast. Noah has already started calling Miu Mom, which leaves her older sister visibly impressed. Leon explains that human babies usually need much longer before they can talk, while dragon children clearly run on a different schedule. The older girl reminds him that she could speak from birth, and Leon has no comeback beyond a defeated little sigh. When Miu looks tired, the older sister gently takes baby Noah from her arms. Miu settles the baby into a cradle for a nap, while the family shifts toward lunch. Leon offers the girls sandwiches and both immediately light up. Food negotiations, instantly successful. The younger daughter happily bites into her sandwich, looking completely content. Leon notices the older girl calling him dad and gets ridiculously pleased, while she casually keeps eating. The older daughter proudly says she's mastered the thunderclap Leon taught her and wants to learn something new. She asks to learn the move she saw Leon use against Constantine, the one where he forged a holy sword with his bare hands. Leon realizes she means Thunderflash sword manifestation, and his startled face says he knows this request is not simple. He explains that the spell is not especially advanced by human standards, but it still demands serious control over condensed magic. Leon immediately remembers the ridiculous amount of magic he had to accumulate before he could pull it off. Miu sees his hesitation and calmly insists he should teach their daughter before this short rest period ends. The older girl puts Leon's health first and says she can learn later, looking genuinely concerned for him. Then she sweetly asks whether Dad can demonstrate it first, and Leon is trapped by the world's cutest request. Leon realizes Miu is absolutely enjoying his low magic misery, while she smiles like she has planned this all along. Miu adds that both daughters want to see their dad forge the holy sword, leaving Leon with no escape route. Leon gives in and promises to demonstrate, gathering himself while the girls wait eagerly. He clasps his hands and focuses hard, trying to summon the technique with far less power than usual. Blue lightning bursts around Leon as he calls out B-level thunder magic. The Thunderflash sword manifestation takes shape in a crackle of blue energy. Leon presents the result, but his daughter stares at the tiny blade and bluntly says she wanted a thunder sword, not a toothpick. The girls laugh at Dad's miniature sword, and even Muen cannot resist calling the little one cute. Muen takes Leon's hand and reassures him, looking amused but affectionate as his pride takes another hit. Leon blushes at Muen's closeness, then grits his teeth and decides she should wait until he can make the big version again. That night, the family returns to Dragon Castle, and the playful lesson gives way to a new assignment. Miu tells Noah that Mom has a task for her tonight, while Leon watches from behind with cautious interest. The task is simple but important. The older sister will sleep with Noah tonight to help strengthen their bond. The girls agree, and the older sister gently reminds Noah not to wake the baby. Miu tells them to take the task seriously, but her warm smile makes it clear she trusts them completely. The two daughters march off together like a tiny special forces unit, and Leon admits they have become surprisingly considerate. With girls gone, Miu turns to Leon and says parents need to share the burdens of life. Leon sees Miu's expression change and suddenly gets a very bad feeling about where this conversation is going. Miu reminds him that he worked hard defeating Constantine a few days ago, then tells him this is not a small matter. Leon protests that it cannot be a small matter when one calls him their great hero, and she leans in with a knowing smile. Miu tells Leon not to run away this time. ending the chapter with our boy looking very worried indeed. Leon scrambles away in a panic as the white-haired dragon woman closes in. He insists he was only reading a book, desperate to prove he has done nothing wrong. She spots the title and asks what he's reading, while Leon looks like he just stepped on a landmine. The book claims a dragon can recover in 2 or 3 days after childbirth. Leon clearly did not expect to fact-check this personal. She says she has never heard of that, and Leon realizes the book has completely betrayed him. The dragon woman says she has figured out what he is planning, and the room suddenly feels much smaller. Leon protests that he only saw her strength when she killed Constantine, but she's already stepping right over him. She says they still need to negotiate, while Leon looks ready to negotiate with the nearest wall. She asks why he avoided making her angry, then reveals they have played prisoner games for 6 whole months. The dragon woman erupts, furious that Leon has made her wait that long. Leon tells her to live however she wants without him, but that escape plan has absolutely no support behind it. Leon argues that this is not addiction, it is the Dragon Queen's desire to conquer. He even tries explaining the difference, but she is not in the mood for a relationship lecture. She warns that if he keeps talking like this, he might not get away with just being trapped. The dragon woman announces that if Leon knew better, he would have laid a trap for her return. Leon is dragged back into the room and her patience has officially run out. Leon realizes she is determined to keep him all night, and there is no obvious way out. Leon digs in and says he would rather die standing than live on his knees. A burst of magic answers his defiance, turning the lavish bedroom into a very private battlefield. Lion challenges her to show him what she has planned, and the queen's answer is not subtle. She looks down at him with a satisfied smile as their standoff turns into something much more intimate. A glowing mark flares across Leon's chest, and he stares at it in shock. The strange light pulses between them, making it clear this is more than simple flirting. Their anger finally gives way to a kiss, and the chapter politely fades past the rest. Leon and the dragon woman disappear into the moment, leaving the palace windows to mind their own business. The room falls quiet as the night finally passes. The next morning, Leon wakes up battered, exhausted, and very aware that he lost the argument. Every part of him hurts, and he looks like he has personally lost a war against furniture. Leon mourns 6 months of human life, still stunned that he survived the night at all. He calls the dragon woman out, then asks the question that really matters: who saved his life? The dragon woman is calmly dressed and waiting nearby when she notices Leon is awake. Leon awkwardly notices her new outfit, comparing the hairstyle to something called a wife style. She asks if the clothes look good, and Leon gives her an embarrassingly honest answer. She rates his reaction as average, which is a brutal review after he just praised her. Leon suddenly remembers that his daughters will be arriving soon, and his calm vanishes instantly. He offers to hear her requests again, trying to sound cooperative before the next disaster begins. She asks for another chance and says she wants to see Leon's youngest daughter with Noah and the others tonight. Leon says the outfit is absolutely gorgeous and the compliment finally earns a bright reaction. She reminds Leon about the celebratory banquet, proving she has planned his schedule as thoroughly as his captivity. She adds that, as her husband, Leon must stay fit and keep his body in good condition. Leon questions why a prisoner of war has obligations, and she counters by asking why she has not executed him. Her answer is simple and possessive. She wants him as her prisoner for life. Leon can only laugh nervously at how his life became a Dragon Queen's romance plot in 3 years. The Silver Dragon clan mourns a brutal victory. They beat the Crimson Flame clan, but the crowd is devastated by the hundreds they lost. Their white-haired queen looks crushed, yet she insists the survivors must honor the fallen by carrying on together. At the memorial, the blue-haired maid releases a spirit lantern for the dead, her face calm but quietly heavy. The lantern rises over the city, guiding the fallen heroes home. Even a fantasy funeral knows how to make an entrance. Soon the night sky fills with glowing lanterns, turning the memorial into a beautiful final salute for the clan's lost warriors. After the service, grief gives way to a packed victory banquet as the dragons raise their drinks to their departed brothers. Leon keeps the pink-haired baby close while the maid praises him as the quiet hero of the day. Our boy would clearly rather avoid the spotlight. While the party rages behind him, Leon says he prefers caring for children over standing in front of a crowd. Leon brushes off the praise and says he is no hero. The maid sees his humility and she is obviously impressed. The maid takes that modesty as a life lesson from a strong man. The tiny light bulb moment is doing a lot of work here. Across the banquet, the queen accepts another toast with a smug smile. Her people know she is generous with drinks and even more generous with drinking them. Someone urges Leon to rest after his recovery, but he is still focused on keeping the baby safe and comfortable. The baby fusses in Leon's arms, and his serious hero act instantly turns into full-time dad mode. Lion gently tells the baby she beat Constantine, but she needs to be kinder to her father. He is very proud and very tired. A brown-haired attendant offers to take the baby so Leon can finally get some sleep. Leon reluctantly hands the baby over and starts to leave, still watching her like a worried parent. Before he gets away, a mug suddenly blocks his path. The queen has spotted him. The flushed queen offers Leon a drink. He politely refuses, which only makes her more determined to drink it herself. She downs more alcohol despite being clearly drunk already. This royal negotiation has left the rails. The queen clings to Leon and asks why he is swaying. He points out that she is the one wobbling all over him. Leon asks how much he drank, and the queen proudly reveals the answer is apparently one giant eggplant. She announces a grand recipe involving carrots, eggplant, and carrot stew, then calls herself a genius. The mug is definitely not helping. Sitting beside Leon, the queen complains that being a queen is no fun at all, even while looking very pleased with herself. Leon asks why she takes the throne so seriously and offers it back to her. His kindness catches her off guard. The queen leans close and tells him the moment he sits on that throne, his life will no longer be his own. She says she plans to stay in that cage and do the job properly, then asks Leon if she is the best queen in the world. Leon immediately agrees, praising her as the best queen, the most formidable captive, and basically a perfect prison package. The queen blushes at his praise and calls him a formidable prisoner too. Leon's flattery is landing harder than expected. Then her mood shifts. She asks whether he was captured by her 3 years ago, and Leon admits an insider framed him. Leon is thrown by his own sympathy for her. He reminds himself they were enemies back then, but the feeling will not go away. The queen quickly draws a line, saying they are still enemies who only join forces for now. She grabs Leon by the face and snaps that even if the world ends, she will still be alive and well. Subtle diplomacy is not her thing. Leon protests as the queen pinches his cheek, but she demands he hurry up and admit she is his prisoner. Nearby, the two dark-haired girls watch the mess while the maid calmly counts to 3 and tells them it is time to leave. At 1, Leon and the queen freeze, still locked in their childish argument while dinner awaiting right beside them. The girls agree to go, happily focused on food, while the maid keeps the whole tiny circus moving. Leon and the queen sit together looking embarrassed. They may already be parents of 3, but tonight they are acting like children themselves. The queen suddenly sobers up and returns to the important question. Leon says an insider framed him, right? Leon looks up at her, uneasy, and admits that it is a long story. The party joke has turned into a real investigation. The queen drags Leon along while he jokes that an expired female dragon is dangerous. He might want to rethink that timing. 3 years earlier, Leon leads a dragon-slaying raid on the Silver Dragon Castle, looking focused while his squad gathers behind him. Most of the army keeps the Silver Dragon soldiers busy, leaving Leon's small team to slip toward the castle itself. The squad finds an opening in the castle's defenses and rushes through it. So far, the plan is almost suspiciously clean. Leon and his team break through the outer perimeter and get within a step of the Silver Dragon Castle. Then Leon's vision suddenly goes dark. A sharp weapon has struck him from behind, and his shock turns instantly into pain. Leon grabs at the wound, furious and confused. The whole ambush happened in less than 2 seconds. He realizes illusion magic must have been used at point-blank range. Whoever planned this knew exactly how to get close. Even his black gold chariot breastplate cannot stop the enchanted weapon. Leon's mind goes straight to the one teammate he trusted most. The raid team's location is exposed and Silver Dragon soldiers swarm him. Leon is already fading as the battle explodes around him. His teammates cannot drag him away through the attack. With no choice left, they abandon Leon on the battlefield. That is how Leon became a prisoner, a brutal ending to a mission that began with so much confidence. Back in the present, Leon complains that rumors say he is married to the fake Silver Dragon Castle Lord, and somehow has 3 daughters. Kazmode presses him on the traitor question, asking who betrayed him. Leon looks like he wishes this conversation had a skip button. Leon identifies Vice Captain Victor, the blonde man in white, as someone from his old school days. Victor had no connections and climbed to Vice Captain by himself. Leon admits he was second best to Victor, though he was the one who let everyone out. Kazmode dryly notes that Leon really knows how to praise himself. He adds that Martin was the support mage and the youngest son of a ministerial family. Martin admired Leon so much after graduation that he personally asked to join his dragon-slaying team. Kazmode smiles at Leon's memory and asks about the final teammate, sounding more interested than she wants to admit. The last teammate is Rebecca, the squad's gunner. Leon calls her tiny but terrifyingly skilled with firearms and very talkative. Rebecca tears into the enemy with blazing gunfire, proving that the little gunner is very much not little trouble. Kazmode hears Rebecca is a pretty girl and immediately gets prickly. Jealousy has entered the battlefield, armed and ready. She asks whether Leon enjoyed fighting beside a beautiful woman, while trying very hard to look casual about it. Leon notices her sour mood and starts to answer. Kazmode is clearly waiting for one very specific response. Leon says Rebecca is pretty, then quickly adds that she is not his type. That answer somehow makes things worse. Kazmode grabs him by the collar and demands to know what kind of person he likes. Leon is suddenly very aware of the correct answer. Leon stammers that he likes silver. Kazmode freezes, blushes hard, and the fierce dragon queen is instantly out of words. Overwhelmed, Kazmode falls asleep against Leon almost immediately. The confession worked a little too well. Still blushing, Kazmode mumbles that she needs to go back to her room and sleep, then flees before Leon can say anything else. She hurries away beneath the moonlight, leaving Leon alone with the aftermath of one dangerously effective compliment. The next day, a white-haired woman sits alone in the castle garden, surrounded by flowers and very heavy thoughts. She reflects on the mystery that began after Constantine's battle, and on her accidental meeting with Leon months earlier. She originally wanted Leon close as a prisoner for life, but now she has doubts. She knows he will uncover the castle's secrets eventually. On the swing, she admits that Tiger's actions might be the real reason for her unease. She tells herself Leon will learn the truth and leave sooner or later. The thought lands far harder than she expected. She questions why Leon leaving makes her uncomfortable. For someone who calls herself logical, her heart is causing administrative problems. She admits that life with Leon has changed over the last few months, even though the relationship is not exactly the ordinary kind. Watching Leon with the girls, she sees how responsible and loving he is. His care has helped the daughters grow closer to her too. She calls Leon a qualified husband and an excellent father. Somewhere along the way, the prisoner became family. She sighs on the swing, realizing how completely Leon has changed her household and her own feelings. Leon arrives and asks why she is sighing. Kazmode jumps at the interruption, trying to hide her flustered expression. He asks what is wrong and she insists that nothing happened. Her face is doing a terrible job backing up that claim. Kazmode wonders if Leon could be depressed because of her, then immediately rejects the idea while clearly worrying about it. She asks Leon whether he wants to return to the Empire, her concern finally slipping through the armor. A new reminder arrives. Leon's master needs him more than ever. The question of what he will do next is suddenly impossible to ignore. Leon looks toward the night sky and says he knows what decision he has to make. In the palace garden, Leon gently asks Rossweiss if she wants to return to the Empire. She looks caught off guard, while our boy can barely get the question out. Before Rossweiss can answer, a tiny visitor rustles through the flowers and steals the whole scene. Rossweiss recognizes Muin immediately, and the little girl comes charging in with a huge grin. Leon asks what Muin is doing here, but her face says she has arrived with a mission. Muin proudly announces that she came to call Mom and Dad for dinner, then immediately sells out her older sister for secretly following them. Leon takes Muin's hand and agrees to head back first. He acts calm, but he is clearly amused by this tiny family ambush. Rowan teases that their daughter did not come alone, and he tells Muin to stop peeking at Mom and Dad. Dad has apparently lost his magic privacy shield. Muin pops up and protests that this will not do, while the unseen older sister gets called out for helping with the surveillance. The family heads home together and the older sister admits they secretly followed Dad out. Leon dryly notes that her stealth skills have improved. Inside, baby Noah sleeps peacefully. The house is finally quiet, which in this family means trouble is probably scheduled for later. Rosweiss watches Noah with a soft smile and asks if the baby is asleep. Leon stands nearby, suddenly very aware that she has something serious to say. Leon lowers his voice and explains that he only played with Muon before leaving, then waited until she fell asleep. He is trying hard to keep this conversation gentle. Rosweiss asks Leon to continue their talk somewhere else because she needs to tell him something important. Out on the moonlit balcony, Rosweiss finally begins explaining why the Empire is not a simple homecoming. She reveals that Leon's master asked her about returning to the Empire after learning he was still alive, but the request had a darker reason behind it. Rosweiss says she went to the Dragon King Valley to deliver a message, only to learn that Leon's master had already left. The answer appears in a cave and on a wanted notice. Leon's master has spent decades hidden from the Empire. Rosweiss explains that her spies found a dangerous fugitive wanted by the Empire. Leon is stunned to hear that the man is supposed to be his master. Leon laughs at the idea of his old master being a wanted criminal. To him, the man was just an ordinary old guy who spent 50 years doing nothing suspicious. Rosweiss says the Empire once believed Leon's master had extraordinary strength, perhaps enough to resist the country's top experts. She adds that he was labeled a traitor, and she believes the reason he is wanted may be connected to Leon. Rosweiss explains that after the war, Leon's master was the best candidate to replace the fallen commander. Then something happened that turned the Empire against him. Rosweiss admits she did not tell Leon sooner because he is the father of her children and her husband. She does not want him to leave, but she understands he has people he cares about elsewhere. A brief memory of the master makes the problem feel real. Rosweiss tells Leon he has the right to know and the right to choose. Leon thinks it through and says he has already defeated the Crimson Flame Dragon King. He is ready to deal with the other dragons too. Leon says his master raised him and showed him guidance, so he cannot just stand by. The decision is already written all over his determined face. Leon tells Rosweiss that now they have made up their minds, they can set off tonight. Vaughn thanks Rosweiss and she asks if his choice is what has kept him so distracted lately. He looks relieved that she understands. Rosweiss grabs Leon close and asks why he is saying all this now. Then she gives him one last request. Before they leave, they should hug their little daughter again. Leon agrees without hesitation. For all the Dragon King drama, this is still a dad who needs to say goodbye properly. Leaning over Noah's crib, Leon tells the sleeping baby to listen to her older sisters and protect her mother when she grows up. Noah reaches up from her blanket as Leon holds her tiny hand. His smile is soft, but the farewell is clearly weighing on him. Then the night shifts. A massive white dragon appears behind Leon, turning a quiet goodbye into a full royal departure. Leon and a white dragon launch into the sky. There is no slow travel montage here. They are leaving in maximum style. Purple energy tears across the night as the dragon accelerates, carrying Leon toward the Empire. As they fly, Leon admits he has not properly said goodbye to Noah and Muon. He worries that makes him a terrible father. The white dragon answers with total confidence, telling Leon that he is the best father in the world. The dragon adds that Leon is also the best husband in the world, that is an aggressively supportive flying lizard. Back at home, Muon watches the sky and wonders where mom and dad are going. At the human empire frontier, the distant city glows under the night sky as the travelers close in on their destination. After a year away, Leon arrives at the frontier with the white dragon at his side. He looks focused, ready to face whatever the Empire has waiting. Rosweiss has one final question for Leon. Before he leaves, please give their daughter a name. Even Dragon King adventures cannot escape paperwork. Leon tries to push himself forward, but the white-haired woman clings to him, visibly terrified of letting him go. She grabs his cloak and begs him to turn back. Our boy is walking straight toward danger, and she knows it. Her grip tightens around him, while Leon looks stunned by how much this goodbye is hurting her. Leon steels himself and says he has to deal with this mess. His face is brave, but the pause says he is not fully convinced. She refuses to wait for him, asking why she should trust someone who might not come back. Leon can only offer a quiet apology as she holds him from behind. Emotional damage is apparently part of the travel fee. With tears in her eyes, she asks him not to let anything happen to him. Leon gently promises that he will return safely, trying to calm her down before he leaves. Her mood softens, and she asks one last favor. Let her choose their daughter's name. Leon jokes that he is not exactly trusted with strange names, then suggests Aurora for the daughter born at dawn. The sunrise hangs over the mountains as the name settles in. Aurora and Dawn, a surprisingly sweet little payoff. She smiles through her tears and accepts the name Aurora. She finally lets Leon go, wishing him luck with his military work while hiding how much she wants him to stay. Leon walks away and she watches his back in silence as the farewell finally becomes real. Leon reaches the city gates, looking relieved that he can get inside without a fight. He thanks the lazy gatekeepers for making his entry easy. Sometimes bad security is a hero's best friend. Leon slicks through the gate and heads straight for home, unaware of what is waiting there. A wanted poster catches Leon's eye. His master is carrying a red notice, the Empire's highest arrest level. Leon immediately heads home to search for clues, his concern replacing every trace of relief. The quiet street gives him no answers, so Leon presses on toward the house. Inside, the living room, kitchen, and bedroom are wrecked. Leon realizes someone searched this place recently. He knows his cautious master would leave hints behind, so Leon starts checking every possible hiding place. The search leads him into the dusty barn, where the silence feels almost too deliberate. Leon drops to the hay and suddenly finds something hidden underneath. There it is. The clue is a note with an odd message, ending with, "Dear Donkey, I love you." His master really committed to the bit. Reading the note, Leon learns Rebecca is trustworthy and his master may have been investigating a mole for years. Leon makes his decision. If Rebecca is the clue, then she is the first person he needs to see. Elsewhere, Rebecca strolls through the bright town with a box in her arms, completely cheerful. Rebecca greets Mrs. Harry with bubbly energy, while the older woman welcomes her like a favorite regular. Mrs. Harry praises Rebecca's sweet tongue and good attitude, then sends her home with fresh apple pie. Rebecca thanks her and offers help if anything is wrong. She looks genuinely happy to be useful. With a cheerful goodbye, Rebecca heads off carrying her treats. She waves back with a bright smile, still humming as she leaves the neighborhood. Rebecca races home, calling out that she is back. She bursts inside with the pie, expecting the usual welcome. Nobody answers. Rebecca admits she calls out every day, but this time the silence makes her uneasy. A dark figure appears behind her, and Rebecca's smile vanishes as she senses someone far too close. Leon grabs her by the hair and demands to know who she is. Rebecca is having the worst homecoming imaginable. Rebecca bursts into tears and asks if she is dreaming, while Leon looks just as thrown by the chaos. Rebecca catches a hooded intruder in her room and points her gun without blinking. The stranger raises both hands, acting way too calm for someone staring down a barrel. The hooded man suddenly launches at her. Rebecca fires on instinct, but he closes the distance before she can react. He flips her clean over his shoulder, and Rebecca's eyes go wide as her ambush turns into a very embarrassing loss of control. Rebecca scrambles to steady herself, stunned that the masked stranger is still standing after that shot. The intruder keeps moving with practiced confidence while Rebecca reaches for another chance to fight back. He pins her weapon hand down and casually points out that her gun is empty. That is a brutal fact check. Rebecca freezes as the stranger leans close, and he calmly asks if she finally realizes the problem. And he reveals his face. Rebecca's anger evaporates as she recognizes her captain. Rebecca stares at him in shock. She thought he was dead, and now he is standing right in front of her. The captain opens his arms and reassures her that he is perfectly fine. Rebecca is already breaking down before he finishes the sentence. Rebecca rushes him crying his title, and the reunion hits her all at once. She crashes into him so hard that the captain has to tell her to calm down first. Surviving was apparently only the warm-up. Rebecca grabs her gun again and asks whether she can shoot him if this is a dream. If this is a dream, he looks completely baffled by her reunion protocol. The captain explains that things have changed. He has been branded a traitor to the Empire, and Rebecca has spent 3 years believing he was gone. Rebecca admits that if the patrol learns he is hiding here, she could lose her safe home. Even so, she's clearly relieved he came back. He tells her he never believed she was the traitor. Rebecca lights up, grateful that someone finally trusts her. Rebecca explains how the patrol made her chase dangerous creatures and dragons every day, all while treating her like a suspect. Her frustration spills out, but the captain's quiet faith in her softens the blow. Rebecca has been carrying this alone for years. The captain smiles and says they have been through too much to doubt each other now. Rebecca immediately changes gears and invites him to stay. Her house is small, but she insists there is room for the captain and no room for anyone else. Before settling in, the captain asks about the traitor during the attack on Silver Dragon Castle. Rebecca remembers the moment she went blind and deaf after falling. When she came to, only 4 people from their squad were still alive. She believes the traitor struck her from behind and pierced her armor. It is a miracle she survived it all. The captain narrows it down to Victor or Martin, but Rebecca cannot say for sure who betrayed him. Rebecca says Victor, the former deputy commander, left the Dragon Slayer army and now sings in a tavern, a suspiciously specific career pivot. Martin has returned to his minister father, where his bad temper is apparently still everyone else's problem. Rebecca wants to join the final battle if it comes down to those two. She just asks the captain to make sure the wrong man does not die. Rebecca offers him a whole wall of weapons, but the captain turns them down. He came back with a different goal. Her armory puts most military depots to shame, yet Rebecca still looks disappointed that he will not take a souvenir. The captain says his first priority is finding the traitor inside the Empire. Rebecca immediately points him toward Uncle Tiger's wanted posters. Uncle Tiger is wanted for allegedly killing 2 royal guards, and the captain realizes the accusation does not match the man he knows. Rebecca digs through the newspapers and finds more charges piled onto Uncle Tiger's name. The reports claim Uncle Tiger murdered people across the capital and left bodies on palace walls. Rebecca knows that story is far too convenient. The newspapers name powerful victims, including a noble, a loan shark, and a pharmacy manager. Someone is building a very ugly case around him. Rebecca reads on while the captain studies the pattern behind the accusations. The captain notices every victim has ties to the Empire's gray area underworld. Uncle Tiger may have been cleaning up criminals, not hunting innocents. Rebecca says Uncle Tiger once returned to the Empire under the traitor label after crossing the Empire. Now the same smear campaign is happening again. The captain realizes the Empire may have refused to reinstate Uncle Tiger and instead used the pressure to force his hand. A new article says Father Peter publicly condemned Uncle Tiger as a murderer and a puppet of the devil. The captain recognizes the setup. Father Peter was probably bait, waiting for Uncle Tiger to walk straight into a trap. He asks where Uncle Tiger will go next, already connecting the clues. Given Uncle Tiger's personality, the captain knows he will head straight to Father Peter to confront the Empire's pressure campaign. The captain tells Rebecca they are now wanted criminals with the same enemy. Rebecca angrily reminds him that he abandoned her 3 years ago. At night, the Empire has surrounded a church with guards. Somebody clearly expects trouble. Rebecca slips in behind Leon, and he immediately tells her to go home before this gets ugly. Rebecca grins and refuses. She says helping him is exactly why she came. Leon reminds her that she left the Empire in disgrace 3 years ago, so showing her face here is dangerous. Rebecca will not back down. She promises she is not leaving Leon behind again. She even brought weapons for both of them, and plans to catch their enemies off guard. The guards spot movement inside the church, and the quiet stakeout instantly falls apart. Blue lightning blasts through the church entrance, so much for a discreet arrest. An old white-haired commander storms out through the smoke as the guards announce that the priest has been found. The old man identifies himself as Tiger Lawrence and demands the wanted criminal surrender at once. Leon mocks the absurd army sent after him, but Tiger is already preparing something worse. Tiger gives the order to release several monsters. This old man brought a whole kennel to an arrest. A knight hears the monsters roar from their cages and realizes the situation is spiraling fast. The cages open and huge shadowy beasts pour into the courtyard. The red-eyed monsters loom over Tiger, ready to tear into anyone he points them at. Tiger boasts that these are level A dangerous beasts, kept right inside the Empire. One massive wolf charges with its jaws wide open. Tiger meets the charge head-on, his blade crackling with blue lightning. His lightning slash rips into the beast and sends blood flying. The wolf keeps struggling under the attack, but Tiger presses the blade deeper. The entire courtyard flashes electric blue as Tiger finishes the monster with brute force. Tiger scolds Leon for neglecting his training, claiming our boy used to be much stronger. Tiger grips his sword and suddenly senses someone else nearby. Leon greets Tiger after 3 years, then casually points out that the old man secretly has a wife and 2 daughters. Leon adds that Tiger has a 3rd daughter now. He is smiling far too proudly for this moment. Tiger snaps back that Leon has done nothing for the Silver Dragon clan, and questions whether Leon's apprentice is still alive. The surrounding knights finally realize Leon and Tiger are not alone. More targets, more panic. The guards close in with spears while Leon and Tiger stand surrounded in the open courtyard. Tiger admits the situation is complicated and says he will explain after they break through. Leon tells Tiger to keep up, wearing the kind of grin that means somebody is about to regret chasing him. Leon erupts with lightning and blasts through the ring of armored soldiers. A commander panics and orders the remaining cages open, releasing every monster at once. Leon is furious. If these beasts reach the streets, innocent people will get hurt, and he says the Empire has changed for the worse. Tiger lunges through the lightning to intercept another attack. The clash throws soldiers aside as blue lightning detonates across the courtyard. Tiger shouts for Leon to hurry while the beasts close in behind them. Tiger complains that Leon arrived without preparation. Leon calmly says he came prepared. His preparation is a horse and carriage waiting nearby because apparently lightning is not always the fastest exit. Rebecca takes the reins and sends the carriage racing through the chaos. The carriage tears away as Tiger and Leon scramble aboard. Leon tells Rebecca to drive them back while he returns to help Tiger stop the dangerous beasts. Rebecca leaves out with a fierce grin, thrilled to finally fight monsters again. The beast pack keeps charging through the night, completely refusing to take the hint. Red-eyed monsters swarm in from every side, but the trap is already waiting for them. Aurora watches the white-haired man calmly prepare a counterattack and tells him to just fire away. He launches a glowing device across the street, telling Aurora to wait and see. A huge blue magic net snaps into place. Those monsters just got upgraded from hunters to prisoners. The beasts claw at the barrier, but the crackling net holds them in place. Electric energy tears through the trap pack, and their charge dies instantly. Aurora giggles as the monsters collapse, while the old man gives her a smug little lesson. Later, the crew settles around a small fire in the slums, finally getting a moment to talk. The white-haired man serves roast beef and welcomes Leon home, even with their very limited supplies. Leon is surprised to see his master here and immediately asks where Rebecca is. Aurora blurts out the real question: why is Leon being hunted by the Empire? His master explains that Leon once led dragon slayers to victory, even while the world wrongly branded him a traitor. The Empire was already rotten, and the nobles refused to clear Leon's name after he killed their prized guards. Aurora is thrilled that her uncle spent a year wiping out Imperial lackeys. She has very aggressive family pride. Leon thanks his master for helping him all this time, but a new name suddenly enters the conversation: Constantine. Leon asks if his master knows the Crimson Dragon King, and the old man's expression turns serious. Constantine is no ordinary dragon. He is called the dragon race's hero, strong enough to defeat entire dragon-slaying armies. Aurora lights up at the thought of facing such a powerful dragon king. Leon admits he never got the chance to test himself against Constantine. Then Leon casually says he already killed him, dropping that sentence like it belongs next to dinner. His master and Aurora freeze in total disbelief. Leon explains that Constantine attacked the Silver Dragon Queen after she gave birth, so he made a move. Aurora demands to know why Leon did not run from a fight that dangerous. The answer is simple. The Silver Dragon Queen had just given birth to Leon's third daughter. Aurora realizes what that means. Leon has 3 children with the Silver Dragon Queen. Aurora immediately points her weapon at Leon and demands proof of this unbelievable family story. Leon looks deeply uncomfortable, but he agrees to show the evidence. He produces a family photo, and Aurora is instantly desperate to see it. Aurora stares at the picture in awe, declaring that Leon's wife is a real beauty. Leon identifies the 2 older daughters as Noah and Mien, and says the third daughter is Aurora. The family revelation confirms something shocking. Dragons can have children together after all. Leon returns to Constantine, explaining that their first battle made the Dragon King recognize him. Constantine knew Leon's identity, so the only explanation is that he had been working under Imperial orders. That points to a hidden cooperation between Constantine and the Empire. Leon says the Empire sent Constantine to wipe out the Silver Dragon clan after guessing Leon was still alive. The Empire even released dangerous monsters, hoping Leon would return and expose every dirty secret. When his master asks what comes next, Leon decides they need to catch the middle fingers behind the Empire's internal chaos. Leon thinks through the danger, clearly weighing a move that could drag everyone into a bigger war. His master offers support, while Aurora loudly insists she's coming too. Quiet planning is not happening tonight. The old man warns Leon that Rebecca will tear him apart if anything happens to her husband. Leon silently accepts the household ranking. Rebecca first, the donkey second, his master third, and Leon dead last. Leon says his family always comes first, wherever he goes. Before leaving, Leon remembers there is something important he needs to tell them. Aurora and the old men lean over Leon with matching mischievous grins, and Leon realizes this conversation is about to get worse. The exhausted captain sits in silence while the old mage questions why he cannot use magic. Our boy explains that he can only extract magic stored inside his body, and lately it has been gathering on its own. The little dragon immediately calls it a magic circle, while the captain looks deeply unconvinced. She narrows her eyes and asks if that strange circle is glowing now. The mark suddenly flares across his chest, and the captain panics as the dragon lunges closer. The old mage and the dragon loom over him with matching grins. Personal space has officially left the chair. They pin him down to inspect the mark, and he begs them not to strip him in front of everyone. The old mage calls it a magic circle, but the captain knows this embarrassing little symbol is something else. Red-faced, Leon finally admits it is a mark, and the glowing flower shape gives the game away. The old mage says it looks nothing like a normal legitimate mark, while Lewan insists it is proof of his wife's pure love. The old mage demands details, and the dragon instantly understands exactly what kind of mark this is. She bluntly confirms it is an obvious couple mark between the captain and his dragon wife. The old mage reveals the mark does more than show affection. It is where Leon now stores his magic. He warns them to be careful from now on, because the brat cannot use magic and nobody knows why. The old mage sends Leon to question Victor the next day, then gives the two travelers a chance to rest. The dragon suddenly has one urgent question. If this is a group, what are they calling it? She proudly proposes a team name for their old man, weakling, and pretty girl lineup. Leon and the old mage stare at her in total silence. That pitch needed more rehearsal. Her next proposal is rejected just as fast, and she clicks her tongue at the lack of vision. She finally names them the old, weak, and disabled group, confidently declaring Leon is the disabled one. Leon accepts the joke and turns it into a mission. Their battered little team will uncover the Empire's mastermind. Night settles over the ruined house as Leon tells the dragon to sleep while he takes first watch. By the campfire, the old mage rests while Leon stays awake alone, still carrying the weight of the road. Leon reads a message and wonders how his daughters are doing after days away from home. Looking at the moon, he remembers the vast silver dragon clan and wonders what his dragon wife is doing tonight. His dragon mark suddenly heats up, and Leon worries she might be thinking about him too. He laughs off the thought and decides to keep watch. Denial is doing some heavy lifting here. Far away at the Imperial Palace walls, hooded figures watch the night in secret. One spy reports the impossible news. Leon is still alive. The hooded figure says Leon was clearly pierced through the heart, so his survival should have been impossible. Their leader blames the failed assassin and orders them to eliminate Leon completely this time. The subordinate promises not to fail again, but the leader's glare makes the threat painfully clear. The leader reminds him that Leon survived the highest grade divine breakup artifact once. A second failure means death. Back indoors, someone cheers for Victor as music fills the room. Victor performs another song while the room treats him like a full concert. The confidence is absolutely free. His song promises he will endure rain, cold, and loneliness until every hardship turns into warmth. The dragon watches Victor with bafflement, and Leon explains that this is simply what artists do. An adult confronts the little dragon for sneaking out without her mother's knowledge, then offers to buy her juice. The dragon spots the offer, and her face lights up as she realizes someone has mistaken her for a child. She freezes mid-step, glaring at the stranger while the room waits for her response. She snaps that she is an adult, leaving the well-meaning stranger completely blindsided. The dragon points at his black moon and calls him out, while Leon moves in to stop the awkward scene. Victor finishes to applause, and the dragon agrees to leave now that the show is over. In a tiny extra scene, Leon gets asked why both he and the old mage have dark circles under their eyes. The answer is ridiculous. The dragon has been muttering a whole list of names in her sleep hundreds of times. A tired, gray-haired swordsman strolls down the hall, already grumbling that fame has made the captain a little too popular. Then Rebecca suddenly appears with a hooded companion, catching the gray-haired man completely off guard. Rebecca flashes a confident grin and says she came to support the big star. She clearly did not come for a quiet visit. Rebecca points out that someone else needs to speak with him, and the hooded guest finally steps forward. Victor reveals himself with an easy smile and greets the gray-haired man like no time has passed. The gray-haired man freezes in disbelief. His captain is standing right in front of him. He quickly ushers them inside, saying there are too many eyes in the hallway. For once, the dramatic entrance was a bad idea. Inside, tea is poured while the old friends settle in and the tension starts to loosen. The gray-haired man laughs that he has been living on a long vacation, enjoying retirement a little too much. He tells Victor that he never thought the captain would return so easily after once being the pride of their academy. Victor calmly says that is all in the past, though his warning about the illusion makes it clear the past is still dangerous. Victor reassures Rebecca that he is fine now, while she watches him closely over her cup. The conversation turns serious when the gray-haired man asks whether Victor has contacted the young man tied to his old family trouble. Victor says it is time for all four of them to meet again and find the people who betrayed him years ago. The gray-haired man agrees, and his hard stare shows that this reunion is not about nostalgia anymore. That night, the group gathers around a battered table in a shadowy chamber, ready to dig into a 3-year-old betrayal. A blonde man arrives, and the room goes quiet as he recognizes the captain. Martin greets Victor with a shocked smile, but the surprise in his eyes is far from friendly. Martin blurts out the question everyone is thinking: how is Victor still alive? The old man watches the crowded table and wonders why everyone has been summoned to this one place. Victor explains that after 3 years, this meeting has one purpose: uncover the mole who framed him. Martin's face drains as the word mole lands. He did not expect the old accusation to come back tonight. The old man steps in with a case of evidence, finally understanding why Victor called them all together. Victor lays out the suspicious items found on the young man, including a dangerous magic wand and an unusual weapon. The gray-haired man identifies the wand as an expensive S-class item, the kind only a wealthy master could casually hand over. He studies the thin weapon and realizes it is specially made for magic, rare, lethal, and far too familiar. The gray-haired man reminds Victor that he was once stabbed with a thin, long weapon just like this. Martin tries to laugh it off as a gift, but his strained expression gives the game away. The old man declares that the truth is clear. He now knows who framed Victor back then. Victor lowers his head in furious disbelief. The traitor was someone he never imagined would betray him. Victor snaps Martin's name and erases the weapon. The room goes from investigation to execution in one heartbeat. Rebecca urgently asks the gray-haired man if he is certain the culprit is Martin. Martin begs that it was not him, but Victor's aim does not waver. Victor refuses to hear another explanation. He says the one who betrayed him most is the one who should have expected this. The weapon fires, and the blast tears through the dark chamber before anyone can stop him. Martin collapses beside the table as Rebecca recoils. His denial came far too late. Victor drops to the ground, shaken but resolute, while the gray-haired man can only call out to his captain. With blood on his face, Victor coldly asks his master to help dispose of the body. The reckoning is over, but the damage is not. The gray-haired man stares at Victor in stunned silence, realizing exactly how far his captain was pushed by that betrayal. In the dark corridor, Victor quietly points Leon toward a nearby swamp, hoping nobody will notice what happens next. The teal-haired girl steps in to help, still worried for Leon, even while everyone around her is playing politics. Victor tells Leon not to blame himself for Martin, but Leon's guarded stare shows he is not buying the comfort speech. Leon agrees on the surface, then his eyes harden. Victor made one very bad assumption here. Leon raises his weapon with cold focus, and the friendly conversation suddenly feels like an interrogation with a trigger. Victor forces a smile, but the sweat and panic in his eyes give him away. Leon tells Victor that before the others return, he has enough time to kill him and leave. That is not a bluff. Leon spells out the cover story. Victor will be exposed as the traitor who murdered Martin's son. The trap has finally turned around. Victor laughs at him and says Leon never had much sense of humor. Bold words from a man staring down a gun. Victor claims people change, accusing Leon of returning to challenge the Empire only because he came back from the dead. Leon stays silent as Victor brings up their old war against the Dragon Clan and decades of bitter defeats. Victor snarls that Leon always beat him, his envy finally spilling out with every word. Victor rages that this time he's the winner, while Leon watches him unravel without moving an inch. Leon tells him that regret will come after he pulls the trigger, and Victor's confidence starts cracking. Victor aims straight at Leon and mocks the famed dragon-slaying hero for being too stubborn to surrender. Victor squeezes the trigger, certain he is finally about to make Leon regret everything. Instead, Victor jolts in shock. Something has gone badly wrong with his plan. The gun clicks uselessly in Victor's hands, and his smug grin disappears instantly. Leon moves first, knocking the weapon away before Victor can recover. Leon follows with a brutal strike and sends Victor flying across the stone floor. Victor crashes down hard, stunned and bleeding, while Leon keeps complete control of the fight. Victor struggles to rise, but the fear on his face says he now understands who holds the cards. Leon reveals that he already knew Victor was the mole and says a confession might have spared his life. Victor asks when Leon began doubting him. Leon says you would have to trace it back about 3 years. Leon explains that only Victor knew every raid squad location, so his betrayal was never as hidden as he thought. After returning to the Empire, Leon deliberately let Victor believe Martin was the murderer. He was baiting the real culprit. Leon says Victor's guitar pick gave the game away, and Victor's face tightens as the proof lands. A flashback shows the clue. A broken guitar could not afford a pick made from an S-class magical beast. That detail was absurdly expensive. Victor realizes his disguise was flimsy. Leon brought back the black and gold armor specifically because it could not be destroyed. Leon presses the point. Victor ruined the armor's history and made it look like a new weapon, all to frame him. Leon stomps Victor down again, making sure the traitor cannot talk his way out of this one. Victor screams in raw terror as the consequences finally catch up to him. Leon stands over him, and Victor suddenly decides he is not a pawn after all. Convenient timing, as usual. Victor begs Leon not to think defeating him means the Empire is finished, but the threat sounds desperate now. Leon calls out Victor's biggest mistake. He was always supposed to be second best, but envy made him betray an ally. Victor claims the Empire put pressure on him, trying one last excuse while Leon looks completely unmoved. Victor falls quiet for a moment, bruised and exhausted, but he has one final ugly thought left. Victor laughs at Martin was only bait, then confidently asks why Leon still thinks Martin is dead. He really cannot stop digging. Leon gives Victor a small smile and says he may come in now. The door opens, and the white-haired man enters with the blonde guard and the teal-haired girl. Victor is suddenly very interested in leaving. Victor stares at the arrival in pure disbelief, his whole story collapsing in front of him. The teal-haired girl calls Victor a traitor and admits they completely misjudged him. There is nowhere left for him to hide. In the ruined hideout, a battered captive tries to defend himself, but Leon's cold stare makes it clear that excuses are running out. The man admits he only followed orders, handing over a letter as proof, while fear shakes through him. Leon closes in, and the captive's bruised face says he finally understands how badly this interrogation is going. Leon demands everything the man knows about the Empire, his expression sharp and completely out of patience. The captive begs Leon not to kill him, suddenly very sorry for every choice that led him here. He keeps pleading, but Leon's companions watch in silence. Nobody is buying the performance. Leon turns away from the captive with a grim conclusion. There is no more useful information to squeeze out. Leon tells Victor he was not wrong to be afraid. The Empire really does intend to erase him. Victor freezes at the verdict, his eye wide with terror as the threat becomes brutally real. Outside, the quiet mansion sits under the moonlight, an eerie pause before the group deals with the fallout. Leon stands over the fallen men while Martin, Rebecca, and their white-haired elder look on, all sobered by what they learned. Leon takes responsibility for the body, thanking the elder for his help with the unpleasant cleanup. Martin asks the key question: why would Victor help the Empire frame their captain in the first place? The elder suspects the Empire is not merely strong, something far more dangerous may be hiding behind its victories. The old master recalls his own time studying the Empire, warning that its political influence was too vast to challenge directly. He says his understanding was too limited back then, which means another force may have been pulling the strings. Leon realizes this war has lasted centuries, and the people caught inside it still have no clue who the real enemy is. Rebecca points out that killing Victor only bought them time. Leon still has a long road ahead. Leon apologizes for dragging everyone into the mess, but he explains that the Empire wants him dead, and Victor's betrayal offered an opening. Leon tells Martin to head home. His father can keep him safe, and Rebecca can be protected too. The elder casually asks if sending Rebecca to Leon's home will cause trouble, admitting he barely knows her family. Great timing, old man. Leon reminds him that he and his wife have been married for 30 years. Apparently that was still not enough small talk. Martin politely asks whether Rebecca can stay with his family, and Leon immediately cocks him as someone from serious money. Rebecca lights up and asks for Leon's opinion, looking far too pleased by this new arrangement. Leon asks if she would rather live with him and his wife, and Rebecca answers with an instant, enthusiastic yes. Rebecca proudly declares that beautiful girls are essential to every team, then calls their odd little crew a disabled group. The confidence is unreal. Leon warns her that staying with him is dangerous, but Rebecca insists the Empire is hunting her too, so she may as well stay near the strongest protection. Rebecca happily decides the issue is settled. In her mind, nobody gets to get rid of her now. Martin warns Leon to stay home and avoid trouble, then immediately admits he is only offering to gather intelligence. Smooth recovery. Martin promises he will not cause problems, he just wants to help Leon learn what the Empire is planning. Leon hesitates, knowing this assignment is dangerous, but Martin asks to do his part instead of being left behind. Rebecca reveals that Martin has been miserable since Leon's accident. Now that Leon is back, his life is finally moving again. Leon agrees, but tells Martin to gather information only while keeping himself safe. Rebecca celebrates by renaming their team Old, Weak, Disabled, and Homebound. Martin is already having regrets. The Elder quietly calls Leon's name, bringing the room back from its ridiculous team-building moment. The Elder gives Rebecca a new mission: return to the Silver Dragon clan's territory. He says the answer cannot be found inside the Empire alone. They need to uncover what conspiracy links it to the Dragon clan. The Elder points to Leon as the one person trusted by both dragons and humans, making him the bridge they desperately need. Leon grins at the idea that dragons distrust him. Rebecca fires back that he married one and has a baby with her, so that excuse is weak. Martin suddenly realizes Leon married a dragon and had a child with her, staring like the family math has personally betrayed him. Then Martin learns Leon had 3 children at once. He can barely process one dragon spouse, never mind the triple surprise. The Elder cuts through the chaos with one practical answer: they should settle it with a vote. Leon promises his master that even if the Empire turns the world against him, he will not leave him behind. Then he invites the old man out for the night. Leon stands quietly while his allies make it clear they are all backing their master, and he looks seriously outnumbered. Even Victor's ghost gets counted in the vote. 4-1 is not exactly a close election. The old master thanks Leon for his help, but Leon's face turns cautious when he hears the Empire will come after him next. The master asks if Leon can really handle the Empire alone. Leon listens with a worried, slightly stunned look. They remind Leon that he once beat the Dragon King, but that confidence does not make the Imperial target on his back any smaller. The group agrees Leon should return to the Silver Dragons, where he can keep his daughters safe while they shelter in the Empire. Leon immediately protests that he is not the kind of guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. His offended face sells it hard. Rebecca and Martin tease him anyway, and Leon looks like he would rather fight another dragon than answer them. Leon snaps back that he would never abandon his teammates just to see his wife. He is wounded by the accusation, apparently. He promises that even if the Empire hunts him down, he will return to the Dragon clan. The old master decides to get him out of the city tonight. Rebecca and Martin know exactly why their stubborn captain wants to go back, and Leon can only give them an awkward little pause. Under the moon, the escape begins. Leon follows the plan, but his tired little reply already hints this will not be easy. Leon races through the rainy forest, breathing hard. He realizes the master and Rebecca must have drawn the guards away for him. Then dark shapes close in. The Empire has released monsters to chase him without hesitation. Leon sees a whole pack of demonic wolves behind him and realizes that 2 legs are not outrunning 4. Instead of panicking, Leon turns to fight. The wolves leap at him with glowing red eyes. A wolf lunges straight for Leon, and he twists away just before those claws can tear into him. Leon tracks another attacker through the rain, his eyes sharp even as the pack tries to surround him. He kicks one wolf away, then plants his feet and prepares a lightning spell for the rest. Blue lightning erupts from Leon's hand and catches the charging wolves in a brutal flash. The whole pack gets blasted at once, but Leon's strained posture shows that spell cost him. Leon keeps firing electricity, yet he admits his magic is accumulating far too slowly. The wolves are more dangerous than they look. They deliberately wear their victims down before launching surprise attacks. Leon dodges another savage rush, but more red eyes appear through the rain. The forest suddenly fills with wolves. Leon stares up at the glowing eyes and knows this is getting ugly. Leon decides he cannot waste another second fighting. He bolts while the pack closes in. Back with the others, Rebecca wants to keep playing, but the master says Leon escaped successfully and it is time to leave. Martin worries that there are too many wolves for Leon, but the master calmly says that kid has a lot of luck. A strange purple trace flickers through the storm, hinting that someone else has entered Leon's desperate escape. An Imperial soldier finds the long-tailed demon they sent out already dead, and his expression turns alarm. The pursuers realize even powerful monsters have limits. Their injured commander is still out in the rain, and they rush after him. Leon is now battered and bleeding as he staggers deeper into the forest, clearly running on fumes. He stops to catch his breath, hunched over and exhausted. The wolf-fight has drained almost everything he has. Leon knows the Imperial pursuit will arrive soon, so he forces himself onward before they can catch him. His wounds finally hit hard, and Leon grimaces as he stumbles against a tree. Leon admits he has very little strength left. The road to the Dragon Clan is dangerous, but turning back feels even worse. He tells himself to hide from the pursuers and recover first, but the thought of his master and the others pulls him forward. Leon refuses to give up. Even badly hurt, he decides he has to get back to his daughters. He drags himself through the dark woods, determined to keep moving no matter how badly his body protests. The Imperial soldiers find blood on the ground and immediately spread out to search the area. They catch up frighteningly fast. Leon looks back with blood on his face as the hunters close the net. Leon looks at a squad of elite soldiers and 3 demonic wolves, then dryly wonders if this is where he dies today. As Leon loses hope, he remembers a female dragon who can fly wherever she wants. Then a familiar presence makes his eyes widen. Leon whispers Ross Weiss's name, stunned that she might actually be here. A white-haired woman descends over Leon in the rain, and his impossible escape suddenly has a very dramatic answer.